This young man is a well-known teacher in the modern world, famed as unbeatable in school. However, for some reason, as soon as he opened his eyes, Ninfam found himself waking up in a completely unfamiliar classroom. At the back of the class, two rebellious students were loudly criticizing, sleeping during class, really not acting like teachers at all. Come on, teacher, we're in the Teen Sat Academy, in Class D, the smallest class, and since the school can't do anything about it, what's the point of coming to class? Ninfam was extremely confused. What kind of spirit assassin academy is this? Am I really time traveling? When he looked down and saw the ID badge on his chest, it only had a few words. Teen Sat Academy, Ninfam. Basic instructor. Ninfam was momentarily at a loss for words. The current situation meant that he was now a teacher, and these rebellious kids were his students. Before he could get used to the situation, a few cocky kids barged into the classroom, seemingly not even bothering to acknowledge Ninfam, and loudly said, "Zhang Tianchang, I'm out of cigarettes. Go buy some for me. Just pay the money up front and I'll give it to you later." These OT guys are clearly students from another class, but they brazenly come to Ninfam's class to bully his students. Seeing this, the two OT kids sitting at the back of the class couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "My students are being bullied." As a teacher, I didn't even dare to say a word. Being assigned to this class really is bad luck. This is a completely different world from your Earth. Here, there are people with special abilities, and to better control and exploit them, the country has established a dedicated academy to train and educate them. And the principal of the school is the one with the strongest ability in charge. In that world, Ninfam is one of the 6 grandsons of the director of the Teen Sat Academy, and is also the fiancé of the young lady of the principal's family. However, his family suddenly fell into disaster. The entire family was betrayed, and Ninfam was seriously injured all over his body. After such a heavy blow, he turned into a drunken worm, drowning in wine. At school, he was also pushed down to the youngest class, and the director of the Spirit Academy annulled his engagement with his daughter. Falling from the top is truly frustrating. Maybe that's why he left this life behind. And somehow, the person sharing his name, Ninfam, traveled across worlds from Earth. Out of respect for the original owner who gave me this new body, Ninfam made a decision to take revenge for him, and the first thing he did was deal with the bullying of a kid named Trong Thien Trong. Hey, you need to ask for permission before entering the classroom. Don't you even know this basic rule? As the OT guy turned around after hearing Ninfam's voice, his fist was already in front of his face, and as a result, a punch from him sent the kid flying out of the classroom. "Get out of my class," Ninfam declared, surprising everyone who witnessed what just happened. And because of this impulsive act, a system called the Fanatic Master was activated. After the system successfully decoded, Ninfam was transported into the system space. He was stunned for a few seconds, not yet understanding what the Berserker system was. Could it be that the benefits of traveling through worlds are the same as those of other male protagonists? Since Ninfam is new, the system immediately sent him a gift called Bright Teacher's Eye, which allows him to see through everything, including strengths and weaknesses. If Ninfam wants to continue decoding other features, he needs more trust points, and those can be gained from the approval of students and teachers. For example, Ninfam's action of punishing the bully earlier earned him some trust from the students. Specifically, Li Qiang gained 1 trust point, Sui Feng gained 1 trust point, and Trong Thien Trong gained 3 trust points. Ninfam was a bit surprised, just a punch and he already received 5 trust points. Thinking of this, a cunning smile appeared on his face. It seems Ninfam has found a good way to gather more of this type of point. Then, to adapt to this new world, Ninfam began studying the profiles of the students in his class. For example, this is Trong Thien Trong, where each student's potential is reflected in their self-motivation. The self-discipline of students in Class D is below 10%, while in the S class it's over 40%. Originally, Zheng Tiancheng was also in Class S, but for some reason his self-discipline has dropped to only 6.8%, so he was transferred to this class. As Ninfam was lost in thought about the matter, Trong Thien Trong suddenly stepped forward, bowed his head, and thanked him for saving him earlier. "It's nothing, just a small matter." Ninfam politely replied, "I'm sorry, sir, it's all my fault." Truong Thien Truong still bowed his head, and Li Ni said, "I'm not afraid. If anything happens, I will also help you keep the secret." Then, Ninfam casually activated the new skill he just learned, Ming Master's Eye, to check on Trong Thien Trong. It turns out he was naturally talented in all aspects, but a past injury to his right hand caused psychological barriers, leading to a decline in strength. After being transferred to a different class, Trong Thien Trong became a target of bullying, and his condition worsened over time. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that Trong Thien Trong was always careful with his right hand, so Ninfam believed that the information provided by Minsu Qinyan was completely accurate. Therefore, he decided to confront the issue directly and asked the other person a question. "Has the wound on your right hand healed a bit?" Trung Tien Trung opened his eyes wide in surprise. How did you know my right hand was injured? I've never told anyone about this. How could Ning Fan tell the other person about owning the system? So he could only beat around the bush in his response. If I couldn't see through these things, how could I be a teacher to you all? But this time, before Zhang Tianchang could reply, the two teachers and students almost burst their eardrums from the loud curses echoing outside the classroom door. Nin Pham, come out here for me. You dare lay a hand on my student? Yeah, who do you think you are? So it turns out Tan Hung, the junior high school teacher, is also the teacher of the bully Nin Pham, just beat up. Seeing that kid's miserable look, he's really annoying. He clearly started the trouble and then whined when he got beaten. Stop messing with me, can't you see I'm teaching a class? Nin Pham covered his ears with both hands, looking annoyed. Tan Hung clearly wants to escalate this. He just appeared and attacked Nin Pham's background, reminding him that he is no longer the young master of the Nin family, so now he has two choices. Either bow his head and admit fault to him and his students, or leave the Tin Sat Academy. The students watching this commotion remain silent and observe, but most believe that someone as timid as Nin Pham just now probably acted on impulse, and now that he's in big trouble like Tan Hung, he will have to bow and apologize. Who would have thought that? Later he would confidently declare that, "Sorry, but I can't do it. You want Nin Pham to bow his head and apologize? You might be able to make me do that, but you're probably not even born yet." Seeing this powerful display, the trust of the students in Nin Pham continues to grow. And then Tan Hung, seeing you so arrogant, was furious and continued to curse. Nin Pham, you no longer have the right to be arrogant here. In this world, strength rules everything, and power is the true principle, understand? Nin Pham snorted coldly, then draped his arm over Trung Tien Trung's shoulder and pulled him closer, replying calmly. Strength? When it comes to strength, Trung Tien Trung here is much better than your students, so what do we have to apologize for? After hearing that, Tan Hung burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha! Do you think he's still an outstanding S-class student? Nin Pham knew that arguing loudly wouldn't persuade the other side, so he suggested Tan Hung to let their students have a match with Trung Tien Trung. At first, Tan Hung was reluctant, thinking it was just asking Trung Tien Trung to seek death. But Nin Pham only needed to provoke him with a familiar phrase, and his anger would flare up again. Tan Hung immediately agreed. Fine, I'll fight, but I'm more afraid of you. Just then, Nin Pham called Su Fong and Li Kuang to lay out the training mats for help. Seeing his actions, a female student who had been quietly observing everything from the class openly expressed her disdain. She thought to herself, he really does let his students take the hit. How shameless. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianchang was also extremely scared. He timidly told Nin Pham that he couldn't defeat that bully, but what he received in return was Nin Pham's full of trustful gaze. You said, "It's okay, I have the teacher to help." Then Nin Pham suddenly turned to Su Fong and asked him to take off his belt. Su Fong, who was also a shameless troublemaker by nature, couldn't help but feel confused when faced with Nin Pham's sudden request. Just take it off if you say so, you're being too nosy. Nin Pham forcibly took Su Fong's shirt and used it to restrain Trung Tien Trung's right hand, doing so because he knew he was always worried about his right hand getting hurt. So this seemingly unreasonable action was actually very convincing. After finishing, Nin Pham said, Trung Tien Trung, someone as lowly as him, you can beat him with just one hand. Seeing the teacher and student whispering to each other, Tan Hung burst out laughing and sarcastically commented that the teacher's style of education was truly different, and his students said they would definitely beat Trung Tien Trung so badly that he wouldn't have a place to hide. Ignoring these insults, Nin Pham focused solely on his own students from start to finish. I sincerely encourage you. Now that your right hand is fixed, you don't need to worry about your mental state anymore. Just go for it. He's no longer your match. Teacher Nin, can I really do this? Trung Tien Trung asked again, his eyes blazing, and Nin Pham responded with a firm nod. The thug charged forward, swinging his hand to land a powerful punch on Trung Tien Trung, but his left hand quickly caught it. After easily blocking his attack, Trung Tien Trung's mindset underwent a huge change. Turns out your punch isn't that powerful after all. After finishing, he also boldly showed his strength by delivering a punch that sent his opponent's massive body flying dozens of meters away. Seeing this, Nin Pham was very satisfied. Trung Tien Trung should have fought back like that a long time ago. There's no need to endure such trash every day. With this single punch, he made that bully pass out and foam at the mouth. His classmates couldn't help but marvel, because clearly Trung Tien Trung was tied up with one arm, yet his other hand still struck so powerfully, proving that Nin Pham's method was completely effective. On the opposite side, Tan Hung's face was darkening. He seemed unable to accept what had just happened. Seeing the other person standing there in a daze, Ninfam couldn't help but remind him, "Stop standing there wondering and take this useless guy away, or I'll have other classes come to Trung Vui now." Ton Hung didn't dare wait for Ninfam to repeat himself, so he had two other students from his class carry that useless guy away. He also turned back toward the classroom door, but before leaving, he didn't forget to throw a warning. "Ninfam, just wait. Until Ton Hung leaves completely, Lai Kwang and Su Feng will clap loudly to break the silence in Class D." That scene was truly spectacular. They won against Class C. Truong Tien Truong and Nin Pham helped the students of Class D vent their anger. In this way, the students' trust in Nin Pham continued to grow, and he felt incredibly happy to be recognized by the students like that. Truong Tien Truong was probably the happiest, tears welling up in his eyes as he kept thanking him profusely. "Teacher Nin, I really thank you for guiding me." Nin Pham waved his hand and said, "This is nothing. No need to thank me. When your sister recovers and takes care of him, then it's not too late to thank me. By then, Truong Tien Truong's strength will surely have increased significantly from now." "Teacher Nin, I actually have a psychological condition too. Please help me." Yes. Do you think I should crack and bend my arm bones for you?" "You two shut up." Truong Tien Truong was already strong. Using that method is naturally fine. "Do you think you can compare yourself to him? Moreover, Teacher Nin, are you sure you can cure everyone's illness?" Although her words are full of hostility, Nin Pham can see that deep down she probably also longs for his guidance. And once again, he used the mystic eye to test the opponent. This girl possesses summoning abilities, but the problem lies in her weak spiritual power in her blood, even though her hair concentrates more spiritual energy. This may sound strange, but it perfectly explains why their strength is lacking. Not knowing that Nin Pham was using the mystic eye, she saw him staring fixedly at her chest and suddenly lost her temper, shouting loudly, "Hey, are you done looking yet?" Enough. Nin Pham quickly averted his gaze and then said that he had figured out the opponent's problem, but instead of revealing the truth right away, he asked the girl to come with him to the training room. Maybe because she also wanted to clarify her own weaknesses, she still agreed to go with Nin Pham, despite her doubts. Nin Pham then called all the other students to the training room, because they were about to witness a miracle. But just as their group arrived in front of the training room, two others suddenly appeared to cause trouble. "Stay back, we need this training room right now. I thought who you were, turns out Lai Fong is just a C-class teacher." Nin Pham was extremely annoyed. These people are really the best at causing trouble. You immediately scolded the opponent. "Do you know what it means to wait in line? Did your mother not teach you the basics, or are you all orphans?" "Poor thing. What about those who arrived earlier?" Li Fong replied with a tone full of contempt. "How can you even use the training room if you can't even master summoning magic?" This statement is aimed directly at the arrogant girl, deeply hurting her pride. Meanwhile, all of Lai Fong's students have reached the basic level of summoning techniques, and Tong Duong is one of the experts in that field. This makes Lai Fong feel that, in terms of student qualifications, he naturally has more right to use the training room. "A master, huh?" Nin Pham chuckled. "Then you all have no idea how powerful my classmate Ling Tin Nguyen really is." Lan Tin Nguyen is the proud female student whose spiritual power is mainly concentrated in her hair. I originally planned to bring her here to clarify my issue, but unexpectedly, the C-class teacher and students barged in and interrupted. So Nin Pham had to let her step forward and restore her honor herself. But Lan Tin Nguyen, still troubled by personal issues after hearing this, immediately became agitated. "What is the teacher rambling about? Some kind of expert?" "That's right. Don't you know the strength of the boss lady?" "That's right. Teacher Nin has overestimated her." Li Kuang and Su Feng enthusiastically chime in from both sides. Although they are right, it deeply insults Lan Tin Nguyen, who then shouts loudly, "Stop talking, you two bastards!" Faced with this Balasat's fury, Li Kuang and Su Feng hurriedly knelt down and apologized, while Lai Fong, after witnessing the hilarious scene, burst out laughing, still with that contemptuous tone. He said, "Nin Pham, is it because of this training room that you no longer care about your pride? You really dare to say anything?" "Lan Tin Nguyen, your class is a bunch of trash." Just like before, when faced with the contempt of the enemy, Nin Pham suggested a contest to settle who is better. Tung Yang on the other side immediately stepped forward to take responsibility, wanting to personally teach Lan Tin Nguyen a lesson so that their class wouldn't be able to lift their heads. But this time, instead of proposing a fistfight like before, Nin Pham suggested a summoning contest. After hearing that, Lai Fong laughed even louder and then warned him in advance. "Nin Pham, don't blame me for not saving face for you in front of your students. Of course, don't hold back. Only then will everyone truly admit defeat willingly." Nin Pham immediately responded. Lai Fong didn't believe that Nin Pham and his students could win, so he was even more annoyed by his confident and arrogant attitude. He pushed Song Yang forward and told that oaf to show all his strength, so Nin Pham could broaden his horizons. Song Yang nodded, then stretched and stepped ahead. He used a basic summoning spell, and in an instant summoned 2 leaf soldiers. Lan Tin Nguyen's face darkened. Of course she didn't forget her own abilities, but Lai Kwang and Su Fong still couldn't resist bringing it up again. Hey, if I remember correctly, the first time the boss summoned, she only summoned a stone soldier, right? Soldier? You're exaggerating. The best summoning she ever did was just a pathetic little stone. Stop talking nonsense already. Lan Tin Nguyen, feeling both shy and angry, shouted, her volume truly frightening. After Tong Duong finished her display of dominance, it was Lan Tin Nguyen's turn to step onto the stage. But before she makes her move, Nin Pham reminded her, using blood as the catalyst would be too oppressive. Just use hair as the material, that's enough to crush them. After hearing that, Lai Fong burst out laughing as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Using hair as a guiding object for summoning is truly a joke, because even fools know that only blood is the valid guiding substance. Tung Yang thought Nin Pham was just good at acting crazy and was also very contemptuous of him. But even if they attacked again, Nin Pham remained completely determined. Don't listen to what they say, just do as I tell you. Lan Tin Nguyen clenched her teeth in tension. This is a fight that costs her her honor. She dares not act recklessly. But Li Kung and Su Feng are right. The times she used blood as a guide to summon before, the most successful one only produced a pathetic bead. So, in the end, she decided to take a risk this time and follow Nin Pham's lead. But when Lan Tin Nguyen plucked a strand of hair to use as a guide, something truly astonishing happened. The thing she summoned is also a stone soldier, but it's much more magnificent and imposing than what Song Yang managed to create. Compared to what Lan Tin Nguyen just summoned, Song Yang's fake thing is not even worth a toothpick. Lan Tin Nguyen herself was also extremely amazed, never expecting she could summon something so magnificent. Su Fong and Li Kwang found it even harder to believe that their big sister could do something like this. And Lai Fong's expression now is just like Tan Hung earlier. Lan Tin Nguyen's summoned object has left the master and disciple in awe. But whether they believe it or not, what Lan Tin Nguyen just summoned is the truth. Nin Pham immediately reminded her. Master Lai doesn't seem to believe it, does he? Come on, let me give him a little taste. It didn't take long for Lan Tin Nguyen to understand his meaning, and a cunning smile appeared on her face. Then, she manipulated her summoning object to wave around in front of Tong Duong and Li Fong, making them completely convinced that this thing obeyed her commands. Are you still fighting? I don't mind embarrassing you further. At this moment, Nin Pham calmly brought up the issue with Li Fong, who only remained silent, while Fan Vi felt embarrassed and couldn't believe that hair could also serve as a conduit for summoning. As for Lan Tin Nguyen, who initially harbored resistance and disdain for Nin Pham, although she still outwardly claimed she wasn't convinced after this, deep down she had to secretly give him 5 points of trust. Lai Fong still wouldn't give up. After failing to target Nin Pham's student, he immediately shifted his attack to you. What if your students have some achievements? Even if they have made some progress, so what? Are you sure even the lowest level of summoning magic can't do it now? What's wrong with me? Can you do it? Nin Pham calmly counterattacks. Li Fong didn't say much, then drew a dagger and cut his thumb, blood flowing out to create a conduit. He used the lowest level of summoning magic, but it was still enough to easily summon a strong army of stone. Nin Pham, watch my strength carefully. After looking at what Lai Fong just summoned, Nin Pham could only sigh and say, Is that all you've got after all that talk? This really made me wait in vain. As soon as I finished speaking, Nin Pham's summoned object appeared. Although it was only a single stone soldier, and not an army like Lai Fong's, under your command it was more than enough to crush his army into useless rubble. Nin Pham sat calmly on top of Lai Fong's stone soldier, appearing very composed, as his entire force had been turned into rubble by his power. Nin Pham recalled Lai Fong shouting, Nin Pham, wait for me! He wondered why this sentence sounded so familiar. At this moment, Shu Feng and Li Chong run over to Nin Pham with admiration, saying, Please, Master Nin, accept our humble admiration. The two kneel and bow their heads in respect, when suddenly, the system voice rings out. Shu Feng's trust value increases by N. Lai Kwang's trust value increases by N plus 1. Your trust value has exceeded 100. Congratulations on acquiring a new ability. Greetings to the Master Nin Pham, surprised. New ability. The system continues to explain that anyone addressed by this master will involuntarily kneel and pay respects. You're speechless now, even with this kind of ability. The system continues to notify. Lan Tin Nguyen's trust value increased by 11, but Tin Nguyen still stubbornly scolded Su Feng and Lai Kwang. You've already been bought over at this point, you two have no hope at all. Seeing that, Nin Pham thought to himself, quite stubborn, let's try using the new skill on her. He activated his system's ability again and spoke. "You have respectfully greeted the master, with Lantin Nguyen." Lantin Nguyen turned to leave. "You two just crawl away. I'm heading back now." Her body suddenly involuntarily turned back toward Nin Pham, and her new ability made Tin Nguyen unable to resist, causing her to kowtow with a thud. The two of them looked at her in surprise, thinking to themselves, she said she wasn't a demon, but this kind of spinning and kneeling is much better than ours. She's grown up, but has become such a cunning girl. Seeing the effect of the new ability, Nin Pham was pleased and thought to himself, so kneeling is really effective. But is the success rate of kneeling always 100%? When Thien Truong saw this scene, he smiled and stepped forward, saying, "Everyone doesn't need to kneel anymore. Teacher Nin is not an ordinary person." Just as you saw another test subject approach Nin Pham to continue using his ability, you activated the salute to the master with Zhang Tianyang. Suddenly, Thien Truong's foot caught on a stone from the soldier's stones, causing him to lose balance and fall forward before he could react. Thien Truong lands but still slides forward a long distance before kneeling down, surprising everyone. Li Kuang and Su Feng are stunned when they see Thien Truong's style kneel 102. This Qiu Kui is truly magnificent. This glow is so dazzling, I can't keep my eyes open. Right now, Nin Pham looks up and sees only Tweet Wei standing alone. "Do you feel lonely?" Tweet Wei saw her friends kneeling before him uncontrollably and started to sweat nervously. Quickly, she lay flat on the floor. Xu Feng was even more amazed. Even lying on the ground, she refused to kneel. She's much more formidable than her older sister. Nin Pham continues to channel his energy as you perform the bow to the renowned master with Dung Tweet Wei. Tweet Wei's body, like those of the previous two, begins to move uncontrollably. After wobbling for a while, the girl finally assumed the ghostly pose. Xu Feng and Li Kuang seemed to be enlightened, deliberately lying down just to make it more challenging to go into the ghostly stance. Nin Pham stood up and said, "Everyone, you're too polite. There's really no need for that. Just follow me and rest assured, I won't deceive you." Tan Hung returns to Class C's room, feeling resentful that his students were insulted by him. Enraged, he slams his fist on the desk, causing it to dent. He angrily shouted, "Nin Pham, I have to kill you!" At this moment, Li Feng, standing outside the door, was stunned when he saw this scene. He wondered to himself, could it be that Tan Hung also got beaten up by Nin Pham? Then he suggested, "Tan Hung, let's team up." In Classroom C, a secret meeting is underway between two people opposing Nin Pham. Tan Hung begins by criticizing him, saying Nin Pham is truly too arrogant. Li Feng agreed, that's right, having become the teacher of Class D and still so aggressive. Seeing someone with Chi Huang, he immediately asked, "Teacher Lai, can you swallow this anger?" He confidently said, "How can I possibly seek revenge?" But as soon as he finished, Lai Feng started to worry, though it seemed his strength had already recovered somewhat, so it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Tan Hung reassured them, "It's not that easy to fully recover." The two leaders discussed their plan, implying that tonight Tan Hung and Li Feng are so engrossed that they don't notice Ngok Tuyet eavesdropping outside. Just keep doing that. When she overheard the plans of the two villains, her face showed worry. Xiao Fan, time flies and it's late at night with no one on the street. Nin Fan strolls down the quiet road, appearing relaxed and unafraid. "You think the crazy master system is really powerful? In just one day, it can change the strength of 2 students dramatically. If only my own strength could also increase quickly, that would be great." Tan Hung and Lai Feng suddenly step out to block in front of you. "Nin Pham, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for a long time." But you calmly asked, "What are you two waiting for me to do?" "You're inviting me to dinner?" he roared angrily. "It's so late, who would invite you to eat?" Tan Hung cracked his knuckles, his expression turning more menacing. But he was right. He just wanted to give you a little something to eat. Lai Feng chuckled mischievously, saying it was just a punch to the face. "I can understand your anger, but is it really okay to hit me so openly like this? Is there any problem? No one in the school wants you to stay. It's best if you leave on your own. Don't force us to use violence." Li Feng saw him speak up and immediately followed suit. "Don't blame us for being cruel. Blame yourself for not knowing when to back down." Nin Pham ignored this too and just laughed it off. "I basically understand now. In the end, do you think provoking us two is enough to deal with me?" Tan Hung, feeling insulted, transformed and tore his clothes while shouting loudly. "Nin Pham, don't be too arrogant. Lai Feng rides his summoned beast to come flying towards you. Beating my basic summoning is nothing. Try tasting the power of my true summoning." Suddenly, young Nin Pham had an idea. Could the respect for the master be used on them? The two rushed together to attack him, shouting in unison, "Drop dead!" The system voice suddenly echoes. "You have used the summon master to Tan Hung and Li Feng." Almost immediately, Ton Hung, Li Fong, and his summoned beast all stumble and fall, landing in a demonic pose. Oh my, all three kneeling perfectly at your feet without resistance. Li Fong and Ton Hung were stunned and exclaimed in surprise at the same time. What? Noctuit gasped as she ran to hide behind a corner, catching her breath, secretly hoping she wasn't too late. The image of two people with a shared summoning relic kneeling before Nin Pham appeared before her. Noctuit let out a sigh of relief. It seems she was overthinking. Nin Pham scoffed and stroked his chin, asking, "Do you still want to fight?" Ton Hung's face was now furious, veins bulging. "Nin Pham, why have to kill you?" While the two sides were exchanging blows, Li Fong secretly started to break the seal. His blood turns into a pink glow that envelops his entire body. "If I can't kill you, I can't be human." The fighting spirit of both of them pleased Nin Pham. That's right, only with that fighting spirit can it be right. Li Fong taunts you to go ahead and summon your giant stone soldiers. Ton Hung also interjects. "I want to see if your giant stone soldiers can withstand my combined light and power," Nin Pham said with a look of disdain. "Basically, I didn't plan to use that inferior summoning technique. You keep a calm expression and continue. I will use your best abilities to make you both convinced and defeated." Nin Pham suddenly radiated a dazzling golden light around him, forcing both of them to shield their eyes. His aura created a powerful pressure that made Ton Hung sway. He looked up, sweat dripping down his face in surprise, and asked, "What girl?" Nin Pham continued to channel his energy to summon his own spirit, then proceeded to summon mine. Nin Pham simply explained that he was summoning and didn't need to pay any price. Suddenly, a bony arm cracked through the ground, revealing a death god emanating deadly aura. Li Fong's eyes filled with fear as he trembled and wondered, what is this chilling sensation? What is this? At this moment, Nin Pham's sharp eyes flicked and gestured with a snap of his fingers, then turned to leave. Li Fong's beast charged forward without hesitation, straight toward his death god. In that instant, Nin Pham's own power sliced the beast in half with a clean strike. Ton Hung watched in astonishment, his mouth agape, beginning to fear. Taking advantage of Ton Hung's distraction, Nin Pham seized the opportunity. "Hey, where are you looking?" His opponent. Before he could finish his sentence, he launched a straight punch directly at Ton Hung's body. Nin Pham's punch seemed to drain all the air from him, leaving only a painful cough. He still kept his arrogant smile and finished, "It's me." The scene shifts to early morning at the school, where students in classroom D are bustling and sharing stories with each other. The image of Tong Hung and Li Fong covered in bandages appears, with Li Kuang recounting what happened last night while Su Fong laughs heartily. "Has everyone heard? Ton Hung and Li Fong are in the hospital after being attacked. I heard about it. I heard they were ambushed and couldn't see the face of the culprit." Nin Pham, hands in his pockets, yawned as he walked into the classroom. "Good morning, everyone." The two who were just talking now greeted him enthusiastically when Dom Jia saw him come in. "Good morning, Teacher Nin." Lin Nguyen ignores it, closing her eyes and saying, "What's there to say?" Tweet Yi, sitting in the corner of the classroom, looks different. Sweating red, her face and hands pressed together as if she has something hard to say. Nin Pham still politely opened the attendance book and said, "Good, let's take attendance before class." Each name called out was followed by responses from Yu Sheng, Li Qiang, and Ling Tin Nuit. Zhang Tianchong, after calling Deng Tuet Uyan's name, suddenly realizes one student is missing. Sor Fong isn't here. Trung Tin Trung looks worried as he explains. He hasn't been to class for a month, and no one knows why. Let's put that aside for now. Nin Pham asked, "So today who has improved in our class today?" Me. Tweet Yi also raised her hand and the little girl's body trembled uncontrollably. Me. Nin Pham was very excited by this unexpected boldness. "Good, Deng Tweet Wee, do you want to try first?" But Tuyet Wee only said, "I don't feel well, I want to go to the medical room." Hearing that, Nin Pham was disappointed. "Oh, go ahead." He stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment. "Master Nin, let's keep going. I want to become stronger. I want to be stronger." Nin Pham sluggishly walks out of the classroom. "You guys study on your own, I'll go for a quick walk." They were having fun, but then the string broke, and it seemed today would be a day to train strength with him, so he sighed. The scene shifts to the school nurse's office sign, so Nin Pham skipped class to find Tuyet Wee downstairs. "This is the place, right?" As soon as he peeked in, he froze after seeing Tweet Wee's disrobed figure behind the curtain. The girl suddenly spoke. "I have already undressed. Please come in." Tuong Tweet Wee seemed to be inviting him, and Nin Pham blushed and had a nosebleed from excitement. "Guest, are you being so polite?" The girl turned around and continued urging. "Hurry up or I'll change my mind." Nin Pham's nosebleed dripped down to his chin, looking utterly shameless. "Are you kidding me? I'm not that kind of person. I was just using the gaze of a master to assess your talent. My hand was already on the curtain, about to pull it open. You just looked, and as the curtain was about to be pulled aside, Zhao Xiao loudly questioned Ninfam from behind. Hey, what are you trying to do? Her suspicious gaze asked. What do you want to do to my adorable student? The camera shutter clicks, Ninfam asked in a low voice. Cosplay, the secret rule. After a while, I found out Tuyet Ui asked Cao Xiao to help take photos, and I was dissatisfied, so I secretly asked other teachers for help. The teacher was really heartbroken, but forgave me. This cosplay thing really suits you. Xiao Xiao snorted and gave a thumbs up. All right, that's enough for today. Let's change it up. Ninfam also chimes in. Next time, remember to call me. I'll prepare a few more outfits for you. She snorted and said, Get out. Tweet Wee pulled back the curtain and whispered cautiously, Teacher Nin, I'm fine now. Let's go home. So Xiao turned to him and reproached, If you can't teach her, just let her come to me. Du's awakening is low, only suitable for learning healing magic. Ninfam replied, You say I can't teach her. Based on your words, I should give her some guidance in front of you. Then, he raised his hand to his eye and activated the system. You have triggered the master's gaze on Tuyet Ui. The system indicates that Tuyet Ui has a special physique, consuming magic at the same rate as an ordinary person, and can cast spells quickly, making her suitable for high-level offensive magic. Looking at the note, Tuyet Ui's special identity as a spy sent by the Divine Ability Alliance is clear. Ninfam strokes his chin, suspicious. So the Divine Ability Alliance, the organization with the slogan of Divine Ability Users Ruling the World, is that right? Cao Cao gradually lost patience and questioned, So what? Can't you see anything? You calmly replied, How is that possible? Tuyet Ui is a genius in magic. Yue Yi looked up, her cheeks flushing as she wondered, Am I a genius? Xiao Xiao criticized, A genius? She doesn't even know the simplest healing magic and says, No way, she's the dumbest student I've ever met. Ninfam calmly replies, That's because you don't understand. She's a genius of offensive magic. She retorted angrily, You're getting more and more wrong the more you talk. The energy consumption of offensive magic is 10 times higher than healing magic. Her magic reserve is even lower than an ordinary person's, and she will never be able to use offensive magic in her lifetime. Ignoring Zhao Xiao's attack, he stepped closer to Tuyet Ui and gently asked, You've never used attack magic before, right? The girl nodded softly. Yes. Ninfam gently ruffled Tuyet Ui's hair and said softly, Congratulations. From now on, you will be an attack-type mage. Cao Cao interjected between the two, her tone sharp. Don't pretend to be innocent anymore. I saw right through you. You're not fit to teach her. The girl placed her hand on her chest and loudly declared, Teacher Lin, I want to trust Master Nin. Hearing that, her eyes grew calm and worried. At that moment, Xiao Shui Triodin awkwardly stood at the door, shyly speaking up. Sorry. So Xiao ran out in a panic. What's wrong? You're running a fever again, and this is the 5th time. According to your magic healing, you should have already recovered for me. Ninfam suspects that her magic healing isn't curing her fever. That's a bit strange. You activate the gaze of a master and approach Zhao Ying. Let me show you again, sister. She then placed her hand on Zhao Ying's chest, channeling a stream of blue energy, a divine light of compassion. Ninfam calmly raised his voice and said, I can't cure her illness. Zhao Xiao turned back angrily to question, Who are you to say I can't treat her? He responds calmly, It's very simple, because she wasn't actually sick to begin with. Zhao Ying asked hesitantly, confused, Not sick at all? Cao Cao is furious and shouts loudly, Are you sick or not? I am a level B doctor and I can't tell. Ninfam's face remained unchanged. There are some things she truly can't see. After saying that, he turned to smile and speak to Zhao Jing, So lately you've been stuck and your level of awakening hasn't increased at all, right? The shy girl replied, Yes, that's right. Ninfam snapped his fingers, his tone even more confident. So it's true. Her body is so hot. Wearing a blue and white outfit, he confidently said it was because the fire attribute's magic power in his body was awakening. Ninfam reminded him that in reality, her treatment was actually preventing his awakening. All three were stunned in shock. Dong Than exclaimed, What? So what should I do then? He spoke softly, like a gentle light, and said, Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Xiaoying sobbed, Please, please help me. He ruffled the girl's hair and replied, It's nothing, just a small matter. Xiao Xiao stood to the side, arms crossed, unable to hide her curiosity. I want to see what he's preparing to do. Ninfam glanced at her and confidently replied, I will give you a free lesson and learn a little more. He took out a packet of delicious hot pot seasoning and side dishes. Then a complete hot pot table was carefully set up. Everyone enjoyed the meal together, saying it was really delicious and fresh. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao realized something was wrong and shouted out in anger, "Why are we eating upstairs?" He smiled and replied, "Don't be polite, just eat." Shuiyi explained softly, "Teacher Ning said he wanted to use this method to stimulate the fire attribute magic in him." Zhao Xiao skeptically asks, he said again, "Do you understand all those words?" Wait a minute. Just one hot pot meal can make her awaken? The girl leaned back, her whole body seemingly overflowing with magic power. Xiao Xiao was so surprised she couldn't believe what she was seeing. What? Trio Din was also surprised as flames burst from her hands. The girl happily thought her strength had truly increased. Ningfan regretfully scratched his head, unfortunately only able to raise her awakening value by 5%. Even with limited results, the girl still smiled softly and said, "That's enough." Zhao Din happily ran off. "Thank you, teacher. I had to use this method to upgrade quickly." Exo Zhao wondered, why is that? Is it really that easy to upgrade? He glanced at her and smirked, still not convinced that her cunning tricks would give up. She stubbornly replied, "He's just using some tricky and unorthodox methods to get lucky." Nin Pham didn't mind much. He placed his hand on Tuyet Ui's shoulder and said, "If you don't believe, that's okay. I just need my students to believe." Nin Pham continued to provoke her so she could see his strength. After finishing, he turned around and called out, "Let's go. Let me take you to open the door to a new world." Tuyet Ui gently bowed her head and replied timidly with a soft, "Yes." A faint golden light filters into the training ground of the school, and Nin Pham and Tuyet Ui stand in the middle. The atmosphere silent for a moment. Yahello. Dong Loi walks over, crossing his arms with a look of contempt. "Oh, isn't that teacher Nin? Are you here for a tour?" I instinctively turned to Tuyet Ui and asked, "Do you hear the dogs barking?" Dong Loi's face darkened with humiliation, and he shouted loudly, "Get out now, this is an attack mage training ground, not for you." Nin Pham gently patted Tuyet Ui's head and said firmly, "So what?" You glance at Dong Loi and say, "Do you think I'm going to break your place?" He bursts out laughing, thinking he just heard something absurd and hilarious. A few students are whispering and gossiping. That girl Dung Tuyet Ui doesn't even know basic healing magic. Now she's switching to attack magic, risking everyone's lives, and since the teacher is sick, the students aren't paying attention anymore. Nin Pham couldn't bear to hear those harsh words anymore and said firmly, "You can insult me, but don't look down on my students." Those kids hugged each other and burst into tears with a mocking look. "Oh, I'm so scared." Tuyet Ui also felt a bit worried and asked nervously, "Am I really allowed to?" He turned around with a confident look and softly said, "Trust me." Then Nin Pham called the girl over, his voice lowering as he whispered, "By the side, please." After finishing the plan, he asked seriously, "Have you remembered everything?" Tuyet Ui nodded. "Yes, trust me." Dong Loi smirked. "Don't worry, you can let this girl take the lead first." He looked down on her, thinking the chances of her using intermediate magic were even smaller than the chance of me getting struck by lightning. But then Dong Loi stared in shock, eyes wide open, mouth agape, as he looked at the girl in front of him. Tuyet Ui closes her eyes and concentrates, gradually channeling energy into her body. She opens her eyes with a determined look and then shouts, gathering energy in her palm to create a thunderbolt. Lightning bolts crackled down fiercely. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. Dong Loi's face turned pale. His eyes widened in shock, and he blurted out, "What?" Looking at the wreckage in front of him, Dong Loi couldn't help but be stunned. No way. He wondered, its level of awakening is not even 10%, so it can't use third-level magic attacks. Nin Pham crossed his arms and said sarcastically, "You only know to look at how much it has awakened, right? My student's worth isn't determined by those boring numbers." Dong Loi, furious, pointed directly at him and shouted, "Nin Pham, your value has long been decided. You and your students are worth nothing." Nin Pham scoffed at him. "If that's the case, what are someone like you who gets trampled under my feet?" "Shameless." Dong Loi raised his voice again. "I've humiliated you enough, Nin Pham." He arrogantly said, "Even if I get punished, I have to show you what manners are today." Nin Pham remained unyielding, challenging in a firm voice, "If you're so confident, then try it and show me." His eyes were full of provocation, and beside him, Tuyet Ui gently tugged at his sleeve as if trying to say something. Little girl shyly calls out, "Teacher Nin, let's go home now, no more trouble." Nin Pham gently pats her head again, his movements tender and familiar. He glanced at Dong Loi, my student being humiliated. As a teacher, I naturally have to restore my dignity. Nin Pham smiled confidently and assuredly said, "Don't worry, you can rest assured." He looked at his hand, thinking that the Berserker's system helped them level up, and he had regained some strength. Ninfam felt a bit worried and muttered to himself, probably enough to deal with him. He raises his finger and confidently challenges Dongloi. Ninfam continues to provoke, saying, "Don't say I bullied you, you go first." He is furious, gathering purple energy between his hands. "I will make you regret saying that." With that, Dongloi unleashes a sword-shaped lightning bolt, shouting, "Level 5 lightning magic thunder battle." You think that's some impressive move? A sphere of energy surrounds him, blocking all of his attacks. Dongloi gapes, realizing his opponent is not easy to defeat. "What?" Ninfam thought to himself. "It seems I overestimated my opponent and underestimated the system. My true strength is more than just this." A lightning bolt strikes powerfully, enveloping him completely. It's my turn now. Ninfam raises his finger to the sky like a lightning rod. Dark clouds gather. Thunder roars. Without backing down, he displays his ultimate skill. 8-tier lightning magic. Ninfam calmly says, "The fury of Janos." Lightning god Dongloi grits his teeth, eyes wide with shock. How is this possible? Tuitwi stood to the side watching. The girl worriedly called out, "Master." Ninfam pointed at him, accompanied by the anger of a lightning bolt. Dongloi stood frozen, mouth agape as lightning struck down upon him, tearing through the sky with blinding flashes. He was struck by lightning, his body riddled with wounds, his soul scattered. Ninfam smirked confidently. "Very good. My strength is almost fully restored now. From now on, I'll keep using the system to upgrade my power." Once done, he subtly signaled the students to get him out of here. The 4 of them quickly carried Dongloi away. Dongthain shouted, "I know, I know." Ninfam turned to look at the girl behind him, gently reassuring her. "From now on with me here, no one will bully you." Tuyet-E shyly clasped her hands to her chest and asked, "Teacher Nin." He turned his head, his eyes firm as he replied to the girl, "Why do you ask?" Tuyet-Y gathered her courage and asked, "Teacher Nin, can I become as good as you?" "Of course not," he quickly replied, then reached out to encourage her. "My student must be stronger than me." As soon as she finished speaking, the girl turned and walked away, leaving him stunned and confused. Tuyet-Uy slowly took off her glasses from her face, then rubbed her eyes. The system displayed 24 trust points from Dung Tuyet-Uy. Ninfam slowly approaches from behind. The girl bursts into tears. "Teacher Nin, this is the first time someone has acknowledged me like that." He chuckled and calmly said, "Teacher, I have one more thing to say to you." Ninfam changes his attitude, his eyes forming a heart shape full of delight, recalling how adorable she looked without glasses. In the D classroom, the signboard is covered with internet addiction warnings, and inside, Li Kung shouts loudly, "It's been so long! Why hasn't Teacher Nin come back yet?" Su Feng standing beside added, "Yeah, you're not visiting Dung Tuyet-Uy, are you?" The kid continued, "Dung Tuyet-Uy looks grumpy all day. You can tell she's annoyed just by looking at her." Both of them looked at Tin Nguyen with admiration. "That's right, when it comes to beauty, we have to mention our big sister." Tin Nguyen outside pretends not to care, telling them not to talk nonsense. But inside, she's as happy as if a festival is happening, secretly thinking, so they do have good eyesight. Just then, Ninfam also returned, followed by Tuyet-Uy. "I'm back." Li Kuang and Su Feng hurriedly went to greet them. Wang Pei returned, and the girl stood close to Ninfam, her face pale and teary-eyed. Those two have hearts pounding and eyes shaped like hearts, tears streaming down their faces. "It's so cute. I think I've fallen in love. Do you want to die?" Turning to look at the figure behind, Lai Kuang and Su Feng smirked. Ti Ting Nguyen, furious, clenched her fists and shouted angrily, "Do you want to die too, people?" To everyone's surprise, Tuyet-Uy slowly approached Thayin Trong. The girl shyly said, "Hello." Tiancheng also shyly replied, "Hello." Ninfam stood to the side, watching the two affectionately, a sinister smile on his face. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in the director's office. "Head teacher Ma, you have to stand up for me." Dongloi, battered and bruised, painfully clutching his face, said, "Look at what Ninfam did to me." Kai-san raised his hand to his chin, pondering. "So it's Ninfam again. Has this kid's strength recovered? Besides, he wasn't that strong before. He's angry. He's been bullying others too much." "Principal Ma, you can't let him get away with it." After listening to Dongloi ramble for a while, he turned and said, "Don't worry, even if he recovers his strength, he won't have a chance to rise again." Kai-san snapped his pen, his face darkening, and he assured that he and the students in his class must be expelled from the Spirit Assassin Academy. The scene shifts to a clear blue sky with gentle breezes blowing across the spacious schoolyard. The students gathered around the notice board chatting excitedly, curious to see the announcement prepared by the school administration to ensure the most effective use of the facilities. From today until next week, Any class with fewer than 7 students must be cancelled. June 12, 2019, Administration Office. Tian Chang stepped forward and said, "It seems like only our class in this assassin academy fails to meet the requirements." Tin Nguyen also agreed, clearly indicating they wanted to get Class D cancelled. At that moment, a decisive hand grabbed the notice. Nin Pham tore the notice in half. So what if he remained calm? "Isn't ruining their plan enough?" Nin Pham asked the class. "Including So Fong, there are 6 people in our class, right? It also means that 1 person is still missing." UAY said, probably thinking no one would come to our class to study, so they set this requirement. Tearing the paper into pieces, he turned away and left, waiting to think about this later. "I'll visit So Fong's house. You guys keep studying on your own." Li Kuang and Su Fong looked disappointed. "Oh no, studying alone again?" The teacher didn't wait for the end of class. "Are you going now?" You turned around and said, "Isn't the break time for resting, little buddy?" Tweet Ai blushed and approached Tian Truong, asking if he wanted to go to the training ground to practice the magic that Teacher Nin just taught her, and he couldn't refuse since he liked the idea. "Okay, let's go." To Tin Nguyen, she also called the other 2, saying, "I want to practice too, come with me." But now, Li Kuang and Su Fong have been captivated by Tuyet Ui and are waving their hands to refuse. "We don't want to, we want to go with Dung Tuyet Ui." But the 2 of them have no right to decide. Tin Nguyen Tun, after a battle, then summoned 2 powerful beings to bring Li Kuang and Su Fong to stand before Nin Pham in front of the towering apartment building. Following the address, he stood in front of a house, wondering if this was So Fong's home. Nin Pham pressed the doorbell and waited. The door opened to reveal a figure inside, covered in talismans, with a worried face asking, "Are you Nin Pham?" "I am So Fong's teacher here to visit." Hearing that, she was overjoyed and said, "Finally, the teacher has arrived. Come in quickly and see my son." Nin Pham looked confused and asked, "Should we?" He stepped into the room and saw only a box in front of him. Soft light shone on the desk, and the space became quiet. Nin Pham said, "So this is So Fong, right?" Tin Tan, standing beside him, frowned and replied, "That's correct." He looked at the cardboard box in front of him, which had 2 holes cut into it for viewing. Tin Tian explained that last month, after returning from school, the boy kept hiding inside the box without saying a word. She anxiously asked, "Is the boy possessed by a ghost?" Nin Pham waved his hand and replied, "No. You can rest assured. Let me talk to him." Then Nin Pham stepped into the room, decisively closed the door, and stood in front of the box. "Speak up. I am Nin Pham, your teacher. Come out, let's talk." But Suo Feng stubbornly refused to come out. Nin Pham was furious and shouted loudly, threatening him. "Epei, right?" Nin Pham gradually lost his temper and shouted, "Epei, what?" At this moment, he suddenly stopped upon seeing the nearby box untouched and undamaged, which was unusual. Nin Pham frantically overturned the cardboard boxes one after another. You sneer and ask, "What game are you playing?" After a moment, Nin Pham helplessly says, "Forget it. I can't even tell what you look like. I'll check myself." As soon as he finished speaking, the system suddenly announced the activation of So Fong's probing eye. The system reported that So Fong has the ability to use speed magic, likes flying objects, secretly practices flying magic which causes magic to become disordered, making him prone to falling when running, and lacks the determination to break through to the final stage. Nin Pham fell into deep thought. Liking flying objects, huh? That explains everything, but lacking the determination. How should I solve this problem? He looked around and then doubted himself. Do I really have to do that? At that moment, Nin Pham hesitated as he saw So Fong move. You quickly rip off his mask. Where do you want to go? So Fong looks confused. Teacher Nin, please don't worry about me. If a student falls just from running, I might as well give up in the future. Teacher, please give up on me. After hearing those words, Nin Pham's eyebrows unconsciously furrowed. Then Nin Pham slowly approached him and lowered his voice. You won't leave no matter what, right? Suo Feng firmly replied, I won't go. He added, even if you hit me, scold me, or throw me out the window, I still won't go to school. As soon as So Feng finished speaking, Nin Pham suddenly reached out and grabbed his waist. He smiled and asked, how did you know I would throw you out the window? He sprays the glue stiffly and says, huh? So Feng shouted loudly, wait, Teacher Nin, I also can go to school. But Nin Pham didn't want to argue anymore and said, it's too late. He had no time to react and was instantly carried away by the wind, his whole body starting to float, causing him to scream in horror. When So Feng looked down, he saw that he was not far from the ground. After a moment, Nin Pham suddenly spoke. All right, open your eyes. When he heard that, he slowly opened his eyes. What? You explained that your flying magic has actually reached the final stage. The only thing I lack is a dead end. So-fang realized. So that's why you had the teacher let you blend into the wind? Ninfam quickly admitted when he heard that. That's right. You calmly said, even if I run in the future, I'll just fall. Half a second later, Ninfam added, but I can fly. His tablet then displayed in boxing match. Ninfam relaxedly sat on So-fang's back and continued watching, glancing around and saying, the life is so beautiful. At the same time, Ninfam's gaze flicked past and he saw the school, then said, let's go down. Right now, on the school's soccer field, Luang Fi told him to try to break Class C's record again and to run well and aim to beat the record. Lucan replied, don't worry, Teacher Luang. Luang Fi saw his enthusiasm and smiled as he prepared. Less than half a second later, he shouted out to run. Luan wondered who might break his record this time. As soon as he was feeling proud of himself, Ninfam and So-fang suddenly brushed past him and then disappeared from Lucan's sight, causing him to hesitate for a moment. Then Lucan stared blankly ahead, lost in thought. When he regained his senses, he saw that his entire body was covered in bruises. Meanwhile, at the main gate of the prestigious Teen Sat Academy in the city, the car door slowly opens and followed by Tian Ka's footsteps. He looked around and asked, is this the Teen Sat Academy? Meanwhile, inside, Lai Kuang was saying, hurry back, don't make me cry. Go back quickly. Tin Nguyen shouted, stop acting like that, both of you. If the teacher isn't coming back, just go train. There's nothing big about it. And Tian Ka slowly walked inside and met them right away. He raised his chin and asked, where is the academic affairs office? She looked annoyed at his nervous expression. Are you asking for directions like that? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten? After hearing that, the Tian Ka sneered and said, do you think you can fight back just because of you guys? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chong suddenly charged forward like a gust of wind. Do you dare to talk back to the elder sister? Want to die? Seeing this, Tian Ka's lips curled into a slight smile as the kid threw a punch, but was suddenly caught mid-air, and Lai Kuang was then flung backward onto the beam. The kid scrapes against the ground, causing some scratches on the surface. Tian Ka steps forward coldly and says, I told you, you guys can't really touch me. Tin Nguyen sensed the situation was getting bad and asked, do you want to fight? She calmly looked at him and said, I will fight you. Seeing Tin Nguyen move, Tian Ka began to look over and said with a determined look, I promise I won't kill you. He sneered, you think those stones can break through my defenses? Tin Nguyen waved her hand, you'll see next time. Thak Wei followed her commands and advanced. They attacked Tian Ka simultaneously, but failed, and in the next moment, he shattered Thak Wei into pieces. Tin Nguyen watched this scene in disbelief. What? Tian Ka stands calmly, watching them gradually shatter into 100 images before delivering a decisive blow to Thak Wei, then yawning lazily. Is that all the courage you have? It seems your teacher hasn't been much help either. Thien Trung, upon hearing those words, became furious. What did you say? Tian Ka coldly asks what's wrong. Are you upset when talking about your teachers? Then show everything you've got. Teachers, come out and teach them a lesson. Tuyet Wei unhesitatingly reached out and summoned her power. The little girl controls a thunderbolt bomb towards him, but Tuyet Wei only sees a faint smile from the opponent. Seeing this, Thien Trung felt a bit annoyed and growled, charging forward with anger, then throwing punches at Tian Ka. What was his defense supposed to be? After a moment, he stopped attacking and just stood there. Tian Chuang stepped back, but kept his eyes fixed on Tian Ka, clapping his hands. You have exceeded my expectations. A round of applause for your bravery. Seeing Tian Ka's contempt clearly, Tin Shuiet clenched her teeth and said, if you don't agree, you can call your master out here to duel me. She asked, who exactly are you? Do you know our master? At this moment, Nin Pham suddenly appeared, as if he had just heard someone calling him. He stared in shock at the scene right in front of him. What? He ignored Tian Ka's gaze and landed casually. However, Suo Feng didn't land very well, causing Nin Pham to cough a few times. Next time, teach me how to land safely. Tian Ta stepped forward and said, you're their teacher, so you should be able to teach these students who are not very good at all. He sneered, and I will make you take back what you just said. Yuki said, I'm sorry, teacher, we can't beat him. Chen Chang added, his defensive ability is too strong. Nin Pham reassured him, no defense is unbreakable, it's just that you haven't used it correctly. Thien Ka laughed after hearing this and said, then tell them the method. He was full of enthusiasm and said, as it happens, I have the same idea. At the same time, the system was activated, beginning to probe Ta Thien Ka. It quickly provided a series of information. Ta Thien Ka, a person capable of using defensive magic, with an awakening level of 48%. This person is aggressive. Someone with at least 25% awakening ability can break through the defense core. After reading the information above, Nin Pham chuckled. Kid, you're done for, Li Qiang tattled. Teacher Nin, look at what he's doing to me, Su Feng said. The teacher won't let it go. Tiancha saw this and burst out laughing. Look at your pitiful students over there. Nin Fam frowned. Poor thing. I think you're the one who truly deserves sympathy. Someone who likes to attack but can only curl up inside a defensive shell. Your words just now seem to have driven Tiancha crazy, making him growl. What did you say? Nin Fam rolled his eyes and said, I will teach you these 2 moves. You step forward and say, if you bully others, you have to fight back yourself. The system activates simultaneously, beginning to probe Zhu Feng. Li Kuang, it reports that Xu Feng, the head of the control department, can only manipulate others' thoughts while casting spells and cannot harm their mental state. Nin Fam thought, the corrosive magic system can't destroy a person's spirit. What a joke. System reports, Li Kuang, you have the ability to adapt and this person's strength is weak. When unconscious, their power can increase several times. He was stunned. How can someone's strength increase so dramatically when unconscious? If you're tired of fighting, then what's the point? These 2 can't help. After thinking for a long time, Ning Fan suddenly realized, wait a minute, I'll give the order. Come closer, let me check again. The system reports it is starting to probe Lai Kuang and Xu Feng simultaneously. Nin Fam looked at the results provided by the system and muttered to himself. Indeed, it was so. The 2 of them said in unison, Teacher Nin, can we also become stronger? Hearing this, he quickly responded, of course. Then Nin Fam reached out and pointed at Thien Ka. He calmly said, next you 2 should torment him for me. Nin Fam gathered everyone into a circle to explain the winning plan. Is that clear enough? After Nin Fam finishes speaking, everyone responds in unison, yes, it's clear. At this moment, he stands straight with a smile on his face, pointing at Li Kuang and Su Feng and says, you 2 will fight. Hearing that, both of their faces turned panicked. Teacher Nin, don't you understand our abilities yet? Su Feng frowned and agreed. That's right. Even if we know his weakness, we still can't beat him. Nin Fam, hearing that, stepped forward and put his arm around both of them. Of course, they couldn't fight back against him, but as long as they worked together. Then he's serious and lowered his voice to reveal the strategy. Su Feng, use your corrosive magic to control Li Kuang's mind. Tin Nguyen frowned thoughtfully on the side, using her corrosive magic on herself. What is she really planning to do? After hearing Ning Fan's plan, Zhang spread his arms wide, with a look of no more regrets, shouting loudly, if Teacher Ning said so, then go ahead, don't hold back for me. Over there, Su Feng begins to cast his spell. All right, I'll start now. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised both hands in front of him, releasing thick black smoke streams that poured into Lai Kuang's body across from him, causing the boy's eyes to roll back white and his body to lean backward as if lifeless. Li Kuang's body, after being controlled, swayed back and forth uncontrollably, losing all self-control like a soulless puppet. The kid's eyes were vacant. Zhang spun his hands left and right, swinging aimlessly without direction. Suddenly, Nin Fam issued a command to control Li Kuang to fight. Su Feng responded clearly. Seeing this scene, Tiancha stands inside the protective shield cast by magic, with a nonchalant and disdainful expression, avoiding saying that if I don't bully people, I will stay still and let them hit me at will. As he finishes speaking, suddenly Lai Kuang, controlled by Xu Feng, looks furious, clenches his fist and punches high into the air, launching an attack toward Tiancha, while he, with a condescending smile, stands still. The kid clenched his fists and went berserk, repeatedly punching Tiancha's shield without knowing fatigue, fists raining down like a storm. Watching Lai Kuang fight wildly, he pretended to be calm on the outside, saying, I told you so, you can't break my defenses, but inside he was extremely anxious. What's going on? Why has this guy's strength suddenly increased so much? Outside, Su Feng calmly smiled and replied, You misunderstood. I'm just used to controlling. Now the real attack begins. As he finished speaking, he increased his magical power and continued to control Li Kuang to attack Thien Ka. The boy obeyed the command, clenched his fist, and threw a punch at Thien Ka's defenses. Seeing that, he sneered softly and said, I told you, you can't break the barrier. But suddenly, the shield cracked with many fissures, and Thien Ka looked on in surprise and exclaimed, What? Before he could even be surprised, Lai Kuang's punch broke through the shield, hitting Thien Ka directly in the face, causing him to be knocked back and fly far behind the defense. Why is it like this? It's clear they were still weak chickens earlier. Looking at the fight, Nin Fam smiles slightly, challenging, Don't give up so easily. There's still more to come. Facing him, Thien Ka heard that, sat up suddenly, eyes wide with disbelief. Before he could regain his composure, Thien Trong rushed forward and punched him in the stomach, causing Thien Ka to double over in pain. Next, the 1,000 Jin spirit stones of Tin Nguyet also flooded in. Not stopping there, Tuyet Ui unleashed a lightning bolt with an extremely powerful electric charge that nearly burned Thien Ka to a skeleton. The continuous attacks suddenly overwhelmed Tianka, knocking him out instantly. A while later, at Tianka's unconscious body, Tianchuang, with his hands in his pockets, said, "It seems we might have gone a bit too far." Ninfam beside him, with a speechless expression, also just letting it be, while Tuit Ui, holding a small stick, stared wide-eyed and poked at Tianka. Tin Nguit looked serious, compassionate towards enemies who are actually treacherous to herself. And right now, what we should worry about more is that the class will be cancelled. Ninfam saw that the battle was finally won and waved his hand to leave. When the soldiers arrive, the generals hold them back. When the water rises, they cut off the flow. Everyone goes home. As he walks away, he feels like something's not right. But why do I keep feeling like I forgot something? What did I forget? Meanwhile, in the office, Kai-sun holds a piece of paper and smiles. This time, he has saved his dignity. At this moment, Tianka, battered and bruised, walks in and asks, "Are you the homeroom teacher, Ma Kai-sun?" Seeing his disrespectful attitude, he immediately shouts angrily, "Who are you? Is my name for you to call?" Seeing Kai-sun angry, Tianka, with wounds all over his face, remained calm. "I am Ta Tianka, a transfer student here to complete the registration today." A second later, Kai-sun quickly flipped his face like flipping a pancake, smiling warmly as he asked, "Are you Ta Tianka? What happened to your face?" Tianka, hearing this, looked away and replied indifferently, "Nothing. I just fell from the stairs." He also didn't mind, stood up from his seat and enthusiastically offered to show her around the school, but I didn't care about him and turned away, saying I could choose my class myself. Kai-san smiled and agreed easily. "Is that okay? You can choose any class you want." Tianka responded coldly. "Yeah." After Tianka left, Kai-san immediately made a phone call. He smiled happily and said, "Hello, the student from Class S has already come to report their name. He can go to whatever class he wants without asking for my permission anymore." The call ended. Kai-sun leaned on the desk, looking extremely satisfied. A top student arrives and a useless teacher is about to leave. Truly a double blessing. On the other side, the admissions office sign hangs with the door slightly ajar. In the office, La Chu handed a stack of dismissal forms to Nin Pham, who was yawning at his desk, reminding him that since his class would be cancelled anyway, he should prepare the withdrawal forms for those students. He took the stack from the old man, casually tore it in half, and confidently said, "Don't worry, my reputation will never be destroyed." Seeing Nin Pham's disdainful attitude, he became angry, not knowing his own limits. Except for fools, no one would come to his class. As he finished speaking, it was like a slap in Lachu's face. Tianka entered the room and said, "I want to join this class." The old man looked at him with curiosity and asked, "You are the transfer genius Ta Than Ka." Lachu Tuong Tianka just transferred here and doesn't know anything, so he spat out an explanation. "I just arrived, so I don't know about that. He's a useless teacher with a bad reputation at the Tinsat Academy. His class is the worst in the academy. Switch to Class SD." He didn't listen to a word the old man said and replied impatiently, "Didn't you already say I could choose my class? I want to join that teacher's class." Nin Pham looked indifferent, curling his lips into a smile. "Do you want to join then? Did I say I would accept you yet?" Lachu was stunned and gaped in surprise. "Refusing?" "Hearing your rejection?" Tianxia replied irritably. "I heard your class is missing a student or it will be cancelled." Nin Pham replied nonchalantly, "Sorry, even if the class is cancelled, we don't need you." With a half-smile, he teased and continued, "If only my class could merge your abilities for both attack and defense. But it seems we're not destined to be together." Tianka grew annoyed and asked nervously, "What do I have to do for you to accept me?" Nin Pham chuckled softly and said, "Just repeat that again." "Teacher Nin, please let me into your class." There's no other way, so Tianka grit his teeth and repeat, "Teacher Nin, please let me into your class." The proud look on his face persisted as he continued to act confident. "Teacher Nin Vidai, please let someone as humble as me into your class." Despite feeling extremely annoyed, I repeat myself, "Master Nin Vidai, please let someone as humble as me into your class." Nin Pham took the opportunity to push forward. "Great and compassionate teacher Nin Vidai, please let someone as humble and clumsy as me into your class." Tianka was so angry she was trembling. "Great and compassionate teacher Nin, please let someone as humble and clumsy as me into your class." He still shows no sign of stopping and continues speaking. The most handsome, great, and compassionate teacher Nin is watching from the side, and Lachu can no longer believe it. The old man was stunned, speechless. As time passed, the morning air was fresh and a new day began. At this moment, Nin Pham was leisurely enjoying his breakfast when he suddenly saw Tian Chang, Tin Nguyen, and Li Kung looking dejected and frightened with their faces showing patches of light and darkness. Ninfam, seeing his students like that, asked suspiciously, "Why are you all so unenergetic this early in the morning?" Tin Nguyet looked frightened and pointed to the right, saying, "You know best yourself, teacher." Looking in the direction of the finger, Kai-san smiled and leaned on the desk to remind him, "Ninfa, it seems your class attendance doesn't meet the minimum standard." He paid no attention and continued eating. After breakfast, Ninfam enters the classroom, walks up to the teacher's desk on the podium, stops, leans his hands on the table, and calmly says, "Let's start learning." Inside the classroom, Kai-san was ignored by him, and furious, he pointed at Ninfam's face and shouted, "Ninfam, the class is cancelled. What else are you teaching? Pack up your things and go do the procedures, you bastard." Seeing the situation before him, Li Qiang looked worried and hesitated, saying, "Should we stop here?" Su Feng beside him looked sad, knowing how hard it was to meet a good teacher like Master Nin. Tweet E nearby also couldn't help feeling sad. The little girl frowned, listening to Kai-san shout loudly. Ninfam twitched his ears and said, "I've already recruited enough people. What's with canceling the class?" He looked at her disdainfully. "We're already full, are you crazy? Who would bother with the worst classes in this school of yours?" Hearing the teasing, Ninfam remained calm and unbothered. "Does that student have some name?" "It has to be Ta Tien Ka." Kai-shan burst out laughing loudly after hearing that. "Are you trying to make me laugh to death?" He was grinning from ear to ear, still not believing it. "Is it possible that a student from Class S like Ta Tien Ka would come to your class?" As soon as he finished speaking, Kai-san suddenly widened his eyes in shock and shouted. Ta Tien Ka Tin Nguyen stood beside him, calmly watching Tien Ka. "It's him?" Ninfam, with a stern attitude, interjected outside to criticize. "You're late, but still dare to walk in and report to me outside." Hearing that, he didn't get angry, calmly stood up from the chair and went outside to stand straight and report. Seeing what was in front of him, Kai-san was stunned and couldn't believe it. Ninfam nodded slightly. "Come in." He stepped closer to Tien Ka, opening his mouth to keep talking. "Ta-em, this is the worst class in the Tinsat Academy." "Wait. I will change you to class." "S." He didn't care. Softly refused. "I don't want to change. I want to stay in this class at that moment." La Chu entered from outside holding a card in his hand. "Ta Tien Ka, your student ID card is ready now." "Why did Ta Tien Ka come to Ninfam's class without reporting to me?" La Chu was about to be shaken to the point of foaming at the mouth, trying to explain. "Didn't you say that she could choose whichever class she wanted, so there's no need to report?" Ignore their argument. Ninfam reminded them, "If you're going to argue, go outside. I have to go to class." Finally, Kai-san releases La Chu. He turns around, his eyes furrowed. "Ninfam, I won't let you get away with this." He smiled indifferently. "I ignore his threats and will continue at any time." Leaving the classroom, La Chu looked worried and asked, "Master Ma, what should we do now?" Kai-san, with a scheming look, said, "Go call the finance department head for me." Returning to the classroom, Ninfam led the class ahead, students following behind. Tin Nguyet looked displeased and pointed at Tien Ka, saying, "Why was this person allowed into our class? Can't we choose someone else?" He glanced at her, smirking, and said, "You should thank me. It's because of me that this class wasn't cancelled." Li Kuang made a face and stuck out his tongue mockingly, just a loser pretending to be something else. Su Feng also followed suit, waving in response. "That's right. Next time, everyone will be classmates and help each other." Tuyetwi looked confused but sincerely said, "Yes." After walking for a while, Ninfam smiled and stopped. He turned to look at the class and asked, "Do you remember this place?" Tianka shook his head and replied, "I'm homesick." At this moment, Ninfam Jiang spread his arms wide, standing straight with a proud expression. "You got beaten up right here by the other kids. If you fall down, I'll make you crawl back up from where you fell." Seeing Ninfam's silly actions, both he and Tin Nguyet break into a sweat and stand there stunned. Watching him continue to be self-absorbed, Tian Ka, with an expressionless face, straightforwardly says, "I don't understand what you're talking about, so teach me quickly." Ninfam, hearing that, looked at him teasingly and said, "Teacher Ninfam, please teach me." Tian Ka, at a loss, said with a dark face, "Teacher Ninfam, please teach me. Seeing your sincere attitude, I will now explain how to address the weakness in your defense." After finishing, he smiled and seriously explained, "The center of your defensive layer is very weak. If the enemy attacks there, your defense will be easily broken." Then, Ninfam raised 2 fingers, smiling as he proposed a solution. "You can activate 2 protective layers at the same time." He put his hands in his pockets and continued, "One layer is to protect you, and the other is to guard your weakness in the defense." Tian Chuang looked at him with admiration. As expected of Teacher Nin, you can come up with such a clever idea. Chen Ka listened and wondered, but he wasn't sure if he could do it because it involved transforming the defense layer. Nin Pham looked at him and confidently gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, I can do it. After hearing that, he clenched his fist and began the experiment. Yes, let me try. The area around him is now covered by a shining shield, looking very protective. After a few minutes, Tian Ka is exhausted and sweating, but his face is full of excitement. It worked, so Fong is outside flying up to challenge Tin Nguyen. Try attacking him and see. She clenched her fists and said, you can't do that. After saying that, Tin Nguyen activated her power, and the 9 tails with its massive form appeared behind her. It is being controlled. The giant drill in its hand rushes quickly towards Thien Ka's shield. The drill finally touches his yellow shield wall. In less than a minute, the shield's tip shattered against the fortress of the defense layer. While Thien Ka inside the shield remained unharmed, Tin Nguyen stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What? Over there, Nin Pham looks pleased, smiling because his solution has successfully worked. Tin Nguyen exhausted, her hands on the ground, panting heavily. Next to her, Thien Ka looked proud and said, So, I am the best in this class. He looked down at her with a sarcastic smile and said that even if he won, there was nothing to be proud of. Tin Nguyen was so angry she opened her mouth wide, her face darkening as she growled, Do you want to die? Then Thien Ka turned to Nin Pham and pleaded, Can you make me stronger? I want to beat everyone in this school, including those in Class S. You heard that? He closed his eyes and smiled, shook his head. Learning has no limits. There are still many things you need to learn. After finishing, Nin Pham turned to the class and clearly instructed, I will teach each of you according to your talents. He continued, Now that we have completed the first step of leveling up and gained the strength of an A-class student. Crossing his arms confidently, he declared, Next, I will help you level up again. The students around him looked at him with admiration and reverence, and the system displayed that he gained 55 trust points from the students. Then, Nin Pham enthusiastically raised his hand and pointed, Thien Truong, let's start with you. He smiled proudly and patiently explained, You originally had the strength of an S-class student, but due to an injury, your ability was greatly reduced, and now I am about to fully heal your wound. After finishing, Nin Pham turned around, stretched, and smiled. All right, no more talking. Let's end class. Tianjuan, I will come to see you early tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, in front of the Class B office, unlike the lively atmosphere of Nin Pham's class, a silence prevails in the office. Everyone is seated calmly, lost in thought. Van Long, resting his chin on his hands, looked serious. Everyone has heard about Nin Pham's situation, right? Tong Min also joined the discussion after hearing this, saying that he had beaten some teachers from Class C, and the sidekick next to him added that it seemed like Chief Ma was also humiliated by him. Nguyen Tui, looking seductive, whispered, Are you calling us here because of Nin Pham? The old man listened to everyone's discussion and replied with a calm expression, That's right. Nin Pham caused trouble with Chief Ma, so he will definitely face retaliation. This is a perfect opportunity to pull Chief Ma over. Tang Min interjected, saying, I heard that Director Ma already went to the head of the administrative department, so are we too late now? Van Long smiled dismissively, reassuring his concern. Don't worry about that bunch from the finance department. I have a way. The old man looked at everyone in the room and continued, Especially those students of his. Outside, fluffy white clouds drifted gently across the sunny sky. In the room, Ning Fan lay on the bed, smiling contentedly, feeling so comfortable, but then he got busy again. Suddenly, thinking of something, he sat up quickly. No, if he's guiding the students, he should improve too. Recently, I haven't been studying the ancient master system properly. Nin Pham walks into the bathroom, looking at himself in the mirror with a sense of vanity. Handsome, let me take a good look at you. Then he stared intently into the mirror, wide-eyed, evaluating himself carefully. Nin Pham stood silently in front of the mirror, gazing at himself for a while. When the system displayed, a series of blue panels and lines of text appeared in his mind. The health status is good. The awakening level is frozen. The system skill, 1 eye master. 2 bows to the master. Trust points 80. The owner has spent a certain amount of trust points. Level 5 for beginner stage. Level 10 for intermediate. And level 20 for advanced. Consume trust points to restore the owner's level of awakening. Watching the evaluations, Ning Fan placed his hand on his chin in deep thought. So, I haven't recovered, but I used my trust points to activate the skill to see what would happen. As a test of my thoughts, the system shows I spent 80 trust points, and the awakening level increased by only 0.8%. Nin Pham realized he had guessed correctly, placing his hands on his head in frustration. It seems he still needs to properly guide those kids to recover. Suddenly awakening, he opened his mouth wide and stared in his mind. Wait, I can't use the skill anymore. To test his thoughts, Ninfam reached out his hand to activate the Dao summoning skill, but as he finished the sentence, there was a moment of silence with nothing changing, leaving him stunned and wide-eyed in confusion. Back at school, the campus is now filled with sunlight and students gathering densely. Ninfam, with his hands behind his head, walks and says, "No need to worry about losing trust. I still have a bunch of adorable students." Suddenly, he heard faint noise and chatter, so he stopped and looked over. The students of Class D are really reckless, daring to cause trouble with the teacher and the top student of Class B at the competition ground. Hearing about Class D, Ninfam looked puzzled, thinking they were talking about his students at the competition, with everyone gathering around. Tuyet looked worriedly on. Neishe crossed her arms and smiled seductively. "Come to my Class B. That useless Ninfam won't be able to teach you anything. If I were Ninfam, I wouldn't have the face to stay at the school anymore." From afar, Ninfam calmly approached, smiling challengingly. "You said that to me last time, and I was still in the hospital." The tense atmosphere made his and Nwaktui's eyes clash fiercely. She calmly and mockingly said, "So you still haven't recovered? I have to admit, you're impressive." Nwaktui kept secretly rejoicing inside. Well, of course, the person who attacked Ninfam that day is a legend. Hearing that, Ninfam was surprised and sweating. "I just found out I haven't recovered yet. How does she know?" Next to her, Tuet Ui clenched her fists and shouted fiercely, "We have become better. Thanks to the teacher's guidance. I won't allow you to insult him." Lu Man, standing with her arms crossed, challenged him after hearing that, "You say you're very good? Then do you dare to fight me?" He stepped closer, ruffling her hair like a cheer, smiling as he responded, "Let's fight if you want. Who's afraid of whom?" Ninfam stared intently at Lu Man, wide-eyed as he analyzed her probing, secretly judging that this student might have some skill. A few seconds later, Ninfam covered his mouth and leaned in to whisper to Tweetwee. After a moment, the girl and Lu Man faced each other on the competition field. Everyone around watched nervously as the two faced off. Lu Man started first, channeling her magic, palms facing each other. Before she could strike, Tuyet Ui suddenly unleashed a powerful, blazing lightning bolt aimed directly at Lu Man. The girl was hit and thrown out of the arena, with dust and stones flying everywhere. Outside, seeing Lu Man being knocked back, Nhuaktui opened her mouth in shock. "How is that possible?" The girl landed on the ground, her eyes spinning like a whirlpool, saying, "Li Ni." "Too fast." Tuyet Ui stands there, mouth open in shock. "I won't accept this. I will also unleash my power. I underestimated the students you teach." Seeing this, Ninfam's face darkened and he broke out in a sweat, teeth clenched. Roshui rushed forward quickly, because he didn't know how much strength you currently have. Ninfam curled his lips slightly, thinking to himself that this woman has really arrived. Tuyet Ui admired that her fast attack magic teacher is very powerful. The system information immediately appeared, trust points increased by 10, his eyes sharp, "Well done, just enough for me to strike a blow." Ninfam raised his hand high and shouted, "Luke Joy Hua Diem Thwat," causing her to panic. She couldn't react as fast as lightning to his move, Heavenly Fire Luminous Origin. Nothing is impossible. Only what you haven't seen yet. A, angry, ruffled hair, looking unyielding, said, "Nwaktui is preparing to attack. You're still very confident, huh? Let's see if you can still keep your confidence." Suddenly, a giant red sphere shot straight at the girl. You step forward to shield Tuitwi, that crazy guy. Your trust level isn't enough anymore. Then a collision happened around there, with dust and smoke filling the air. Gradually emerging from the mist, two figures appeared. Ningfan let out a relieved sigh. Fortunately, his trust points had increased. Nyuktui's pupils constricted as if she couldn't believe her eyes. "What? You arrogant fool, how dare you attack my student? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Ninfam summons the high-tier summoning spell. The Red Fire Demon Realm and the High Realm Summoning Technique. Werewolf High Realm Battle Magic. Red Flame, Divine Thunder was so powerful she was utterly amazed. How could he be so strong? A fierce battle is underway, with screams of pain echoing everywhere. The girl looks at him with a loving gaze. "Thank you, Master." Ningfan then ruffled his hair. "You dare to bully my student and you haven't even been born yet." Suddenly, a voice called from afar. "Tweetwee." Tien Trong Hot Huang runs over. "Tweetwee, are you okay?" The girl lowered her head and whispered, "No, I'm fine." Liu Min helped Ruo Shui up as she worriedly spoke. The teacher was being helped away by the girl, still turning back to provoke. "Ninfam, wait there. You look at Zhang Tianzhang, hand it over. I'll restore it." He has a cheerful expression, his eyes shining with excitement. "Teacher, is that true?" Hearing this, Ninfam replied calmly, "I say it, I do it." The three of them stand facing each other, and the space becomes strangely silent. 3 glowing rings appeared on Tien Trong's wrist, and he was surprised. Master, this is just you crossing your arms and replying, so of course I forced you to use your right hand. You have to spread your arms a bit to make it easier. Ninfam whispered into Tuit Ui's ear. I'll teach you a ice attack magic. You attack him to force him to use his right hand. The girl steps forward, ready to fight, and he says, Begin, as shards of ice emerge from the white mist, rushing straight ahead toward where Thien Trong is standing. The shards of ice exploded in midair before touching him, and small droplets fell around as Thien Trong stared blankly. Tuit Ninfam looked at Tuit Ui with suspicion and asked, What are you doing? The girl shyly explained, I didn't want to hurt him. Hearing that, he also blushed as he saw the two of them kissing. He felt utterly helpless. Ninfam becomes serious again. This is training to help Trong Tien Trong recover his right hand. You're not really helping him by doing that. You have to truly strike him to help him. He stepped forward to continue. Thanks to Yetui, I'm fine. Keep going. The little girl stands facing Thien Trong, ready with her stance. He looks determined and shouts loudly, showing his resolve. Go ahead, Tuit Ui said seriously, focused on preparing her attack, like sharp ice shards rushing rapidly toward Thien Trong's back. He clenched his fists, ready to counterattack, but his hands still trembled from the tension. Because of his slow reaction, Thien Trong was pierced by many sharp ice shards. He was thrown away from her as the little girl anxiously shouted. Zhang Taidenchuan fell flat on the ground, his face swelling up. Shui Yu nervously rushed over to hold him. Why didn't he use his hands? Ninfam, exhausted, holding his head, seems like he has to try a different approach. What did she say in the office that echoed through the hallway? Van Long slammed the table. That comet Ninfam still hasn't recovered, yet he can still use his skills? Tang Min and Kui Chan Dongtan replied, How is that possible? Nhu Tui, while painting her nails, replied, I don't believe it. Go try for yourself. The old man turned to look at the two people, while the other two closed their eyes tightly, their faces grim. In Van Long's hand is the notice for the D-class exam, his eyes turning sinister. It seems this is the only way, Ninfam. Let's go see. Van Long handed him the paper, telling him to handle this matter. The old man came up with a wicked plan. If just one student failed the exam and was expelled, the Lot D would be disbanded due to lack of students. At the school's space infirmary, things seem tense, and the atmosphere is intense. What kind of joke is this? This young lady is a level SB healer. Can she really not heal? Hearing that, Ninfam looked puzzled and asked suspiciously. SB shyly explained, Level B, isn't that supposed to be for me to treat this kid? What are you waiting for? He frowned slightly. Why does this person always say they are an S rank? Zhao immediately uses magic, and the system displays a notification that she is an S-rank healing mage. She is proficient in healing magic, mental erosion magic, and unique physical magic that can use two types of magic simultaneously without reducing accuracy or increasing magic consumption, a special ability hidden within the Alliance. Ninfam slightly raises his eyebrows. Again, this thing that keeps shouting about the organization's superpowers dominating the world. Tian Chuang furrowed his brow as he looked at the blue light in his hand. This is the Holy Light healing skill. Suddenly, Cao Xiao stopped casting magic. She looked at him and the boy in front of her with anger, blazing. Before Thien Trong could understand what was happening, Ninfam quickly covered his ears, annoyed and irritated. This kid's hand is perfectly fine. Is he just bored and looking for trouble? Bringing a little brat to bother me. He smirked and said, I need you to act out a scene with me. Miss, I'm a professional S-level therapist. How could I possibly get involved in childish tricks with you? Ninfam immediately confronted her, sure that he was a B rank, not an S rank. Cao Xiao hesitated and asked, What do you mean? He slowly continued, a high-level S healer, a member of the Divine Energy Alliance, capable of both mental erosion and healing, and changing a person's short-term memory is not impossible. Do you want me to keep talking? She brushed her hands over her eyes with magic, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Cao Xiao's voice hardened as she threatened, What else do you know? Ninfam calmly replied, Everything you need to know is there. She immediately summoned a purple flame with a sinister face. How do you know? You just flick your hand lightly and dispel the magic, acting mysterious and unexplainable. Not a chance to touch my students anymore. Cao Xiao suddenly summoned a blazing red light. Having uncovered the secret of this old woman, I can't keep you here today. He gently raised his hand to block and said, The flames now only have 2 columns of white smoke. We can talk, so there's no need to fight anymore. Cao Xiao lowered her head in anger. I wonder if you'll still be able to talk later. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged forward with a flurry of punches at him. Ninfam narrowed his eyes slightly, quickly pinpointing her weakness. He timed it perfectly to grab Cao Xiao's hands tightly. Ninfam looked at her smugly, but she's no match for me. He clenched his trembling hands, but as long as she cooperated with me, I promise I would keep her secret. Cao Cao immediately changed his expression. Everyone is friends, so I definitely have to help you with something this small. Inside, she cursed angrily. Damn it, just wait and see. Ninfam's voice echoed in his ear. Remove the seal first. Thien Trung quickly woke up at the sound of voices. He stands calmly beside him, carefully analyzing the situation, and we have decided to replace one of his arms. Xiao Xiao quickly adds, don't worry, it will be very quick, and after the operation he can return to his class. Before Thien Trung could fully wake up, he received shocking news that made him panic. Ninfam looked at the bedridden Thien Trung, almost forgetting whether to switch arms or still need his opinion, and Xiao Xiao added, but right now he's under anesthesia and can't move, so let's just consider that as tacit approval. Hearing that, he was overwhelmed with tears. Ninfam clenched his arm and looked at Thien Trung. This arm of yours is useless now. I'll cut it off to help you. If things go on like this, you'll carry the pressure in your heart later on. He choked, tears streaming down his face. You're still rambling on. This arm isn't bad either. After the transformation, it could definitely become a super punch. What more is there to say? This arm is Qian Huang's arm from that year. If he fights, he wins. Thien Trung sat lost in thought on the bed, staring at his unfamiliar new arm. Immediately, he was able to summon his strength. Thien Trung's eyes shone brightly as he focused on sensing the energy, thousands of sparks flashing. He clenched his fist and swung it. A deafening sound echoed from the hospital room, making Xiao Xiao outside gasp. She hurriedly pushed the door. What are you guys doing? Are you trying to break through here? Xiao Xiao couldn't believe her eyes at the scene inside the room. Here! Ninfam glanced at her and sighed in relief. Looks like it worked. The hospital wall has a huge hole in it, and everyone passing by is stunned. Tiancheng looked at his new, vigorous arm. Teacher, your hand really changed for the better. You also didn't hide it anymore. Actually, your hand has been healed for a long time. It was never replaced. I just wanted you to regain your confidence. Duong Duong was moved. Is that really true? Ninfam smiled encouragingly. Keep trying your best from now on, and you'll become even stronger. Hearing that, he immediately got excited. Teacher, I will try my best. After that, you turned your back and left Cao Xiao angry behind. All right, let's go back to the classroom with me and stop bothering Miss Lam to rest. Suddenly remembering something, Ninfam quickly turned his head. Oh, right. About this wall, Miss Lam, who always cares for her students, definitely won't mind, right? She forced a smile and said, No way, what are you talking about? If this student recovers, I'll be happier than I can even express. Before they could leave, So Zhao angrily turned away and stopped talking. Kai-san looked thoughtfully at Huai Quan standing in front of him. Is he here? He's the finance director, and Huai Quan was eager as soon as he arrived. That useless Ninfam dares to mess with the head of the department. Just see how you should deal with him. The door to the academic affairs office opens slightly, and his voice echoes. As long as you make it so he can't cause trouble in the school anymore, I won't treat you badly. Ngok Tweet eavesdropped from the corner of the door. Why is Ninfam going around causing trouble everywhere? This time he even provoked Director Ma. Could it be related to his father, forcing him into an engagement? Thinking of that, she hurriedly left. No, this time I must help Ninfam, or else Ru Tui could suddenly appear somewhere and step in front of Ngok Tuit. She looks smug. Does Miss Tuit have something to discuss with head teacher Ma? Su Fong is sad because he's about to take the test. Lai Kwang also chimes in. If he doesn't pass, the class rank will drop. Our Class D is already the lowest level, and if there's any more trouble, it can only mean expulsion. They looked sadly at the notice about the Class D exam. Why does it have to be so hard? Su Fong sighed. It's exhausting to only act when you're desperate. Seeing how dejected they looked, the Enka shouted loudly, Stop pretending the test is so easy, you bunch of trash! Huh? You want a beating? So are you going to fight back? You only know how to use defensive magic and act tough? But neither of you can break through my defenses. She frowned and thought, why does the school keep trying to make things difficult for Ninfam lately? When will this sluggish person ever come back here? Just as she finished thinking, Ninfam suddenly yanked the classroom door open roughly, startling Tin Nguyen. He enthusiastically entered the classroom and said, Everyone was here for lunch. I am very happy. Ninfam quickly stepped onto the podium. Well then, let's start today. Suddenly, his eyes flicked over something strange on the desk, and Ninfam's voice carried a hint of surprise. Teacher from Class B. Tin Nguyen just chuckled and explained, Isn't it that the teacher from Class C got beaten up? So now the B class teacher is coming to teach us. After saying that, she snapped. Teacher, tell me, am I the one in charge here? Nuok Tui's voice rang out. Does the teacher want to find head teacher Ma? At the same time, the two people in front of the office door are approaching Nuok Tui with cunning expressions. I have nothing to do with this, I was just passing by. Nuok Tui stroked his chin, smiled in a seemingly gentle but scheming way, and asked, when will the principal return after taking you to Lock-On Academy? Nuok Tui. Huang smiled and replied, my father is very concerned about this year's competition, so it will probably take some more time. Suddenly, the door to the office burst open, surprising both of them. Huaiquan was also surprised to see Nuok Tui and Nuok Tui in front of his door. What a coincidence, he said casually. Nuok Tui waved her hand and said, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Nuok Tui also turned and went into the study room, leaving Huaiquan standing alone. He watched the two girls leave with questions in his mind, while inside the study room, Nuok Tui sat calmly on a chair chatting with Kai-san. This morning, I checked on Nin Pham, and it seems he hasn't recovered yet. The old man didn't believe it and immediately questioned him. Isn't he still able to use his skills? And the teacher from Class C also got a lesson from him. A feels suspected and hesitates for a moment, then brings her hand close to her eye, her gaze shifting as if becoming someone else. She sternly questions Kai-san again, saying this was confirmed through my eyes, so why are you doubting it now? That aura made him tremble in fear and stammer, I don't dare, so what should we do next? New Water sinisterly said, I already told Zhao Wenlong to investigate. Let the sect decide the details. Nin Pham and the students headed to the training ground for specialized equipment. Huaiquan politely crossed his arms and said, Teacher Nin, what a coincidence. We haven't seen each other for a few days. He awkwardly replied, Yes, it has been a few days. Nin Pham secretly thought, with such a cunning smile, he must have no good intentions. Suddenly, he stepped forward and asked, Master Nin, are you here to use some equipment here? Just as he finished asking, Huaiquan's face turned more sinister as he spoke. Unfortunately, the equipment is under maintenance, so you can't use it anymore. Tin Nguyen immediately pushed him away and stepped aside. Surprised by her sudden action, he shouted, Tin Nguyen loudly questions, how can they use that? Huaiquan immediately covered her eyes with his hand, his tone still indifferent. Everything usable has already been borrowed by the students, and the rest are under maintenance. He warned with a dark face, Teacher Nin, you better manage your students well. My monthly salary is only a little, and I can't afford to damage the equipment. The tool room is under repair lately, so it's best you leave here soon. Huaiquan secretly thought, you want to use the equipment after offending Director Ma? Dream on. After saying that, he slammed the door shut, leaving everyone outside stunned. Nin Pham gritted his teeth in frustration. If it weren't for accumulating trust points lately, he would have dealt with him long ago. Su Feng Lu Tung approached and asked, Teacher, if we can't use the equipment, can we study the theory first? Hearing this, Nin Pham was startled and suddenly remembered something. Do I still have to take the theory test? Isn't it enough to just fight once and it's over? Seeing your face like you've been struck by lightning, Su Feng An secretly blamed himself. It's not that the teacher doesn't know, right? Can I trust you a little, teacher? Lai Kuang added. If you fail either the theory or practical exam, you'll be expelled. Poor students like us really have it tough. Tin Nguyen asked with a sly smile, covering her mouth. Teacher Nin Pham, you're as great as the teacher, so don't say you're a poor student. Nin Pham awkwardly tried to defend himself. How is that possible? I've already arranged everything. Suddenly, a gentle voice called out your name, Nin Pham. Yuke appeared like a goddess, softly asking, Are you okay? She stepped closer to comfort you and said, Don't worry, I can think of a way to help you use the training ground and equipment. Nin Pham was stunned when he saw Nuok Tui. Is she not the fiancée of this body's owner? It seems like a top student. Li Kuang looked on with envy and asked, Could this be the legendary master woman? Su Feng reminded him, Why care so much? Tin Nguyen said impatiently, It's already late, and you're still flirting here. Then suddenly you pressed close to her, acting affectionate. Tonight at my house. Nuok Tui blushed shyly from Nin Pham's actions, her sparkling eyes looking up at him with embarrassment. He squinted and added, helping his students catch up with their studies. Can Nuok Tui be a bit disappointed in response? Hearing what he wanted, Nin Pham turned his back and left a reminder. Tonight the students will come to my house for extra lessons, and tomorrow they will go behind the mountain for special training. The students strongly objected, arguing that tomorrow is Saturday and this violates labor laws. He also didn't hesitate to shout back, Don't even think about it. No one is allowed to be absent. Suddenly, hearing Nin Pham and his students arguing, Nuok Tui froze in place. Left behind by him, Nuok Tui pursed her lips, her eyes showing disappointment but also confusion. That evening, Nin Pham stood in front of the mirror checking his progress to see how many trust points he had gained today. Looking at the system panel, health is good. The awakening level is frozen. System Skill 1, Eyes of a Master. 2 bows to a master. Trust points 110. He calculated for a moment, then said, restoring the awakening level first is enough. Ninfam decided to spend 100 trust points. The system reports that the awakening level has increased by 1%, and you feel a surge of energy. Let's see the effect after reaching 1.8% awakening. Unable to wait any longer, Ninfam raised his hand to the sky and used the Heavenly Fire Lun Guin skill. A faint flicker of flame appeared on his fingertip, weaker than before, but still better than last time. Ninfam frowned, seeing some progress, and decided to accept it for now. Amidst the majestic mountains, a trail of white smoke billowed into the blue sky. Ninfam walks behind the mountain, wondering, I guess they've arrived already, and then he stops, surprised as he looks ahead. What are you driving like that for? Do you think we're going on a picnic or something today? Tianka replied calmly. This is the limited edition for this year. There are only yim of them in the world. Tinuit's sharp eyes suddenly sparked an idea. Picnic sounds good. She summoned the 9 heavens, which laid back to become a grill. Ninfam froze. Have you started the picnic already? Li Qiang moved quickly, slicing cucumbers with great energy. Your dish is beautifully presented with perfectly even slices. Ninfam also has to admit defeat. These two are the same way. You still have a little hope. I guess at least Deng Tuyet Wei and Thien Trong are still practicing. Looking at the two people, Tien Trong asked, Do you want to eat a bowl? You're completely fed up using magic to turn it into ice again? Ninfem decided to test each of them. Stop everything. Get ready to train. Just then, a voice rang out. Ninfem Tweet slowly approached and softly said, Sorry, I'm late. She approached smiling brightly like a flower and said, I bought you some bubble tea. Ninfam's attitude suddenly changed completely, saying, Picnics are also fun. Then I'll practice this afternoon? He smiled as he sipped his milk tea, enjoying the moment. Tweet suddenly spoke up. Ninfam, her eyes passionate, about canceling our engagement. Ninfam unconsciously asked again, and she turned to smile gently. No, it's nothing. You should hold back a bit more soon and stop causing trouble. His voice lowered as he avoided eye contact and replied softly, Yeah. Ninfam rested his chin on his hand and wondered, Restraint? I have already been very restrained. He calmed down and explained. Special training is divided into self-practice and evening theory classes. During self-practice, I will give individual instructions to each of you. Very soon it was already evening, and Thien Ka confidently said, This is the most popular device on the market this year. Chan An steps on a box, continuing to show off, claiming that opening it will unleash fierce magical attacks. She puts on the strange bracelet, and Thien Ka continues, Magic can even automatically chase after the person wearing this bracelet. He burst out laughing and said, If you train with this device, no one will surpass your defensive magic. Ninfam struck hard and said, Wake up. This toy of yours is useless. Can this device teach you how to attack? Come here and teach Sofeng how to defend with me. I'll turn around and look at Sofeng. Today I will teach you a quick landing technique that I haven't shown you before. Ninfam then soared into the sky and calmly said, Normally, the second skill is very hard to master. If you can learn to fly on your own, it shows you are calm enough, so training shouldn't be difficult. Sofeng skeptically asked, What's the point of using defensive magic while flying? Then shot down from the sky like a meteor to prove himself. An explosion erupts. The ground shakes. Dust and smoke fill the air. As the smoke disperses, Ninfam's figure gradually appears, having completed his rapid descent, surrounded by a protective shield. Although the second skill can only exert 70% of the power of the first, activating the defensive spell during a rapid descent can still prevent injuries from a fall. Sofeng looked up, his eyes filled with admiration. Great. Ninfam stepped closer, encouraging him. I will learn the defensive magic quickly. Then Ta Thien Ka will control the attack device against you. Facing each other, Sofeng confidently said, I am ready. Let's do it. Thien Ka responds, This so-called defensive barrier is actually a way of prolonging and utilizing internal strength, as long as he is defending. After thinking it through, he flies into the sky. Tian Cha on the ground reminds him, I will switch to a faster attack mode, so watch out and dodge. He presses the button to activate the attack device, releasing bolts of black magic wrapped in red lightning that shoot toward Sofeng. He was terrified, froze for a moment, and stared wide-eyed ahead as the swirling magic beams formed a cage, trapping Sofeng. He quickly flew away, avoiding the pursuit of the magical beams. The overwhelming number and speed of the attack struck Sofeng. He gritted his teeth, terrified as he watched the shield sphere about to explode. Boom! An explosion as expected, flinging Sofeng far away. Nin Pham quickly snapped his fingers, releasing a stream of blue energy that swiftly wrapped around Sofong as he fell freely. It spreads out like a wind net, easily catching his small figure. Watching the two kids improve quickly, Nin Pham turns his head, feeling proud, thinking that only through real combat can people grow faster. He walks toward Li Tuang and Sufong, smiling maliciously, then turns to the children. The two kids are terrified, trembling and hiding close to the tree trunk. Nin Pham explained, Sufong's mental erosion skill is used to control others, but he still needs to train more to control people better. Li Kuang offered a piece of chicken thigh to invite him. Eat a piece too, you need to be full to have the strength to train. Nin Pham snapped irritably, shouting loudly, Focus and listen to me. Please continue explaining. Next, I will teach you methods related to cultivating mental power. Just keep practicing like that. Li Kuang quickly finished the remaining piece of chicken, but before he could swallow it, Sufong had already snatched it away. He looked over and said in a serious tone, Can you listen carefully? Seeing the piece of food snatched away before he could even swallow, Li Kuang looked around in confusion. The little boy clenched his fists, trembling with anger, and burst into tears. You said it. Li Kuang rushed forward and punched Sufong hard in the chest. Give me back my chicken leg. Fortunately, he managed to use his mind control technique in time. Sufong still felt a sharp pain from the punch, but he looked worse off than Li Kuang, who had hit himself in the face. Nin Pham stood aside, feeling disappointed. All right, no more fighting, he confidently said. I now know which aspect you should focus on in your training. After finishing, Nin Pham leaned in and whispered something into Sufong's ear. You put your arm around him and smile encouragingly. Go train now? In a flash, Sufong succeeded in cultivation, surprising Nin Pham. You learn so quickly. I look at the hand surrounded by a purple aura and realize I can clearly feel my mental energy increasing. This sensation is amazing. Lost in thought, waiting for Sufong to stop, I realized I had forgotten the next step of cultivation that Teacher Nin mentioned. I staggered backward. I'm really struggling. I realize something's wrong. Nin Pham asked calmly, What's going on? He ran over quickly to help Sufong and asked anxiously what happened. He calmly replied, Teacher, I'm fine. I just forgot the next step after training halfway through. Nin Pham chuckled to himself, thinking about being forced to stop his training. So, that's even possible? I'm satisfied and will say it again. Rest for a while and then continue training. Then Nin Pham turned to look at Li Kuang. Sufong is done. Now it's your turn. The kid hesitated, lazily responding with his eyes. Master Nin. Or maybe. Then Li Kung pointed at Sufong lying motionless. The kid made an excuse to avoid it. Maybe after Sufong is okay, you can practice then. Nin Pham Jiang spread his arms and laughed out loud, saying, It's okay. According to the cultivation method I teach you, you will feel the mysteriousness of the spirit, the elevation of the soul, and also be able to unleash your hidden potential. You will pass the exam easily. Hearing those words, the kid bowed his head to the ground, begging, Please, teacher, please teach me. Seeing how sincere his student was, Nin Pham couldn't bear to refuse. He smirked maliciously, and the atmosphere grew tense and frightening. Then take all your food out here. Li Kung burst into tears, and even though there was only a wing left, the kid clenched his teeth and handed it over to Nin Pham so he could learn. This is the last one. You firmly say, Don't eat yet, run 10 laps, and then come back here. Nin Pham points in one direction, signaling the kid to start running. You have to persevere and train your body to pass the exam. You can't eat these anymore before the exam. Li Kuang hurriedly ran away. Teacher, my chicken wing. Then he stood there eating the pieces of chicken happily, as if mocking Li Kuang. The kid ran while shouting, tears streaming down his face, as the image of Nin Pham savoring a piece of chicken kept flashing in his mind. Li Kuang, overwhelmed with anger, ran over Sofong to vent his frustration, crying and regretting his chicken. Then Nin Pham glanced at Tin Nuit, wondering what she was doing, only to see her focused on reading a book about summoning techniques. She sat hidden in the shade, leaning against a tree, her eyes fixed on the book. Nin Pham said, 100 lessons are not enough. Teacher, why are you here? I've been practicing my summoning technique for a while now, and next I will learn to summon my main spirit. She tilted her head slightly, puzzled, and asked again, What is the soul contract? Nin Pham slowly explained, The summoning of the true spirit is a type of advanced summoning magic. Unlike other advanced summoning techniques, the summoned true spirit will grow along with the summoner. She raised her hand to her chin, her eyes sharp as if she understood, but in fact Tin Nuit didn't catch a word. He simply pointed at a finger enveloped in dark red energy and continued, Each person summons a different beast, a different core spirit. Immediately after, a death god avatar appeared behind Nin Pham, watching intently. with Tin Nguyen's eyes shining with admiration. Ninfam pointed to his own avatar and softly asked, "Do you want to learn?" That's unnecessary to ask. Who wouldn't want to learn such a top-tier technique? Her eyes flashed as she suddenly exclaimed, "That's unnecessary to say." And he silently thought, "Can't you speak a little more pleasantly?" Ninfam still patiently guides. Next, I will pass on to you the specific method to summon your own spirit. Tĩnh Nguyệt tỉ mỉ keo một sợi tóc rồi truyền năng lượng anh vang vào dỗ. Cố tập trung cao vô bất dầu thi triển thuật triệu hồi. A flash of light shot out from Tin Nguyet's hand. She prayed, "Please summon the great dragon." To everyone's surprise, the light grew larger and gradually took shape. Instead of appearing as a mighty dragon as she expected, her spirit companion turned out to be just a chick. As soon as its true form was revealed, Tin Nguyet threw it away angrily and said, "You're not suitable for my status." Ninfam didn't understand why he was caught off guard. So adorable, yet so unlucky. You said, "That's right. The creature that summons your true form feeds on spiritual energy, which means it has to eat your hair." Before you could finish, Ninfam was left speechless. The chick on Tin Nguyet's head pecks repeatedly, making her scream out loud. Tin Nguyet, angry at the hand reaching to grab her summoned spirit, couldn't forgive it. She looked up angrily, and in an instant her once beautiful hair was now bald on top. Ninfam also helplessly watched Tin Nguyet fussing with the chick. She angrily ran after it, trying to seize the summoned soul. At that moment, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Tian Ka softly called, "Master." Jealousy in his voice, he said, "The useless So Fong has learned a defensive technique, so now you should teach me an offensive one." The next day, behind the mountain, Ninfam, holding a chicken drumstick, walked leisurely while saying, "Today I'll focus on cultural studies." Suddenly, a figure flashed past Ninfam, making him jump, and he looked annoyed when he realized his chicken drumstick had been stolen. With that look, he must be close to mastering it. Only then did he turn back and look, showing surprise. With a look of curiosity, Ninfam turned to ask, "Why are you wearing a hat? And even your clothes?" Tin Nguyet saw him about to step forward and raised her hand. "Teacher, don't come over here," Ninfam asked her curiously why. Before Tin Nguyet could reply, Dodo on his shoulder suddenly flew over and pecked her on the head. "Stop touching my hair." At that moment, Tin Nguyet took out a strand of her hair infused with her spiritual power to create a hand herself, then handed it to it, which only knew how to eat. Ninfam was stunned to see this scene. "This kid is really a glutton." She looked at him discontentedly and scolded. "I should have known not to practice the summoning of my hair's true self. It's about to be eaten completely." Ninfam turned and walked away, waving goodbye to Tin Nguyet. "It's okay. As long as you pass the exam, I will handle this small matter for you." He sat back down, thinking of ways to help his student. There seems to be a type of plant that helps hair grow. But what's it called again? At this moment, Ninfam had noticed a girl. Ngoc quickly sensed that someone was watching her. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. She's also an S-level teacher, so she probably knows information about that hair growth plant, right? Suddenly, Ngoc stepped closer to Ninfam. "Are you okay? It seems you're hesitating about something, right?" Without hiding anything, you asked her directly, "Do you know of a plant that helps with hair growth?" Ngoc nodded and said, "Yes, I know about that." In front of him, a dark cave hidden deep inside appears to be staring back with something terrifyingly watchful. In front of that cave is the plant Ninfam is searching for. After recalling the area where that plant was found, she shivered and warned him, "But the place where it grows is a bit dangerous." Ninfam confidently replied, "Danger is fine, but right now you're wondering, danger. It seems like my trust points are running low lately." Ninfam nervously asked her, "Do you want to come with me?" Ngoc shyly replied, "Okay," and then with a bright face asked him, "But first you have to help me with something." Ninfam hesitated for a moment, then also replied, "No problem." Ngoc is teaching the students during their cultivation, and suddenly the expressions of the three students turned to shock. After saying that, she pointed to his naked body, implying he should understand the meridians on his own body. Ninfam, now blushing in front of the students, realized this was what she wanted him to help with. "You're early today?" Huang Lung, holding the documents, walks over. "Arriving early is useless. If you don't pass the exam, you'll be dismissed as anyway." Van Long smiles and approaches Ninfam. "Since we're all teachers, we should save some face for Mr. Nin." At this moment, Thien Trong angrily shouted, "What are you saying?" He put a hand on his shoulder to comfort him and said, "It's okay. I believe you can." "Do it?" Tian Chong looked surprised. "Teacher." Ninfam glanced at those people and guessed that if it weren't for the lack of trust points, they would have dealt with those people long ago. At this moment, Ngoc opened the door and announced that it was time, so the students should go in quickly. The students take turns entering, accompanied by their scolding words. Let's go. Don't waste time on that mess. Finish the exam quickly so you can go back to studying. After all the examinees have entered, the scheming old man quietly plans his scheme. This exam paper was specially prepared for your class. The atmosphere in the exam room is now extremely tense, and the proctor announces the start of the exam. He looked at the exam paper with a dejected expression, knowing that this test was beyond our ability. Li Kuang also looked at the exam paper with a grim expression. Why is the exam so difficult? Su Feng was almost ready to give up, thinking he was going to fail this time. Suddenly, Kwok Tui stormed over and slammed her hand on his desk with a fierce look, saying, "If you can't talk during the exam, then whisper to each other." After saying that, Nuok Tui turned away so that Li Kuang and Su Feng, who were now terrified, wouldn't copy each other. If caught, they would get 0 immediately. As time passed, Ninfam stood outside and waiting, suddenly opening the door. It's over. At this moment, Wenlong walks over to you with a cheerful smile, saying, "The theory part is finished. I think you endured quite well." The old man snatched the pile of exams Nuok Tui was holding and said, "Hurry and check if all the students from Class D got failing grades. If your students pass, I'll eat my hat." Holding the test papers, Van Long gaped in disbelief as the report card clearly showed no D students had low scores. How is that possible? Ninfam placed his hand on the old man's shoulder and smirked mockingly. "The way you did your exams must have disappointed someone, but I am very pleased." Van Long angrily crumples the score sheet, definitely cheating. You look at the old man with a mocking expression. "Cheating? You mean doubting her supervision ability?" Van Long grits his teeth angrily at Ninfam. "Oh, you said it?" The old man angrily stomps off, waiting to see how he will handle you during the practical exam. Then he turns to look at his students. "You didn't cheat, did you?" Everyone replied in unison, "Of course not." At that moment, Ninfam also smiled comfortably. "That's good." At the same time, he also thought to himself that Nyok Tuyit's supplementary lessons for the students were quite effective. The first test is So Feng's speed. He stepped forward and nodded in response. "Yes." Looking at the winding roads and the obstacles, So Feng sighed. The exam route is nothing like the levy class at all. Tian Chuang actively encouraged him, but if it were So Feng, it wouldn't be a problem. Tweet Wei also sends her regards. Stay strong. Meanwhile, on the other side, Van Long is bowing to greet someone. "Teacher Liu, what are you doing here?" I put my hands in my pockets and replied, "The Lakan Academy competition is coming up. We're here to train." Quang Vian's sharp eyes looked at the person in front of him, his voice also cold. "What are you guys doing here?" The old man carefully reported back. "The school has assigned us the responsibility to inspect Class D, so we need to use the competition route. Teacher Liu, are you interested in taking a look?" Liu Quang Vian, the S-class teacher. Hearing that, his expression immediately darkened with a dangerous look. "All right, let me see the person who used to be a Class S teacher." Although feeling uneasy and confused inside, Ninfam still calmly reassures him. "No, don't worry about it. Just focus on the test." And so, the exam is about to begin. On the screen, Van Long's face appears as he checks the skills of Class D in the first round. The instructor checks the speed test, the student checks Sofang, and the skill test measures speed. During the test, as long as you stay on the track, you can do anything. And if you finish faster than the instructor's time, you pass. The old man pointed towards the race course where the rules of the competition were displayed. And along the track were spherical devices that would explode and spray paint when touched. Each splash added 10 seconds to the finishing time. In the end, Van Long didn't keep everyone waiting any longer and started the countdown. The 3-second countdown began. 3 of the spectators in the stands, besides Ninfam's group sitting apart, are also very enthusiastic. "Come on, come on, come on." Meanwhile, player Suo Feng takes a moment to glance at his opponent. Tong Min glances at him, with the countdown beeping in his ear. "Hey, you're just teasing me, racing against me. Better go home and have some bubble tea." The loudspeaker announced Van Long's voice. At the same time, Suo Feng slightly furrowed his brow. Then, the traffic light turned green and the announcement sounded, "Starting now." Before he could regain his composure, he no longer saw Tong Min's figure. His master left So Feng behind, rushing ahead like a lightning bolt. Tang Min smugly glanced at him, spitting out a few sarcastic words. "So quickly left behind already? You're really useless, but surprisingly..." So Feng caught up somehow earlier than I expected. Seeing his face so close to him, he was stunned. How could this kid be so fast? Watching the colorful orbs approaching, Tang Min thought to himself, "Let's see how I deal with you." Immediately after, he suddenly kicked forward to get ahead and hit you with a blast of colorful spheres, shattering in front of So Feng, leaving him confused. What? Meanwhile, Tang Min takes the opportunity to escape, leaving his opponent behind. Ninfam, in a rush, jumps up from his seat, his face tense. kicking the device to speed up, using the explosion of the balloons to harm So Fong. His arms block in front of him, causing the colorful balls to stick to his body. Add 30 seconds. So Fong peeks out, squinting and muttering under his breath. Damn it, too fast to dodge. Tang Min doesn't care about what's behind him and speeds toward the finish line. Useless. Completely useless. If I deal with you, Ninfam will leave the school too. So Fong stays close behind Tang Min, a few colorful balls about to explode in between them. He identifies the gap between them, his sharp and determined gaze fixed there. As soon as he finished speaking, a streak of light suddenly shot across the course, streaking past the obstacles, with So Fong covered in paint rushing quickly through the balls. Tin Nguyen stood outside watching and felt very annoyed. Why does Teacher Tang keep touching the mechanism all the time? But then the big screen countered, saying as long as you don't get covered in paint, touching the mechanism is fine. And seeing that So Fong was already close behind in the race, Tang Min still smiled indifferently. So what if you're fast? Unless you're 30 seconds faster than me, you're definitely going to be disqualified. He wasn't provoked, but rather mocked. Although I am the worst in Class D, it seems that without using these tricks, the teacher wouldn't even be able to beat me. He immediately became angry, forming a sphere of energy with his hands, a pathetic display. Then, Tang Ming shamelessly aimed his attack at Suo Feng. Someone as useless as you should have been expelled from school a long time ago. A surge of aura suddenly rushed close to his face, catching him off guard. Too fast. Just after that, a huge explosion erupted right on the parade route, and the mastermind Tang Min was already smiling with great satisfaction. It's over. And before he could revel in his triumph for a few seconds, a voice rang out through the thick smoke. So what? As his vision cleared, he saw Suo Feng standing inside a protective sphere, completely unharmed. The teacher wants me to learn defense. It really is useful. At that moment, Nunfam was feeling extremely frustrated in the stands. Isn't it considered a violation if the teacher uses force against students? Wenlong shamelessly declared again that as long as it's on the track, anything is allowed. Moreover, even if Sun gets involved in the defense, it still counts as a penalty time. His face immediately darkened, and his expression repeated once more, "You said that as long as it's on the track, anything is allowed, right?" The old man smiled smugly and confirmed, "Yes." I don't know when Nin Pham opened the broadcast room door while Van Long was still speaking into the mic saying it was him. Sitting on the bench, Tin Nguyen couldn't help but wonder about his empty spot. In such a crucial moment, how could she blink and suddenly not see Teacher Nin anymore? Suddenly, an image of Nin Pham appeared on the big screen. So Fong, with a loud and stern voice, told him that Teacher True said he could do anything on the track. Looking at the current situation, Nin Pham urges So Fong, so then show Mr. Tang that you are trying hard, shouting loudly to boost his spirit. "Give it your all in the final descent." So Fong immediately became more enthusiastic. Yes. Meanwhile, Tong Min still paid no attention, running straight towards the finish line. Suddenly, he sensed a figure above him. Turning around, Tang Min saw him jumping high, about to land where he was. On the track, So Fong's figure inside the protective sphere was rushing forward. Then he accelerated, using lightning-fast speed to dodge a series of obstacles. So Fong aims directly at Tang Min's position, then leaps high into the air. His eyes flash with determination, toes pointed straight ahead to target his opponent's head. From the stands, the racecourse was hit by another explosion, this time bigger, with smoke and dust billowing into the sky, mingling with the flying debris carried by the wind. Tang Min was officially kicked right in the face, collapsing to the ground. The red mark from So Fong's foot was still visible on his cheek as he left, leaving his opponent defeated just before the finish line. "Come on, raise your hand and declare victory. Everyone is happy for you." The cheers echo everywhere. So Fong has won. That's great, he finally won. So Fong excitedly punched Li Kuang hard. "Look quickly, So Fong has won." Seeing this result, Nin Pham also smiles with satisfaction. Let's consider. So Fong's test finished, but Van Long loudly protests and demands it be invalidated. "This doesn't count. Your student hit the device and even attacked a teacher. That's breaking the rules." You were so angry you started laughing, then immediately overwhelmed and threatened the old man. "It seems that because you said so, as long as you're on the track, you can do anything, right?" Van Long was then intimidated by the opponent's aura, and his earlier bravado disappeared. "Did I say that?" Seeing the old man still stubborn, Ning Fan flicked a flame from his fingertip. "Do you need me to help you remember?" "All right." Kwang Vien calmly steps forward to make a decision. Everything his students do complies with the rules. This time, it's considered settled. He brushed past Wenlong. Fine. He stepped close to Nin Pham with a somewhat haughty attitude, surprised that he could still teach such outstanding students, which also makes him worthy of his former position as the teacher of Class S. Kwang Vien looked down at him with an arrogant gaze, every word filled with contempt. but he was far less formidable than he used to be. Since he secured the victory this time, Van Long had to reluctantly go along with it. Teacher Liu said he passed the test, so I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Let's start the next round of testing. Ninfam also doesn't shy away from the challenge and directly says, "Go ahead." Then the old man returned to the large screen to announce the final results. The results of this test are valid, and the next student quickly prepared for their turn. At this moment, a trembling hand was raised high. Teacher Li Qiong is so scared that he kept talking before finally managing to speak, but he still bravely announced his name. "Let me go first, I can't hold on much longer." Watching through the monitor, Ninfam takes in all the kids' expressions. He gently smiled to encourage, then went ahead. Inside, he silently prayed that the hard training over the past few days would lead them to the results he hoped for. At the skill arena, Wenlong's announcement echoes. This skill check is overseen by teacher Luong Fai from Class C, with student Lai Kuang from Class D being tested. As Lai Kuang trembles on this side, Ninfam carefully advises from below, saying, "Start by squatting on the ground for 10 seconds first, then stand up to perform the move." Van Long also took the opportunity to go down near the competition platform to remind Luong Fi, "Class C only has the teacher and Dong Loi left. I hope this time you can conduct the inspection thoroughly." Luong Fi frowns and assures them, "I will conduct a strict inspection according to the competition rules." Then the announcement sounds again, signaling the two contestants to prepare and take their positions. Seeing Li Kuang's frightened expression, the kind-hearted examiner advised him, "Don't attempt the test now. I suggest you give up." But inside, the kid's stomach was growling with hunger. "Teacher, hurry up and finish the test so I can go eat." The signal sounded immediately after I finished speaking. Seeing that, Liang Fei didn't hesitate to jump onto the table and clenched his fist into a punch. "I won't let you have your way." He forcefully swings a horizontal punch right in front of him and drops down. Luong Fi is very confused when he hears the kid counting below. 1, 2. He was stunned and panicked. "What are you doing?" But Lai Kuang still ignored it, muttering the numbers aloud. Seeing that, Luong Fi immediately changed his move. While I remain calm, the kid continues with his work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Just as he was about to strike, Li Qiang suddenly sat up straight. Due to the suddenness of the action, the kid was caught off guard and felt dizzy. Lai Kuang's legs also weakened and trembled, unable to stand firm. Following the momentum, the kid fell forward. At that moment, Luong Fi was still rambling about giving up. Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit hard by Li Kuang, knocking him backward and slamming him into the wall behind. After that accidental attack, Lai Kuang collapsed straight onto the fighting floor, his right palm raised to block his chest, getting scraped from the previous strike. "Isn't she feeling dizzy? What kind of crazy strength is that?" Seeing the situation getting unstable, Van Long hurriedly shouted, "Luong Fi, what are you doing? Continue the test." But in the end, Luong Fi just smiled faintly and said, "I didn't do anything. I'm a teacher. I know the limits of testing." He closed his eyes and decided to give up, declaring, "I lost." This statement made the old man furious, his face turning black with clenched teeth, and Su Feng shouted excitedly, "We won. Come here quickly. I prepared a chicken drumstick for you." Su Feng walks over to the podium, smelling the food, and Li Kuang immediately stands up. "Smell of deliciousness?" The kid's attitude immediately changes, eyes shining as he turns to stare intently at the chicken drumstick. "Chicken drumstick, my drumstick." Suddenly, Li Qiong rushed down and bit into it in one go. Su Feng immediately grabs the chicken leg and runs wildly. "Stay calm." Li Kuang keeps chasing from behind. "Chicken drumstick, don't run. I just want to take a bite." "Why are you so fierce?" "It's not really your turn either," the announcer's voice sounded, announcing the start of the mental strength competition for Class D. Hoxin Su Feng quickly went to the exam area. "Are you still panting and exhausted? Is it my turn now?" Van Long saw Kui Chan off the field and reminded him that once this was over, the outstanding teacher of this year would definitely be him. The teacher gently assured, "Don't worry, Teacher Zhao, I will definitely make sure that student doesn't pass the exam." Van Long announced over the loudspeaker, "This mental test will be conducted by Kui Chan from Class B, with Shu Feng from Class D as the examinee. Begin." As soon as the signal ends, Kui Chan points at Shu Feng and declares, "Let's finish quickly and win fast." The teacher casts a spell that darkens one corner of the gym, and Van Long looks down from above, feeling proud. Kui Chan's mental magic is close to becoming a tangible entity. Attacking with mental power now, only someone extraordinary can respond. "Ninfam, let's see if you'll still be obedient enough to leave the school this time." Tin Nguyen saw that terrifying power and felt worried, thinking this teacher might already have the strength of an A-class instructor. "I'm doomed. Maybe Su Feng isn't his match." Back in the fight, Kui Chan lowers his finger to give the command. A shadowy creature emerges from the teacher's area, aiming straight at Su Feng. He was caught off guard by its speed and raised his hand to block. It's over! The creature flies straight past Su Feng, bringing a wave of hypnotic mist. He is affected by that attack and cannot move, his eyes wide open and unresponsive. Kui-chan's move directly plunges Su Feng into a dream world. This is what you see. Your master flying in the air, summoning a meteorite, while the ground cracks open and molten rock pours down. Kui-chan lowers his finger again, sending fiery red meteorites towards Su Feng. The meteor crashes down with a deafening roar as Su Feng, running away, shouts, "Mom!" suddenly having the idea to turn back. Continuing to run away like this isn't the way. Su Feng jumped up to dodge the attack. He cast a spell and thought to himself, I need to find a way to attack him. He swung his hand but was blocked, and he scoffed, "You want to attack me? It's ridiculous." Seeing that, Su Feng worried, I can't let this go on. I need to find a way to distract him. Kyojin Ruo read his thoughts and said, "You want to distract me?" Hearing her voice, which should have been in front of him but was now behind, Su Feng startled and spun around. At this moment, the three Kui-chan are standing on three separate ice pillars, all asking in unison, "Where is your attention right now?" he shouted in panic. What? At this moment, all three of the master's doppelgangers simultaneously launched their attacks. The ice blades pierced straight into Su Feng's body, causing him to cry out. Su Feng's stomach was pierced like a hedgehog, and he fell backward without moving. Turning back to the real arena, Kui-chan was laughing hysterically at his illusion. It was so funny. At this moment, the teacher finally raised his head and spoke as if making a decision. It's over. Upon hearing Kui-chan's command, the shadow creature immediately lunged at Su Feng's immobile body. In his eyes, Kui-chan stands above, while he lies on the ground about to be crushed. Su Feng lay still, as if pondering something, then suddenly seems to regain consciousness, channeling magic into his hands, determined to persevere. He struggles with all his might, pushing back against the enormous arm pressing down on him. His body gradually adapted to the pressure, and he managed to stand up. Su Feng's face was distorted from the force, but he still shouted fiercely. Li Kuang has already won. How can I possibly lose? If I lose, Class D will be disbanded. But Kui-chan didn't hold back and sneered. Isn't that better then? Hurry up and lose so we can disband. Keep controlling the other arm of that creature and strike down Su Feng. The giant arm swinging down suddenly froze in midair, and Kui-chan, surprised, turned to look. Seizing this opportunity, Su Feng sneaks up on the teacher. The magic surrounding his hand is linked to Kui-chan's head. Su Feng's eyes began to sharpen as he adjusted his glasses and said, "Let me borrow your power for a moment." After speaking, Su Feng mimicked Kui-chan Tung Triu. Seeing his unexpected change, the teacher broke out in sweat and began to frown and worry. Su Feng controls the shadow creature to punch Kui-chan directly, sending him flying up to the ceiling in pain. Seeing the situation turn around, Van Long shouted loudly, "You!" Lao Keiku spat and cursed, "Useless idiot." Oh, such an outstanding student. I feel the pressure too. Your noble lord collapses, smashing his face straight into the arena floor and fainting. Cheers erupt from the stands above. We won. Was that laughter just now from Li Chang? Trust points plus 100. Li Kuang chuckled, squinting his eyes, saying, "Your method is amazing. I won't get expelled anymore." Ninfom's system announced again. Trust points plus 80. Su Feng puffs out his cheeks and says, "I'm tired. So tired." Then, with one hand holding a piece of chicken thigh, he quickly comes to put his arm around him, teasing, "If you're tired, eat more to recharge your energy." Su Feng couldn't hold back and asked, "Was that laugh just now while I was taking the test yours?" "Why is that?" Lai Kuang explained. "Did you hear that? Wasn't I about to faint during the exam? I thought I had already lost back then." "Hearing you say I won makes me very happy," Tin Wheat shouted from behind. "Can you pay attention for once? Why are you only reacting now?" Su Feng said happily. "Is that so? I'll invite you to dinner another day." Li Kuang stretched and replied, "Why?" "Fine." Behind the glass, Van Long is angrily pounding the table as he continues the test, followed by the summoning exam. The old man was still annoyed about the recent defeat, gritting his teeth as he said, "If he fights, all your previous victories are meaningless." He dismissively ignored the old man's advice, thinking, what could a D-class student possibly do? Van Long's serious face announced that the next test would be overseen by teacher Nui Feng, testing Tin Guit from your class. Tin Guit nonchalantly tilts her chin and says, "Let's compete. No one is afraid." Nin Pham steps closer, strokes Dodo, and says, "Keep going. After beating Nui Feng, I'll help you become the smartest person ever." After hearing that, Tin Nguyen was so angry she trembled and pointed at him accusingly, saying, "Isn't it your fault? For this mental test, the teacher testing Nui Feng from Class B." At this moment, Nui Feng was holding his weapon and laughing mischievously. Student from Class D, Tin Nguyen, with a cautious expression, unleashes her power, and begins the match. Tin Nguyen raises her right hand and streams of blue light appear, causing the ground to tremble. Great Army Ninth Canto, come out. Beneath her feet, many rocks rise from the ground, shrouded in dust and smoke. The rocks formed a giant figure with 9 bodies, its glowing eyes approaching Ngui Fong. He looked at it in front of him, lazily assessing Tin Nguyen. If you can summon low-level spells to this extent, it seems you do have some skill, but since it's just a low-level summoning spell, you dare to use it in a contest, your master really is useless. After finishing, Wei Feng stuck out his tongue mockingly. Let me show you the power of high-level summoning spells. Flames blazing along Ngui Feng's finger appeared, encircling Not Ku in a ring of fire. Suddenly, a giant bear emerged from the flames. It swiftly slashed with its claws like lightning, shattering Not Ku. The bear, realizing the attack had succeeded, lifted its head to the sky and roared fiercely. Below the spirit moon, witnesses to the scene couldn't help but be stunned and moved by the overwhelming power. Undeterred, she continued to command Not Ku to advance toward the raging bear. Send 2 of the ones to follow my orders immediately. Move forward, hold the giant bear's arms tightly, and try to restrain it. Meanwhile, another one from outside approaches, preparing to punch the bear in the face. The bear opened its mouth and bit forward, causing the punch from Not Ku to shatter into pieces. Immediately, it threw its shoulder forcefully to break free from the grip of the 2 Not Ku holding its arms. The bear forcefully threw the strongest one to the ground, shattering him into countless tiny shards that scattered everywhere. Ngui Feng, seeing his power gaining the upper hand, sneered mockingly and gave a taunting order. Looks like you don't have a chance. Let's go. The bear, following the command with glowing red eyes, slowly approaches Tin Nguyen through the swirling dust, standing tall with a determined posture despite the overwhelming power. Tin Nguyen, hearing this, smirked mysteriously and continued to unleash her power. Suddenly, a bright golden light appeared, dazzlingly shining into the bear's face, causing it to raise its paw to shield its eyes. Then she smiled triumphantly, calmly giving the order to attack, when suddenly a giant arm emerged from the smoke and struck the bear hard in the face. It didn't have time to react before taking the hit. Its face twisted to one side, and it cried out in pain. Seeing this situation, Ngui Feng was filled with fear and shock. How could it be? Rei Yu, standing in front of the summoned Keelin, smirks and looks at him sarcastically. Summoning low-level magic isn't as simple as your teacher thinks. Could it be that your teacher didn't teach you before? As she finished speaking, her face became serious. Raising her hand, her tone gentle. Destroy it. From outside, Nin Pham watched Tin Nguyen observe and realized she had learned everything. It seems her time is up and she is very diligent. Following the command, the stone unicorn clenched its fist, gathering power into beams of blue light and punching forward fiercely. The fist, surrounded by many blue sparks, rushes forward at lightning speed, while the bear opposite, clenched fist, stands straight, ready to defend against the incoming punch. It couldn't dodge, so it braced itself and took a powerful punch from the stone lion to the chin, causing the bear to lean back and lose balance. Meanwhile, the stone lion was also slashed on the head by its claws. It was hit and stepped back behind Ngui Feng. He looked at the situation ahead, still stubbornly assessing. Indeed, there is a method, but to fight against his high-level summoning magic, he's still far from it. Ngui Feng shouted loudly and ordered him to smash the pile of rocks. The bear, hearing this, crazily charged towards the stone Keelin standing there. The stone unicorn of Tin Nguyen was hit in the head, causing the stone to shatter. It stood still and unmoving. At this moment, the bear rushes forward wildly, slashing its claws at the stone unicorn opposite. Seeing the fight between the bear and the stone unicorn, she stands outside with determination, thinking she must win. At this moment, the stone unicorn continues to gather strength and clenches its fist, raising its hand straight at the face of the bear opposite. The bear, with glowing red eyes, stared fiercely at the outstretched arm, and with a powerful, precise punch, it struck the face of the stone unicorn. After being hit, the bear disintegrated into dust and fell to the ground below. Seeing that, Tin Nguyen was overjoyed and shouted, "We won!" Meanwhile, Ngui Feng, with a cruel expression, repeated her words with a smile. "We won!" Next, he unleashes his new power. Blood flows from his hand and transforms into a swarm of snakes. The white snakes slither quickly across the ground toward the target. The true summoning technique isn't just a childish fight between stone people, Ngui Feng said with a sinister tone, summoning my true essence. He just commanded the swarm of snakes to coil tightly around the stone unicorn while saying, "Real summoning magic." A series of snakes keep approaching, covering the stone unicorn and restricting its movements. Seeing this, Tin Nguyen beside him breaks out in cold sweat and fear. Get away quickly. The scene in front of you shows a swarm of snakes wrapping tightly around the unicorn, almost breaking it apart. Wei Feng's voice slowly echoes, so that you understand. The shining eye piercing through the snakes. What is truly the thing to fear? The scene in front of her was too terrifying, leaving her body frozen. The power was overwhelming. The overwhelming power radiating out was so strong that it pulled Dao Dao on the spirit's shoulder inside, causing it to panic, with its eyes white and wings flapping as it cried out for help. Seeing that, she reached out her hand, holding on to Dudo and pulling her towards herself. Tin Nguyen's face was pale as she hugged her tightly. She opened her eyes wide, looked straight ahead, and loudly said, "Come back, don't cause any more trouble." Outside, Nin Fam was sweating and asked, why hasn't her summoned beast's true form awakened yet? At this moment in the fight, Nchui Fang hiding behind the swarm of snakes, his eyes glowing as he stares intensely at Tin Nguyen. Then a series of snakes open their mouths wide and rush toward where she is standing. Tin Nguyen's face is pale, clutching Dao Dao tightly, her eyes wide open and frozen in place. Tin Nguyen was suddenly wrapped tightly by the snakes, crying out in pain. Wei Feng, hiding among the snakes, looked down at her and thought, she's got spirit, but defeat was already decided. She decisively gives up her long hair to escape the grip of the snakes. Tin Nguyen's expression is serious, but maybe not. Meanwhile, Dodo slipped from her arms and lay motionless on the ground, with strands of Tin Nguyen's hair falling onto it. At this moment, Dao Dou's whole body is glowing, emitting dazzling rays from within. Its transformation makes Tui Fang and Tin Nguyen stop in their tracks. Nin Fam, with a serious and doubtful expression, wondered if this was finally the awakening. At this moment, Dao Dao's body grew larger, transforming into a majestic bird with wings spread wide, and beside Tin Nguyen, he silently thought, a mighty bird. Without waiting for the two to be surprised, Ngui Fang's triumphant voice rang out. It's over! Following his orders, the swarm of snakes opened their mouths wide to bite at Dudo. Seeing the snakes getting closer, it quickly flew up to dodge the attack. Next, Dodo did not stop, spreading its wings to fly at full speed toward the gap where the snakes were shielding Ngui Fang, flying straight into his blazing eyes without hesitation. Finally breaking through the snake's defenses, it threw him outwards. Ngui Fang was hit and dazed. It's over. Falling into a frenzy, he clutches his head and keeps saying, it's over. As Ngui Fang rages wildly, Dao Dao appears and strikes him hard in the head with her beak before he can finish his sentence. It's over. Turn back in time. At this moment, Tin Nguyen is holding Dao Dao with a frightened face as the snakes are about to attack. She stared at each snake rushing from behind before she could react. Dodo inside Tin Nguyen was knocked out of her grasp. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Van Long watched the fight unfold, his face furious as he roared, "Stupid! Stupid! A bunch of fools, not even able to beat some useless students." Old Man turned to look at Nuok Tui, gritting his teeth and saying, "Miss An, it's your turn next." Suddenly, a shadow appeared from behind. "Teacher Zhao, let me take over this round." Seeing Dodo being thrown aside, Tin Nguyen, angry, held the shard of stone and looked at Ngui Fang among the snakes. He didn't react to her words and ordered the snakes to attack Tin Nguyen. Standing in front of the snakes, she held the shard of stone without any fear. When many snakes opened their mouths to bite, Tin Nguyen dodged by ducking and weaving. Then she charged straight at Wei Feng, who was standing there. Tin Nguyen shouted with the shard of stone, "I risk everything with you!" The piece of stone at this moment grazed Ngui Fang's body. She couldn't believe it and stammered out, "What?" In front of Tin Nguyen, Ngui Fang's wound not only stopped bleeding, but was also healed by the snakes. The fight is over. Wei Feng has lost and lies unconscious on the ground. It's finished. Dodo sat on Tin Nguyen's shoulder, happily pointing her finger at the wound as if praising it. Back in the observation room, Van Long turned to ask, "How about you?" Dong Loi clenched his teeth behind him and said, "Teacher Zhao, last time at the training ground, Ning Fan showed me a different level of magic. Let me broaden my knowledge." Van Long turned to look at him. "What do you plan to do?" Dong Loi's face darkened, and he replied in a deep voice, "I won't hold back during the competition, but unexpected things are inevitable in a contest. If anything unexpected happens, I will take responsibility myself." The old man stepped closer and placed his hand on his shoulder. "If you want to contribute to the competition, of course I agree. During the exam, I hope you can say you can. Hey, just do it. Teacher Trio, rest assured, 200%. I won't let you down." Next, the old man smiled and announced into the microphone that this round was an attack magic competition. The invigilator was Teacher Dong Loi from Class C, standing beside him with a sly smile. And the student being tested is Deng Tuyet Wei, who looks worried below. Up above, Nin Fam interjects into the microphone. "Don't worry, Deng Tuyet Wei. Your magic consumes very little energy and you cast spells quickly, so you can use different attack spells at the same time to surprise your opponent. Dongloi, hearing that, widened his eyes in anger and replied, "The luck you had in the arena was just chance. Today won't be so lucky anymore." As the match begins, he straightens his face and launches an attack at Tuyet Ui, a tornado. As soon as the words finished, a massive and extremely fast tornado charged straight at the girl. Tweetwee stared at the enormous vortex ahead, frowning and saying, "I can't dodge anymore." The girl raises her hands without response. Hailstorm non-stop, lightning and thunder rage. While fighting, Tweetwee secretly thinks, "My teacher was right. Speed is my advantage." Dongloi spoke, piercing through it as the vortex cut through the ice drill, sparks of lightning flashing. The girl looked worried, standing still among the shards of ice to defend herself. He smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, speed was not lacking. As soon as I finished asking how you planned to escape, the ground around Tuyet Ui collapsed, and the lightning crackled as she looked at the ground beneath her feet, frozen in fear. Dong Liu unleashes a blazing source of energy, still not finished. Fire magic. Tiredness shows on Tuyet Ui's face, but she still stands up to fight back. After a while, Tuyet Ui was awakened by her own cold aura, and then her eyes suddenly opened. Tuyet Ui quickly got up and looked around. "Who's there?" Meanwhile, while she wasn't paying attention, Dongloi planned an attack from behind. His arm carried the heat that pierced through the ice. By the time Tweetwee realized the situation, it seemed to be too late. Dongloi's hand quickly slashed past the girl's left eye. He sneered and said, "It seems Nin Pham can only teach you that much." Tian Chuang, watching the fight from above, suddenly shouted, "This is a violation of the rules. You're dissatisfied. This is a violation of the rules. Surely Teacher Dong used a sharp weapon." Van Long, seeing this, turned and said, "This is just an accident during the competition." For a moment, Teacher Dong couldn't pull back in time and turned a small matter into a big one. As soon as he finished speaking, Nin Pham suddenly appeared out of nowhere and grabbed his collar. "You coldly said, before the exam, what did you say to Dongloi? This was your instruction, wasn't it?" Van Long's expression changed, but he still stubbornly insisted, "You need to have proof." Nin Pham looked at him with cold eyes and said, "Stop the competition right now." At this moment, Quang Vien suddenly interrupted. "All right, I've looked at you and said so, but unexpected things can still happen." Nin Pham was stunned after hearing those words, while Dong Tweet Ui muttered at the same time, "I'm fine." He shouted loudly, "Enough! I can't continue the competition now because of my condition." Dongloi smiled and said, "That's right. Your teacher already said the same. It's okay to give up." Tuyet Ui ignored his words and firmly insisted, "She's fine and will continue the exam." Hearing that, he suddenly became full of fighting spirit. "Well, then there's no other way." Dongloi gritted his teeth and said, "If you don't want to end it, then let me finish the competition." As soon as he finished speaking, the staff instantly took shape. The girl quickly issued a defensive command, and the ice chunks swiftly formed a sturdy shield. Tweetwee Nyan Ten stepped back while activating her new ultimate move. The girl with a determined look stared at her opponent as her ice blade struck out, and small chunks of ice rapidly closed in on Dongloi, catching him off guard. They collide with a deafening crash. Seeing this, Tuyet Ui secretly rejoices, "Hit it, that's great." However, the little girl's joy was only half a second before Dong Liao's hand suddenly appeared, and flames covered his entire body. "You call this childish game and want to use it to attack me?" Dongloi sneered disdainfully at Tuyet Ui, truly a fool talking nonsense. "The little girl feels uneasy, as her ice magic is completely countered by my teacher's fire." Thinking of this, Tuyet Ui simultaneously casts another lightning spell. The powerful lightning bolts kept rushing toward him, but he quickly managed to defend himself. Dong Liao calmly said, "Your only advantage is your quick strikes." As soon as he finished speaking, he struck with a blazing fire spell. The girl didn't hesitate and immediately summoned ice blocks to form a shield for defense. However, Tuyet Ui's power was completely different and on a whole other level from Dong Loi. Seeing this, the girl couldn't help but feel helpless. "It's hopeless. There's no way to win." Small tears start to appear on Tuyet Ui's face. Suddenly, memories of the past flooded back. His father said with a look of disappointment, "Did you fail again?" Tuyet Ui's father frowned. "Do you still consider yourself part of the Dung family? If she is my daughter, she shouldn't have only this much ability," my father said unhappily. "That's enough. Your marriage with Trak Duong has already been decided." And harsh words like that keep flooding her mind, even the simple healing magic she couldn't learn. "I'll try to sneak in through the back door." She failed her first exam and ended up in Class D. It's not an exaggeration. She is the weakest student I have ever met. That's because you don't understand. She is a genius in offensive magic. Just as the girl was about to give up, She heard Nin Fam's voice over the loudspeaker. "Come on, Dung Tweet Wee. You can win." Those words seemed like a straw, saving the injured spirit of the girl. Tweet Wee didn't hesitate and immediately stood up. Dong Loi looked down on her, almost giving up. So why did she get up again? The girl takes a deep breath, then looks at him with determined eyes and says, "I won't give up this time." Dong Loi raises an eyebrow. "Your magic has been suppressed by me. You have no more chances." Tweet Wee retorted, "As long as I am still standing here, I still have a chance." Hearing this, his mood suddenly flared up. "Then let's see." Seeing the flames on the opponent's body, the girl shouted, "Ice wall?" A giant wall of ice quickly rose up to shield him. Dong Liao's lips curled into a faint smile, unimpressed. Not long after, he broke through the tough barrier in front of him. Tuyet Wee remained surprisingly calm despite that. Dong Loi's ice wall also seemed to sense something was off and froze in place. Wherever he moved, the ice wall followed closely behind. The girl keeps using her power relentlessly. Dong Loi's ice wall gradually loses patience and says, "There's no need to struggle anymore." He shattered each row of ice barriers and charged forward like a gust of wind. Tuyet Wee Tung delivered a swift kick, causing a devastating explosion. As soon as she created a safe distance, the little girl continued to use the ice wall as a shield, with icy shields rising in front of Dong Loi. Tuyet Wee Tung keeps launching ice wall attacks without wasting time, and at this moment, half of her ice wall suddenly shatters, leaving him stunned. "Huh?" By the time Dong Loi realized the little girl's intention, it was already too late. He vented his frustration, claiming that ice magic has no effect on me. Dong Loi ignited a flame from within the cold ice wall. Tianchang watched the battle from afar through the dust and ice, seeing nothing. His eyes burned with fury, and the move you used only prolonged the fight. Tweet Eye, as if she didn't hear what was just said, muttered loudly. As soon as she finished speaking, a sudden explosion erupted on the arena. Nin Pham saw through Tweet Wee's movements and used electrified steam, but that would also harm himself. After the explosion, Dong Loi seemed buried in a cloud of white dust, the smoke dispersing to reveal his body staggering and about to collapse. Meanwhile, the girl's condition at this moment was nothing special. Tuyet Wee quickly lost strength and collapsed to the ground. The girl seemed to have lost consciousness and collapsed on the arena floor. Dong Loi also fell to the ground at the same time as Tuyet Wee. Ben Lung watched this scene and chuckled. Dung Tweet Wee fell, so her check failed. Tianchang frowned. Clearly Dung Tweet Wee passed, but the old man turned and said, "Dung Tweet Wee can't even stand up. Isn't that considered failing?" He reacted strongly. "That's nonsense." Nin Pham stepped in to intervene. "All right, hurry and take Tuyet Wee to find Lam Zhao Sao." Tianchang quickly responded, "Yes." Van Long snorted coldly. "A student trying to attack a teacher on campus. Aren't you afraid of getting expelled?" he whispered. "Exactly." As soon as he finished speaking, Nin Pham suddenly launched a swift slash. It split the wall in two, causing the old man to panic. Nin Pham glared at Van Long, but didn't need to worry. Nin Pham wields his blade and says, "Today I will loosen your bones." At that moment, Quang Vian suddenly appears. He quietly said, "You weren't someone quick to anger before. Your family issues have long been resolved, so are you still haunted by them?" Nin Pham frowned. "Don't think we're close. You can only act tough in front of me." Quang Vian glanced and said softly, "Look carefully before you get angry. Your student is already standing up. Does the teacher have any objections?" Van Long replied, "No, no." And a second later, he changed his attitude, thinking to himself, "Damn it." Duan Nguyen Tui lied to him again, saying Nin Pham still hadn't recovered. Thien Truong saw the girl and immediately called Tuyet Wee, then approached to help her up, saying quickly, "Let's take you to the infirmary." Tuyet Wee asked if I passed. Tianchang replied, "Yes, I passed." The little girl, hearing the answer she wanted, immediately fainted. "Very well, this round is the defense test." The old man added that the teacher checking was Feng Kuang from Class B. Van Long looked over, noting that the student was Ta Thien Ka from Class D. Nin Pham said, "Go ahead, use everything I've taught you before." The old man set the rules. During the attack, you must either defend for at least a second or knock out the teacher to pass. Then Van Long thought to himself, Feng Kuang's barrier ability is very rare. Within his barrier, his physical strength can increase 50-fold. No one is suitable to be a human target like him. Feng Kuang, full of energy on the arena, are you ready? If so, he doesn't hesitate and rushes like a lightning bolt toward Thien Ka to attack proactively. Then let's begin! Guang Vian watched the defensive match pass by, while Van Long focused intently, making the atmosphere tense. Nin Pham seemed uninterested in the match, yawning repeatedly, but he still continued to stand there and watch. Feng Kuang muttered, "This guy does have some skill, but as long as I stay within the barrier, my power will grow stronger over time." Tianca provocatively asks, "Do your fists hurt, teacher? Do you need someone to blow on them?" He exploded in anger after hearing this. Damn it! At the critical moment, he suddenly told them to wait and then sat down. Casually. "All right, go ahead, teacher. I'll test the waters first." Fu Kuang frowned. That kid's quick with his words. "Once I break through that turtle shell, you'll just be crying. In half an hour, my power will increase 50-fold, and then we'll see how tough you really are." Tianca sighed. This little strength isn't even enough to compare with the exercises the teacher told me to do. Suddenly, he remembered what was said 2 days ago. "Teacher, that useless So Fong has already finished learning defensive magic. Shouldn't you start teaching me how to attack?" Infam asked me to show how much I could enlarge my defensive layer. Tianca was confused. Why enlarge it? If you make it bigger, it will become thinner and your defense will be weaker. You shrug your shoulders and say if you want to learn how to attack, follow my instructions. He stops arguing and immediately follows. All right. Tianca concentrates all her strength to enlarge the shield. When he saw himself reaching his limit, he said, "This is the maximum." Ninfam tapped a few times and then made a comment. "Not bad. Keep practicing like that." Tianca asked, "Wait, what about attacking?" He replied, "I will teach you how to attack once you master it." Hearing that, he became even more determined. "All right, then keep practicing and return to reality right in the infirmary." Zhao Xiao turned around upon hearing the noise. "Who's there?" Tian Trung urgently said, "Please, hurry and check on Tweetwee." Cao Cao was stunned. "Tweetwee, hurry up, take her to the treatment room." The infirmary quickly went into use mode. She muttered, "Damn it, they dared to beat me like this. Tomorrow I will inform the leader so he can destroy this school." Tweetwee immediately retorted, "It's because of my efforts that it turned out like this." Cao Cao raised her voice. "If I fail the exam, I fail. I'm not cut out to be a spy. Tomorrow I will send someone to put you in the alliance." The girl then grabbed her wrist. Tweet-E expressed, "I don't want to. I can't go back," Tin Nguyen advised. "Worrying is useless. Just prepare for the next test. The next competition, I will do my best." He hesitated for a moment before continuing, and to it Before he could finish speaking, the door to the infirmary swung open. "Make way." "Hey, miss, how is Tweetwee now?" Cao Cao said. "The situation is not good. The internal injuries are severe. Mainly, the eyes might lose their vision." Hearing the diagnosis, Tian Trung was furious. "Zhao Van Long, Dong Loi, you bastards." She became suspicious of his actions and asked, "Are these two kids dating?" At the same time, on the arena, Tianca grew impatient and said, "Master, it's been half an hour, just admit defeat." Feng Kuang panting. "Kid, the good show has just started. No need to rush." As soon as he finished speaking, he began to take off his shirt, and seeing this, he felt extremely uncomfortable. But it was useless. Feng Kuang charges forward, able to force me to use 50 times my strength. "You're quite something, too." Without hesitation, he throws a punch straight at Tianca's defense. The time on the arena seems to be slowing down now. He looked up and asked, "Why has your power suddenly increased?" Feng Kuang, sounding like him, says, "You're only reacting now? It's too late." He gathers all his strength into his fist and decisively attacks Tianca's shield, but it seems to fail. He chuckles and says, "So your power is gradually becoming terrifying. Do you really think I wouldn't notice?" Tianca added, "If you didn't value it, don't blame me for not giving you a chance to surrender earlier." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately controlled the shield to press against Feng Kuang. Tianca, without hesitation, pushed him away and said, "Teacher, your move." Feng Kuang was quickly thrown off the arena floor, unable to react in time, and falling flat on the ground. He kept walking. Really, if you want to test me, you should at least find the S-class teacher. At the same time, thinking that the long-lasting defensive effect was pretty good, he felt that defeating others was enough. Nin Pham noticed Tianca's expression and said, "The kid says one thing but does another, and the trust point system just added 100. So Feng approached and praised him. "Well done." Tianca's eyes shone brightly. "Of course. Don't forget who I am." He happily pats him on the shoulder and says, "I'll invite you to my place sometime. I have new gear now, so you can broaden your horizons." Ninfam suddenly brings Tianca back to reality. "What are you proud of? Wait until I truly master how to use the defensive class in battle, then you can be proud." After your last strike, the atmosphere around them grew tense. Guangvian looked at them and thought to himself, "These students from Class D are promising seedlings." Feng Kuang suddenly spoke up. "This round's exam doesn't count for the students," he said. "Teacher Zhao, this round is a defense test, but he used a defensive layer to knock me down, which counts as cheating." Van Long glanced over and pushed him aside. "Are you still not embarrassed enough?" The old man is furious, and if you had luck in the previous few rounds, this final round definitely won't be passing for you. The words just now annoyed Ningfan. Ningfan chuckled, thinking, could it be that the repeated failures have damaged the teacher's mind? Are you starting to talk nonsense? You're provoking him. Teacher Zhao thinks you should understand that there's no difficulty in life you can't overcome. If you can do it, just get through it. Wenlong is furious. Ninfam, don't get too confident. I will personally fight in the next match. Kuang Vian exclaims. Teacher Zhao wants to fight in this match? He said, I will temporarily act as the judge in place of Zhao Wenlong. So Ninfam feels a bit uncomfortable about this. Why are you everywhere? Kuang Vian spoke. The final check round for Class D, the teacher tests Zhao Wenlong, student Zhang Tianchang. He announced that students should quickly go to the testing area. Kuang Vian added, if they don't arrive within a minute, they'll be considered failed. After a long while, there was still no movement on the field. Long raised an eyebrow and asked, Ninfam, are your students scared? You think about Trong Tien Trung bringing Dong Tuitui to the infirmary and still haven't come back. Could something have happened in the medical room? Ninfam ordered. So, Fong, go check on Tien Trung, he nodded. Van Long chuckled. You still have 30 seconds, better get ready to be dismissed. At this moment, a sudden strong gust of wind brushed past So Fong's face, and the aluminum door flew over his head. Behind him, Tian Chong's figure suddenly appeared. He stared intently and said, Zhao Wenlong, I'm here to fight. As soon as Tian Chong appears, the lights on the stage turn on at the same time. Nin Fong speaks just in time. Hurry up and go. He deliberately raised his voice and said, Don't let anyone get itchy hands and have to wait long. He clenched his fists tightly. Don't worry, teacher, I can't wait any longer either, Kuang Vian said calmly. Everything is ready, so let's begin. Suddenly, Van Long smiled faintly. The old man said I could give you a chance to surrender now. Of course, I could also make you lose. Thien Trung responded without hesitation. I not only want to pass today, but also want to make you pay the price. He put all his strength into his legs to gain momentum and then launched his attack. Thien Trung swung his leg to kick Van Long, causing him to lose his balance and stumble backwards. Van Long quickly regained his composure. Do you want to die? Taking advantage of his distraction, I was already standing right beside him, ready to launch a fierce attack. But Van Long managed to dodge the attack just in time. The look in his eyes was filled with deep resentment. Hey! Van Long begins his counterattack. The simple boxing style saw the old man constantly using different moves, dispersing his strength. As Van Long charged forward with fierce momentum, a cheap horse, he threw a punch into Thien Trong's stomach, with a gaping mouth. Van Long's recent attack put him at a disadvantage, but Thien Trong reacted quickly and turned the tide. The old man slightly curled his lips and said, Too many flaws in your moves. You want me to pay the price. Then spun around in an instant and attacked Van Long. The old man quickly defended and counterattacked, dreaming away. Kuang Vian observed, although his hand had improved, his strength still hadn't fully recovered. Thien Trung was shaken by the recent attack, but still managed to stand up and continue fighting. Nin Pham was worried, as Trong Tien Trung was too anxious and basically unable to fully unleash his strength. Tin Nguyen pushed Tuit Wei towards the training room. It must have already started. We need to seize the opportunity. Suddenly she froze as the door was smashed open. A beam of light shot straight up from below, exploding into the ceiling. The little girl sitting in the wheelchair looks terrified. Thien Trong, seeing the chaotic scene before him, and Tin Nguyen are stunned. What is this? Aren't we about to lose already? On the arena floor, Thien Trong decisively lands, dust swirling around him. He lifts his head, gasping for breath, with his brows furrowed tightly. Before he could recover, Thien Trong charged forward with a rush. Van Long calmly smirked. Useless, easy to deceive, and just a waste of effort. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man swiftly ducked to avoid the attack and countered with a punch, causing Thien Trong Ho to narrowly dodge and take a blow that left his face pale and bloodless. After a loud explosion, he was thrown back and slammed into the arena ropes, exhausted. Thien Trong lay motionless, his face battered and bruised. He glanced into the distance, and for a moment, he was stunned. The fiery snowdress trembled with water, trembling as it stood. Thien Trong seemed to gather more strength and struggled to stand up. I risk everything with him. Upstairs, Nin Pham quietly stands beside Kuang Vian, watching the fight intently. He worries that Thien Trong, so furious and blinded, will keep going like this, and he might not even pass the exam. Tin Nguyen, unable to bear it any longer, angrily pounds on the door. Nin Pham, she impatiently tapped her steel ring against your ear. The teacher also saw it. If Thien Trong keeps going like this, he's no match for Van Long. Din Nguyen continued to persuade, You're the teacher, so come up with a solution quickly. Nin Pham remained silent in frustration. Isn't he also trying to think of a way? He stands to the side, sighing in disappointment, growing more impulsive. Have you forgotten everything you learned in Class S? He looked at him in shock, as if he couldn't believe his ears. What do you mean? Ninfam pressed his face against the glass, assessing the situation. Could it really be like that? Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and lost control, shouting loudly. Tianchang! Ninfam keeps blocking and calmly tells me to listen, still struggling to withstand the continuous attacks from the old man. Seeing the situation, he shouts loudly, steadies his mind, and prepares to strike. But before the main attack can react, Van Long rushes in quickly. It's over. Tran Ya was knocked out with a big gash on his face. Ninfam muttered, You're really strong. Quang Vien sprawled beside him, eyes vacant. Ninfam tilted his head in admiration, noting that although he was at a disadvantage from the start, he quickly fought back. Brother Bok Bok, I have considered that while magical combat is diverse, a Quan Shi can only rely on themselves. Suddenly, Quang Vien raised his hand into the air. The more disadvantageous the situation, the calmer he must be. A blue light envelops his hand, combining intent with energy, reaching the highest level of each power within the body. Quang Vien squints at the energy just summoned. Only then can he unleash the full might of his fist. In the classroom, he walked and lectured, aligning his energy with his will, mastering the primordial storm, the path of the sorcerer. Tianchang practiced and recited along, aligning his energy with his will, mastering the primordial storm. A shout from Ningfan brought him back to reality. Qi yi yi he, bao yun shou yi. Van Long rushes forward to kick Thien Trong fiercely. It's over. He suddenly snaps back to reality and immediately raises his guard. Tianchang instinctively tilted his head to dodge, quickly avoiding the attack from the old man. He remembered what he had been taught, that energy and intention must align. The primal storm fist is the first, and just now he had forgotten this important lesson. Van Long jumps onto the wire, the arena floor is a springboard, face darkening. It's not over yet. As he finishes speaking, the old man rushes forward and strikes hard at Thien Trong's neck from behind. What a surprise! Van Long triumphantly withdrew his smoking hand. It's over! Then suddenly the old man widened his eyes in shock as he looked at the scene before him. You're still standing there, and with just one hand, you blocked Van Long's attack. In the corner, Quang Vien sat quietly watching the match unfold. Seeing that Thien Trong finally remembered his moves, he let out a relieved breath, his composure restored. Ninfam tightly grasped the glass door and shouted, Thien Trong, show your power as a martial artist! Quang Vien immediately cut in angrily. Enough, Yim Yi reminded him. This is a test. Relying too much on external help will directly disqualify you. The junior was confused, so let it be up to Tianchang to handle the rest. Seeing Tianchang burst with power, the old man pondered as its force condensed into a tangible form. Van Long angrily threatens, so what if the energy condenses into a physical form? He's bound to lose soon. Without saying much, he immediately stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum. Van Long leapt high, spinning a few times before kicking towards him. Tianchang quickly gathers all his energy to counterattack. In the moment he face off, a blazing purple light appears, tearing through space. Van Long falls freely from the sky, quickly planting his feet to land. Thien Trong is knocked back and crashes hard into the fighting ropes. Through the thick fog, the old man slowly approaches him. Van Long smirks proudly. Once a genius of Class S Tuetui, injured, still trembling, struggles to stand up with her hands. The little girl couldn't hold back and shouted to cheer him on. Heavenly Trong, stay strong. The door to the infirmary is closed tight, the cold wind howling along the corridor. Inside, the curtains sway gently in the silent, freezing air. Suddenly, the red text flashing brightly, cold wind swirling around, the air tense as if suffocating. Dong Loi's eyes were vacant, his face terrified, hot tears streaming down. She said it was just a minor treatment, but his body trembling as he was strapped to the bed, it didn't seem like that. Her expressionless face, holding a saw spitting sparks. Don't worry, I will take responsibility for curing you. She looked down with a sinister smile and a cold voice. So you want Van Long to look down on Thien Trong with a sarcastic tone. Is that all it took to be a genius in Class S? The old man raised his fist high, aiming straight at him. It's over. Suddenly, Tuyetui's voice rang out. Keep going, Trong Thien Trong. Her cheers gave Tianchang extra strength. His eyes suddenly widened as Van Long's lightning-fast punch aimed straight at him. Luckily, Tianchang managed to dodge just in time, missing by only a hair. The old man didn't give Thien Trong a chance to catch his breath and immediately attacked again. Van Long frowned and said, I want to see how many more times you can run away. The old man swung his hand, hitting Thien Trong, who couldn't dodge in time and was knocked far away. Thien Trong braced himself and stood firm amidst the smoke rising from the friction beneath his feet. He tries to calm himself down, to stay composed and not let his anger control him. Come on. Tianchong and Van Long fiercely clash, exchanging relentless strikes with unwavering determination in their eyes, each attack powerful and resolute. Tian Trung's punch straight to the old man's face, sending Van Long flying dozens of meters away with all his strength. Tian Trung, breathing heavily, says, "The opportunity is here. This time I can't afford any mistakes." A thick cloud of white smoke begins to spread. "I admit I used to underestimate you. You can force me to use my trump card even if I ultimately fail the test, but I can be proud now." Suddenly something is trying to emerge from the ground. Van Long, with an angry expression, rushed forward to attack him. But Tian Trung, agile and quick, easily dodged. He clenched his fist tightly, eyes determined. "I told you a teacher must pay the price." Van Long turned around and punched Tian Trung directly in the stomach. Die. The old man was overjoyed, thinking he had hit him, but he was unharmed. Somehow, Tianzheng had appeared behind Van Long without him noticing. The old man, furious, threw another punch but missed him. Immediately after, Tian Trung drove his knee straight into Van Long's back. He, with a grim and gloomy face, stares fixedly at the old woman. Tian Trung mutters and lifts his leg. A powerful kick sent Van Long flying up to the ceiling, shattering it into many pieces, followed by a loud explosion and clouds of dust. The old man's body, like a magnet, clings tightly to the ceiling before gradually sliding down. Tianchang suddenly rushes over and kicks him in the face, sending Van Long flying out the window. After that strike, blood splattered everywhere as Dong Loi, wrapped in bandages, struggled to walk, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it, that guy is definitely setting me up. Suddenly, a noise startles Dong Loi, and he looks up as the sturdy wall in front of him begins to crack into pieces. Then an old figure appeared, rushing towards Dong Loi, and the powerful kick sent him flying to the opposite building. Van Long pressed down on him. They were both lying on the ground, each with a red syrup covering their heads. Quang Vian announced, "Victory or defeat is clear. I declare the competition tour." Student Zhang Tianchun, Duan, looked on in shock at the scene below. Finally, the former genius of Class S had recovered. Then Quang Vian suggested, "This time Class D performed very well. I will request permission from above to promote Class D." Tian Chuang was stunned after hearing this. Li Chong's face lit up, and he was very excited. "So, our class will be promoted to level C, right? We won't have to worry about being expelled anymore." Tin Wit smirked and said, "We beat the B class teacher. Maybe we can move up to A class. Are you okay?" Tian Chuang suddenly said loudly, "Today you all performed very well, but today is not over yet, Nin Pham." He smirked generously and said, "After school, I'll treat you to barbecue. Anyone interested? Raise your hand." Everyone eagerly raised their hands. Of course they would go. The glasses clinked together, the sound of the rims knocking echoing through the room. "Everyone sit and enjoy the barbecue in a lively atmosphere, but don't touch my meat. Feel free to help yourselves, and if you're drinking good wine, tone it down a bit." Nin Pham cheerfully invites everyone. "This time it's on me. Feel free to eat as much as you want." Suddenly, a hand slams down heavily in front of him. "It's Zhao Sao," she called out angrily. "Nin Pham." Nin Pham nervously wiped the sweat from his forehead. Why is she also coming? She only went to see Tuyet Ui Tian Trung eating. "What kind of teacher are you? They just got hurt and you're letting them eat chicken," Tin Nguyen said softly to reassure her. "Relaxing a little isn't so bad." The teacher also sat down to have a drink. Ichiu pulled her seat to make her sit down, then pushed a plate and a pair of chopsticks over, giving a cunning look. "You think I'm easy to soften?" The girl's bright eyes make her feel more at ease with Teacher Lam here. She couldn't help but sigh and surrender, just this once. Sufeng was startled as he looked at the slightly sad face. It turns out there was no more meat on the grill. Did everyone just put the meat in? Tian Ta shouted angrily, "Didn't I already say you weren't allowed to touch my meat?" Sufeng frowns, placing his hand on Li Kuang's shoulder. "My meat was on the grill, so where did it go?" The kid looked embarrassed. No wonder he's acting strange. He shouted loudly, "Huh? He is my little kid." Li Kuang forced a smile. "I think if no one eats, the food will get cold. Are you secretly eating because you're helpless?" Tianka grits her teeth. "I think this kid wants to die." "Nin Pham?" Tin Nguyen sighs. "You should pay a bit more attention too," Nin Pham said with a satisfied and admiring look. "Ta Tianka is very good. She is already integrated into our class." Hearing this, she was startled and shouted loudly, "What kind of situation can your eyes see, teacher?" Ngok Tweet asked Nin Pham, "When do you plan to start?" He frowned and replied, "Tomorrow should be fine. Let's go together." Nin Pham smiled, ignoring the students' fierce competition for meat, this time passing the written exam thanks to everyone's help. She smiled brightly. This is what she should do. Xiao Xiao nodded while listening to the phone. "Yes, yes." She looked determined and said, "Yes, even though Xiao Shui is badly injured, we must avenge her." The scene shifts to the second day in Classroom D. Ningfan and the students look around in confusion, and Ban Huang gazes at the door, realizing their class has been sealed off. The door is blocked with a notice posted on it. The school announced a budget cut and temporarily closed the D classroom and supplies, managed by the bald Lu Huaiquan. After reading it, he was furious and kicked the door, easily opening it. Ninfam sneered, "You think a little magic can stop me?" He was startled inside the empty classroom. "Huh? Are you doubting me, Lai Kuang? All the tables and chairs have been taken away. It feels like I've gotten used to it." Su Feng whispers sinisterly into the kid's ear. "Hey, wood guy, this is what we do next. Stay mysterious, got it?" Li Kuang, surprised, shouted, "Are you a genius?" Ninfam frowned and looked back. "What are you two making noise about? I'm really upset about it." They both look proud and confident, saying, "Don't worry, teacher. This time we'll handle the finance department and guarantee we'll steal the desks and chairs." The quiet hallway echoes with heavy footsteps, the tense atmosphere thickening as the steps suddenly stop in front of a closed door, which the cold-faced Li Kuang forcefully pushes open, startling those inside. Li Kuang's face was pale with anger as he growled, "You're the one!" Huaiquan looked confused. "What grade are you in?" He was scared, eyes tightly closed, quickly turned his face away. "What do you want to do?" After a long while with no response, Huaiquan opened his eyes suspiciously. In front of him was the sweaty, grimacing face of the kid. A second later, Lai Kuang collapsed to the floor, clutching his body and screaming, "It hurts so much! It hurts so much!" Huaiquan, still shocked, gently advises, "Student, if you're hurt, go to the medical room. This is the finance office." The kid still lay trembling on the ground, crying out in pain. Lai Kuang's eyes suddenly sharpened with a plan in mind. And then the kid's eyes rolled back as he screamed, "The teacher is hitting him! The teacher is hitting him now! Oh, it hurts so much!" He here looks stunned, his shiny bald head hurriedly explaining, "I didn't do anything." Then Huaiquan looks towards the door where Xu Feng is taking continuous shots. "What are you doing?" I was just about to say that when I saw the teacher bullying a student. The kid over here saw his teammate coming and immediately stood up, looking smug, and quickly handed back the machines and documents to Class D, or else this photo might get posted. He froze as if turned to stone, not understanding what was happening. "Huh? No. The two of them are putting pressure on Huaiquan. I advise you to hand over the family quickly. It would be better." "That's right. Our patience has its limits," he explained with difficulty. "No, I just want to say that there are surveillance cameras installed here. After all, it's the finance office." After hearing this, the two of them looked stunned and confused. "Huh?" The scene shifts to two steaming hot cups of tea. A staff member carrying a tray of hot tea enters the meeting room, and a voice rings out. Suddenly, they call us over. Do they have something important to discuss? The person facing us, holding a book and pursing their lips, said nothing. A girl with pink hair picked up her teacup. "If it's something interesting, that would be good. I've been bored lately." Kwang Vian suggested that all the students in Class D defeat the teachers in Class B. "Through the teachers' exam in Class B, I want to promote them." He asked nervously, "Does anyone have any opinions?" Yang Hua looked suspicious and didn't believe it. "Huh? How is that possible?" "The teacher must have caught the cheating, right?" An Nayan replied emotionlessly, "It's just a D-class upgrade. I have no opinion." The man beside him still held the book tightly without saying a word. Ngoktweet added, "Their talents are very good. They will definitely be able to level up." He was startled, eyes wide with amazement. "Huh?" Kodiu also saw everyone agreeing with Quan Vien's decision, so she said, "Let's just go with this." Then the three brothers and the two women left the meeting room, and Yang Hua, still looking bewildered and stunned, asked, "Tala, don't you have any objections? Isn't it true you also dislike Ninfam?" So the person holding the book was Ta Lak, and his eyes were cold. "Liu Guangyuan came to discuss with us, probably to promote those students to Class S. Luckily, that kid really has strength." He was confused. How could the teacher not notice the gaze of the man holding the teacup, still watching their conversation closely? Ta Lak closed the book without paying attention, because Ninfam still hasn't recovered and isn't suitable to teach S-class students. Duong Hoa's mouth curled into an excited smile. "So you mean we steal his students and he can leave?" Then he burst out laughing. Only a teacher would do that. The water server who left the classroom had overheard quite a bit. "Zhang Tiancheng wants to go back to Class S, but it's not allowed, so I have to find them and think of a way." Huaiquan stiffened, his face pale, his voice trembling. "Huh? No," Li Kuang-Honghach said. "I suggest you hand it over sooner rather than later." Su Feng agreed. "That's right. Our patience has its limits." He frowned slightly. "No, I just want to say there are surveillance cameras here. After all, this is a security room." Hearing that, the two of them suddenly froze, their faces turning pale. "Oh?" Huaiquan rubs his chin. "What? Do you still want to threaten me now?" Suddenly, A mysterious force began to pull him down. Huai Quan bowed and knelt on the ground, in a very awkward position, and not much better in terms of shame. His sweat was pouring down like a stream. "What's going on?" Ninfam slowly stepped in. "Oh, isn't that Teacher Liu?" You look up and look down. With such a grand gesture, I can't keep up. You have used the respectful greeting for the master with Liu Huaijun. Huaijun's whole body trembles. "Ninfam, what have you done to me?" The system notification appears. You have used the formal visit to the master with Liu Huiquan. Ningfan bowed slightly and said, "Looks like Master Liu has realized his mistake." He gritted his teeth and replied, "Don't even think about being pleased with yourself. You are serious. Now we are here to discuss Class D's matter. You have paid respects to the master with Liu Huaijun." The system's voice sounded, and Liu Huaijun activated his summon. Level 8. He bowed his head even lower. Impossible to do. The system's alert sounded, indicating that he was injured in battle earlier and couldn't use his innate summon. The summoned beast was a white fox. Ninfam sinisterly said, "Master Liu, shall we make a trade?" Huaiquan tried to speak each word clearly. "There is nothing between me and you." Ninfam calmly said, "I can help you summon your spirit beast since you were injured years ago and it fell into a dormant state." Hearing this, he trembled but still denied, "Who would believe your lies?" Ninfam turned away. "Well then, it's a pity, let's go home." "All right," he replied. You smirked, planning to also help the teacher solve his baldness problem. Huaiquan closed his eyes, recalling why his ex-girlfriend dumped him, that bald guy. "Everyone said he looked like my father, let's break up." He threw away his dignity and desperately grabbed Ninfam's leg, saying, "Wait, Huaiquan disregards his image and holds onto his leg tightly. How do you prove it?" Ninfam turned to the corner of his mouth triumphantly and replied, "It's simple. You just make a condition, then summon your master beast first." In the D classroom, the space was unusually quiet. Tin Nguyen looked up at the ceiling, exhaustedly complaining. "So annoying." She turned to look at her friends and said, "You guys don't look bothered at all." The princess's voice rang out, "The worst class in the school, now they don't even bother to attend anymore." He said teasingly, "The genius, I heard your hand is better." Seeing Tian Truong's hand like that, the princess mocked, "Why hit someone who is plastered?" He was extremely annoyed. "Why are they here?" Tian Kai puts his hand on Tian Truong's shoulder and hands him over to me. His face is grim. "If your class dares not to fight, then get out of my sight." Ninfam ordered, "All right, from now on, just follow my instructions." Su Feng and Li Kuang looked on confused, not understanding what was happening. Min Dung, holding his head, shouted, "The goods from Mr. Nin have arrived. Turn around. Has it arrived? It's me." Ninfam slammed the box onto the ground in front of Huaiquan, his face turning more sinister. "Let's get ready to start." He didn't dare open his eyes. "Ninfam, does it really have to be like this? Is it possible to change?" "Cover your mouth with a cloth." "Do you still want to see your main summon beast?" "Just follow my instructions." Seeing the dishes in front of him, Huaiquan felt completely helpless. All right. Ninfam stands outside the door giving a thumbs up, then eats while maintaining the summoning. He asks worriedly, "Do I have to eat too?" The kid looked fascinated and said, "If you don't eat, I'll eat it. It's obviously so fragrant. I'm tall and you just need to eat and everything will smell good." Huaiquan then released a stream of orange spiritual energy around his hand and used a knife to cut into it. Although he grimaced, he was very determined. "Whatever, I'll take the risk." Huaiquan picks up a piece of black tofu, which smells terrible. Then he quickly eats some more noodles, but his eyes turn completely white. And as he eats another piece of fish, Huaiquan seems drained of all strength, exhausted beyond measure. The cut on his hand earlier now glowed with a deep blood-red light. Huaiquan looked at his hand glowing in suspicion, wondering if suddenly a ginger cat had appeared from within it, and he was tearful. Hao Swin tearfully hugs the cat tightly. "That's great, comrade. We can fight side by side again." But when the cat sniffed the surrounding scent, it broke out in a cold sweat and immediately punched him. "Wow, what is that?" "It's too late now. You lean in." Cats are very sensitive to that scent. This aroma can stimulate the summoned beast when your uncle opens the summoning passage. Still, that's just a forced summon to consciousness. Your summoning beast is still very weak and must be carefully taken care of. Huaiquan's face was covered in bruises and cuts, and he received a notification that his trust points increased by 500. Ninfam pondered that summoning beasts and summoning masters are one entity, wondering when Ling Tin Nguyen would realize this. A series of system notifications appeared. 1,255 trust points, good health status, awakening level 1, 1.8%. System skills, 1, Master's Eye. 2, bow to the master. 3, consume 1,000 trust points to activate. You seem to have discovered something new. Does activating a new skill really cost 1,000 trust points? Suddenly, a voice called out, "Teacher Nin!" He voluntarily knelt down and said, "Teacher Nin, from now on I will follow you. I will return all the study tools." Ninfam also helplessly pretended to be frightened. "The new skill can wait. Wait until I get more trust points to activate it. Did you tell Lai Kwang to listen to what Teacher Lu said? Hurry up and take the tools back to the classroom, kid, then give a thumbs up." "No problem." When Lai Kwang turned around to find his friend, Shu Feng had already disappeared. "Let's go." Suddenly, Ninfam's phone rang loudly in his pocket. "You're bothering me." "Hello?" Ngok Tweet spoke up. "I'm already at the school gate. When do you think you can come?" The kid is still angry. "Su Feng deserves to die," Ninfam asked again, as if he hadn't heard clearly. "Huh?" She burst into laughter. "Aren't we supposed to go pick herbs today?" "You haven't forgotten, have you?" He joked to hide his embarrassment and replied that it was fine. Ninfam quickly pulled the window open and stepped outside. "Without hesitation, you rushed down quickly. That annoying bald guy is wasting my time too much." Thien Ka sternly said, "If any of you want to fight, get out now." The princess mocks. "So has Zhang Tiankai found a solid support now?" His face darkened. "Today, we came to find Zhang Tianchang. Anyone not involved should leave now." Or else, he sneered, "I want to see what happens if you don't." A loud explosion immediately erupted before Tian Ka, billowing dust filling the air. Kailak's hand still bore a faint cloud of smoke from his previous punch. "You're surrounded by a shield, but it's just for a cat, so what's there to show off?" Seeing that, he immediately realized, do you have turtle-type abilities? Kailak is about to attack, his entire body turning into a shadow of smoke. In the blink of an eye, he has already reached beside the shield just a breath away from Thien Ka. Seeing that, he quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Expand!" The shield began to enlarge to carry him along. "What?" Thien Ka snapped his fingers, and the shield immediately flung Kailak away, preventing him from gaining the upper hand as he prepared to attack again. Kailak sneeringly said, "Don't think I can't do anything to your turtle shell." Seeing the situation in front of him, his face showed a look of panic. He charged forward, breaking through the shield wall which started to crack, causing Thien Ka to fall down. The princess's protective shield was gone, and her elbow was close to his face. From the top of the building, they both fell down through the thick smoke surrounding them. He sneered, "Oh ho, is this guy serious?" This time, the repair costs have skyrocketed. Tin Nguyen and Thien Chuang exclaimed in shock together, "Ta Thien Ka." Thick dust billows in the air, revealing a faint shadow within. Kailak grabs Thien Ka's collar, but that's all. From above, Sofong is surrounded by a descending shield, his brow furrowed with anger. Release. Ta Thien Ka quickly, and in a flash, Sofong lands close to the guy. Kailak grabs Thien Ka's collar and raises it high. "Do you want to keep him?" He realized something was wrong. "This is bad. I need to disable the shield." He Kwang Ta Thien Ka created a small cloud of thick smoke. Sofong was pressed against the wall, trying to support his head. Too much. Tianchang looked down in panic. "Enough! Stop it now!" Kyla waved teasingly and said, "I only came to find you. Just get on and we'll settle the score from before." Yen Jiang agreed. She immediately intervened. "No." Tin Nguyen annoyedly said, "The wound still hasn't healed. Don't cause more trouble. If you hurt my friend, you're done for with me. I keep wondering where Nin Pham keeps going every time this happens." Suddenly, he ran from afar, holding Ngok Tweet and shouting at the top of his lungs. Nin Pham ran with all his might. "Why are there so many honeybees?" Ngok Tweet extends her hand forward to activate her freezing skill. The swarm of bees approaching immediately freezes and then explodes into pieces. Nin Pham frowning, "So you mean these bees are dangerous?" She leaned close to his ear and replied, "No. There are no poisonous bees around here, and their behavior is also very unusual." Nin Pham immediately understood the key point when he heard that. So someone is sneaking around causing trouble. He was running quickly, with the swarm of bees flying fast behind him. Nin Pham suddenly stopped, his eyes shining with an expression of undeniable surprise. "The swarm of bees has completely sealed off both of their escape routes," he said. "You've surrounded us. What do you plan to do now?" A voice from within the swarm of bees responds, "It will be as you wish." Anicam Lu Huang speaks, originally intending to love the long-haired monster, but unexpectedly gains a surprise. "You two are from the orthodox faction of abilities, right? Ningfan and Yuetui, use your chi to send them to hell." Both of them work together to attack, with a strong wind shield freezing everything. Your finger flickers with a small flame, resenting the abilities of the orthodox faction. Are you one of the gifted individuals from the Alliance? But you've picked the wrong person to mess with. A giant fireball appears as Ningfan summons the heavenly flame demon. He is trembling all over. Yes, it is possible to use multiple abilities at the same time now. The incense holder that Ani is holding has been shattered into many pieces. He quickly appeared in front of him, but what surprised him even more was that he was behind him. Seeing the scene before him, Ani only managed a forced smile as his face turned pale. In an instant, he was sprawled on the ground as Ninfam spoke, his hand perhaps a bit too heavy. Suddenly, a strange scream echoes deep inside the mountain wall, and both of them are stunned. Huh? A flash of light appeared in his mind, and he immediately understood that this sound was her response. This is the voice of the long-haired evil spirit. This guy just mentioned the long-haired monster, maybe there's more than one, and the target could be the spiritual herb. Ninfam pulled Ngoktweet's hand and said, "Let's go there quickly." In the empty corridor, Shuofeng was walking leisurely. He sneered, "Lucky I got away quickly. That fat guy is really stupid. Go back to the classroom and wait. Chairs and desks, I'm coming back." The wall beside Su Feng was shattered, bricks and dust flying everywhere, and he opened his eyes wide as if witnessing something horrifying. "What's going on?" Su Feng saw the lady. Isn't she one of Class S students? Dongtu Ainan shrank back in shock, wondering why he was here. Tin Nguyen glared at the opponent with furious eyes, daring to hurt my friend. He's not done with me yet. She without hesitation reached out her hand to summon her beast and left. Niu Jiu appeared right beside Tin Nguyen. Suddenly, the Iron Cavalry appeared out of nowhere and attacked it, with his left hand gripping the wall tightly and his right hand holding the head of Not Ku. The princess smiled and said, Hey, don't think I'm not here just because I haven't acted yet." As he finished speaking, the Iron Cavalry poured all his strength into his hand to shatter the stone in his grasp. Tin Nguyen naturally couldn't stand still and immediately ordered Dodo to go up. It quickly received the command and flew over. The princess raised an eyebrow and said, "Summoning your true beast is interesting." Dodo continued to circle in the air. "Peck at that guy for me." At the same time, his hand lit up and the steel gleamed brightly. The princess consort haughtily said, "But it's still far behind my summoning of my true beast." With blazing eyes and a roaring sound, Hua inside was finally unleashed. Dodo heard the growl and froze, then quickly turned and ran back to Tin Nguyen. Meanwhile, as the battle grew chaotic, Su Feng couldn't help but feel worried. Xiaofeng, Ta Tian Ka, he quickly spotted Tin Nguyen and Hua confronting each other, and the elder sister. Su Feng's mood was extremely complicated, along with Truong Tian Truong. He thought to himself, maybe they don't realize what happens if they mess with Class S students. No, if I intervene, I'll be doomed too. Su Feng hesitated before making his decision. "I have to go, I must." Suddenly, Wang Fi spoke up. "I like the way you look at me, that's annoying, but not really." He raised his face, rolled his eyes back, and continued, "I can't do anything to me." He stands behind, ready to attack but hesitating. At this moment, Tin Nguyen also immediately shouts, "Su Feng, you say big sister, just leave him to me, go help Ta Tian Ka and his people. On this side, you're coming up with a plan. You can fly straight ahead. He can't attack you." So Feng gritted his teeth and asked, "What if I run away then?" Kailak suddenly rushes forward and flies. "Are you sure you can escape?" Just as he was about to strike, Nyat Ku suddenly blocked the way. Kailak had to stop and watched helplessly as he said, "The situation has turned around." He snorted coldly, "You three together won't be able to beat me. You're not capable enough." The very next moment, Kailak suddenly charged forward recklessly but still kept taunting. "If you're brave enough, fight me one-on-one." Meanwhile, in a remote forest, Ninfam looked around and muttered, "I guess it's here." Ngoktweet said, "Let's hurry up. This medicinal herb is very rare and can't be stolen by the Alliance members with special abilities." He interrupted, "Wait a moment. Something is approaching." As soon as Ninfam finished speaking, there was a rustling sound, and suddenly he saw the ghostly creature rush toward him. He roars to scare it. Ninfam quickly dodges and suppresses it. "Is this a long-haired monster?" Before I could finish wondering, suddenly a voice rang out. "A bunch of brainless beasts. Die already." Additionally, he summoned a lightning bolt to attack the cotton demon, but luckily Ninfam saw through this move and quickly stepped in to stop it. A die sounds like, "Who dares to block my strike?" You emphasize each word, saying, "Harming wildlife is against the law." He looks at the two of them. "Isn't Ani guarding in the forest? How did you guys get in here?" After hearing a die speak, Ninfam let out a surprise sound. "That guy. He was a bit too harsh earlier." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly lunged forward to attack. "You dare to kill Ani? I'll risk everything with you." "Ninfam, you think?" Before he could finish speaking, that guy really is hot-tempered. At the same time, the system announces that you have performed a bow to the master with a die, and while he is unaware, he suddenly kneels down as if being controlled. He chuckled and said, "Oh, sorry about that. Please get up quickly. Get up quickly." After a while, a die no longer spoke and took action. He looked at Ninfam with a furious gaze. "I will kill you." You see the attack, but instead of being afraid, you raise your hand to stop it. Then suddenly a demon appeared right beside Adai, making him freeze. What is that? It without hesitation raised the spear towards Adai's neck. Only then, realizing the situation was dire, he quickly said, Yes, let's talk calmly." However, not long after, Adai fainted from fear, and before he knew it, he had used too much force. Ninfam suddenly saw the cotton demons running ahead and couldn't help but wonder what they were doing. Immediately, a swarm of cotton demons appeared in front of him, surrounding him as if they had known him for a long time. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but be amazed. What's going on? After the flock of cotton ghosts finished their task, everything suddenly became lively. Ngok Tweet said, "Thank you." "Everyone, goodbye." She happily said, "It seems like they are very grateful to us, not fierce at all as described in the books." Ninfam also agreed, "That's right. Maybe the books got it wrong." He asked, "So how many hair growth medicines are there if we count like this?" Ngok Tweet replied, "These 2 branches." Ninfam was surprised and asked, "Only these 2 branches? Can the remaining wing be used to nourish the children?" She smiled gently and said, "It's late now. Let's go back quickly." Suddenly, Adai asked sharply, "Are you sure you can make it?" He reached out and directed a lightning bolt at him. Adai said, "Do you really think I'm that weak? Fool, if you put down the herbs, I could let you all die peacefully." Ninfam helplessly said, "I think you should take care of yourself. Look behind you and see what it is." Adai angrily shouted, "You still dare to show off to me? I will kill you." He hadn't even had a chance to strike before suddenly floating mid-air. At this moment, the demon flower has evolved into a giant form, and it is now staring at Adai with its bullet-like eyes. Witnessing this scene, he has to admit that what's written in the book is indeed correct. Ngok Tweet replied, "Good morning." However, instead he received serious looks from everyone. Lei Kwang looked at the numerous wounds and asked curiously, "Huh? What's going on with you guys? Fighting?" Su Feng explained, "Yesterday the S-class students caused trouble for us." Thien Trung's voice trembled as he said, "It's all my fault. If you add to that, I will surely become stronger to restore justice for everyone." Tien Ka suddenly slammed the table and said, "I can't swallow this anger anymore." Tin Wheat frowns. "Are you still not annoyed enough?" As soon as she finished speaking, the voice of the princess suddenly rang out. "Oh." He looked in this direction and said, "I didn't expect you guys to still dare come to school." Tin Wheat looked uncomfortable and asked what else you want to do, and the princess replied calmly, "Yesterday you betrayed us, so today I came here to settle the score." Ton Ta Chen interrupted, "I heard your class has a mentalist. I want to learn who it is." Hearing him say that, I felt a chill run through my body. Ton Ta saw this and slightly curled his lips. "Are you the one?" Four Eyes Guy. "Right now outside the school gate it's very lively." And Nin Pham said with boredom, "I saw your face early in the morning. Really unlucky." Quang Vian replied, "If it's about the D classes exams and promotions, there's a meeting this morning. You're coming with me." He raised an eyebrow. "You already suggested to the higher-ups, and I overheard everyone discussing it. Have you heard recently about the students from Class D defeating the teacher from Class B?" They continued the conversation. "Of course, everyone in the school knows." "That's right, it's really as unusual as in the comics. I heard that yesterday Class D fought with Class S and got beaten badly." "Oh, I just saw some students from Class S furious and heading toward the classroom." Nin Pham immediately lost his composure. "Hey, you two," Quang Vian stopped them. "Let's talk after class. The principal is back and he will attend this meeting too." Did you find that surprising when he said that? The principal? Haisan reads, "The incident occurred during the D class exam, intentionally injuring student Dung Tuyet Ui. The situation is serious, and according to regulations, I think the chairman Trio Van Long should be dismissed." Kwok Ngu asked, "Do you have anything to say, Trio Van Long?" The old man hesitated. "No. It was Dongloi, who was previously defeated by Dung Tuyet Ui and holding a grudge. He deliberately sought revenge." He was stunned after hearing Long say that and said, "Teacher, you're talking nonsense." He said, "This is evidence that Dongloi acted. This has nothing to do with me." Besides, Long also took out a photo as evidence. Quang Vian said, "Do you think that way you can deny your responsibility? Besides, you were protecting Dongloi at that time, weren't you?" Kwok Ngu said that the Dongloi incident was serious enough to revoke his teaching license, dismiss him from the school, and hold him accountable for intentionally injuring a student. Trio Van Long has disrupted order for personal gain and will no longer serve as class advisor starting today, instead being assigned to manage logistical tasks. Of course, I do not agree with this decision, Headmaster. Kwok Ngu shouted for him to shut up, and the old man became more aggressive. "If you have any opinions about the work, you can submit your resignation," Quang Vian suggested. During the D class exam, the students performed exceptionally well, with many showing skills of an S class. I propose promoting them. Meanwhile, right now in the classroom of Class D, Su Feng lost his balance and fell backward. Zun Ta sneered, "You're just a chicken anyway." The princess is angry. "If Zhang Tianchang kneels and kowtows to me, I will forgive you." "You hold my person," Tin Nuit interrupted. "What if I don't? No matter what you say, I won't hand over my friend to you." He burst into laughter and said, "Well done." We weren't happy for long before suddenly a noise rang out. Even Tin Nuit was not much less surprised. Nin Pham faces them. "One day I won't be here, and it will all turn out like this. You glance around, I want to see who dares to bully my students." Inside the meeting room, Guo Yu asked for permission for Nin Pham to come in, but as soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent in an unusual way. A figure gently slipped past the door of the meeting room and gradually revealed an image of Nin Pham, but it was not actually Nin Pham. At this moment, Kwok Ngu also caught sight of it. Does Nin Pham dare to skip the meeting? He glances subtly. "I want to see who dares to bully my students." Princess Vuong frowned and said, "So that's why none of you want to fight me?" He provoked her. "After I broke your arm, you lost all your spirit? A bunch of trash still waiting for the teacher to help you take revenge?" Tin Nguyet couldn't listen anymore and raised her voice. "Who are you calling trash?" Nin Pham advises, "You're not that capable either. My students can easily push you off the class ranking." Princess Vuong Kuinyat. Nin Pham, "I heard you got injured. Did you get a head injury too? You think you can kick me out of the rankings just with those guys? Are you still sleeping, teacher?" The boy glares defiantly. "If you don't believe me, just pick someone at random to test. Of course, he won't submit. If the teacher has said that, I won't hold back anymore." Princess Vuong points at Tian Ka. "Then you go." He smiled and replied, daring to choose the strongest person in this class. "I think you're probably tired of living, huh?" Nin Pham makes Tian Ka realize the truth. "Of course I chose you because you're weak." He moved closer. "Come here, I have something to tell you." Nin Pham reminded you that he had already taught you the basics of shape-shifting before. Next will be the most important part. Listen carefully. After a while, you still haven't finished speaking. Do you understand? Nin Pham grinned mischievously and said, "Try it. Don't hold back too much." Tian Ka raised her eyes. "No problem. Ready to be beaten to a pulp by me." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly collapsed, making the surrounding atmosphere turn cold. Seeing this, he thought that in the future he should hit him less. A moment later, they also gathered in the outdoor training yard. Nin Pham was acting as the referee and began to walk. Tian Cha calmly stepped forward and said, "Don't worry. I will be very gentle." At the same time, a mysterious energy source appeared in the princess's hand. He snorted coldly after hearing what his master's disciple said. Does he think he's so impressive? When the princess summoned the three-headed wolf and considered himself superior, he would have to pay the price. They advanced to attack Tian Ka, clashing together Minpa and Minya, and causing a deafening explosion. Nin Pham slightly curled his lips, so this kid learns quickly. The sharp thorns flickered in and out, piercing through the three-headed dog's defenses. But in the end, Tian Ka remained safe and claimed victory for himself. He raised an eyebrow and challenged, "Is this your advanced summoning ability?" How funny. At the same time, the system notified a trust score increase of 66. The princess smiled. "It seems that the useless teacher's lessons actually have some effect on you." He summoned Hua Hua, "So I'll play with you a little longer." Tian Cha began to feel interested and said, "All right, let's see who's playing whom." He used his power to control and attack it. Hua Hua easily dodged the attack with quick agility. Seeing that it wasn't an easy target, Tian Ka immediately used more spiked blades. It not only showed no fear, but also directly faced a series of attacks. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted in front of it. As the thick fog dissipates, Hua Hua's injured body quickly becomes visible. Seizing the chaos, she decisively strikes, delivering a sharp kick toward her opponent. Tian Ka imagines even more terrifying weapons and begins to recall Nin Pham's words, that this is a method of switching from defense to attack. "You told me to use my imagination more. The stronger the imagination, the stronger this ability becomes." Thinking of that, Tian Ka begins to focus, and his imagination starts to vividly manifest outside. That power formed a huge, ferocious monster. Even the princess seemed unable to believe her eyes. "What?" He suddenly laughed loudly and said, "So what if you won? If you want to push me out of the S-rank leaderboard, does Class B have the ability to participate in the ranking competition?" "You loser, what kind of way is that?" Nin Pham immediately snapped Tian Ka back to reality. The person had already left, yet still there feeling proud. Sure enough, still craving a beating. "You said, look, isn't it true that you haven't beaten the S-class even once, and now you're getting bullied like this?" Su Feng hesitated. "No, the S-class is really strong." Nin Pham's voice was filled with anger. It seems I was still too gentle with you before, and this time I brought back some good things, and from now on I will train you seriously. Bing Tangwit took out a potion and said, "Start with you first." She asked curiously, "What is this?" Ninfam explains that this is a reward for your previous victory. Tinwit whispers, "Ninfam's hair growth medicine." She drank it all in one gulp without hesitation, as if her teacher kept his word. Is this how this helpless guy finishes it all in one go? In an instant, Tinwit's hair grew rapidly, and each strand looked incredibly shiny and smooth, but there was still a flaw that made her panic even more. Ninfam says, "That's why you shouldn't drink it all at once." Tinwit glanced and said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "Explain. I already drank it when I mentioned it." Ninfam joked, "If there's too much, just store it for the birds." Before he could finish, someone suddenly called out to him. Kwuknu glared ahead and said, "You're quite capable. Even at a meeting, you need me to invite you." Ninfam's expression changed as I'm happy to. Why is he coming straight here? Everyone around was panicking. The principal, "This time you really crossed the line." "You're trying to justify yourself. That's so unfair." Lao Liu didn't inform me, so I didn't know. Kwang Vian glanced and said, "Be honest, the principal is thinking about giving your class a chance to get promoted. If you didn't inform me, how would I know that I was the one arranging to notify you?" Ninfam realized. "So you were here all along?" Kwuknu snorted coldly, only joking around all day and not being honest. "Do you not feel guilty toward your father?" Ninfam sighed helplessly. "If the class level increases, it will be better for the students. The principal is right. I will pay more attention in the future. But indeed, my students already have the strength to participate in the S-rank competition." Kai-san interrupted. "That's enough. Only classes S and A are allowed to participate in the ranking matches." Ninfam frowned and asked, "How can I participate at any cost?" He smirked and said, "You just need to make all the teachers of Class A recognize the strength of your Class D students. Then you'll have the right to participate in this year's S-rank competition." "It's a pity that the contest starts in just 7 days. Ninfam replied calmly, "So it's simple. Just 2 matches." Kai-sun was stunned. "Are you joking?" "I said we need to be recognized by the teachers of Class A across the school." Ninfam analyzed. "If we win the first match against the top student of Class A, then they should also acknowledge the strength of our Class D." He smiled confidently. If not, the second match. Ninfam said he would directly challenge the highest-ranking teacher in Class A. He subtly glanced at the teacher, wondering if it was okay. Class Supervisor Ma turned his face away. "If that still doesn't work, we'll have to make each member of Class A acknowledge us." So Fong said, "I wonder if anyone in Class A is willing to compete with me." Thien Ka, who was confident earlier, is already preparing Class A without even fighting. "I agree." "That's right, it means it hurts." Kwang Vian warned that Class BC has been messed up by his brother-in-law. He still wants to make life difficult for Class A. Kai-sun thought to himself, offending kin and still wanting to return to Class S. What a fool. At the same time, he said, "I warn you, if you dare to mess around, I will dismiss you." Kokngu suddenly raised his voice. "Fine, I trust you this time." "Principal, this ranking match is related to the upcoming game between the 2 schools. Haven't you done enough to fix this?" "I will make an exception and allow Class D to directly participate in the S-class selection exam 7 days from now." The old man slowly stepped forward, patted Ninfam on the shoulder, and quietly said, "Now you can move on. Regain your spirit? I can help you." Then he walked past Ninfam. Kwukngu hesitated, saying, "Let some things pass." Hearing that, he immediately understood what the old man was implying. Let it go? Then he fell into deep thought. "Ninfam, you ask yourself, is it really that easy to get over a night when your whole family died?" Tinwit reassures herself that it's just cutting her hair. She can do it herself. She mumbled alone, "This part seems a bit long. This side is a little uneven. I'll fix this part a little." Not long after, Tinwit finally finished cutting her hair. Early the next morning at school, Lai Kwang stifled a laugh and said, "Big sister, didn't you say you took medicine to grow your hair?" "Why is it still short?" Su Fong guesses she probably cut it herself and ruined it. The kid burst out laughing. "I knew it." I guessed right, and then Lai Kwang couldn't keep from laughing anymore. "Big sister, I was wrong. Shu Feng feels the same. Please don't hit anymore." Ninfam helplessly said, "Okay. Today I'll arrange a training session related to the competition for you." He muttered, "I just want to be a happy dried fish. Little sidekick, as long as I have food, I can do anything." Tin Nguyen sneered. "These two are hopeless." Suofeng tilted his head and said, "I want to test my abilities." Tian Ka smiled faintly and said, "Actually, the feeling of Class S is just like that." Ninfam cleared his throat a few times and said, "Listen to me. When you felt something was off, you turned your head to look. Seeing nothing, Nin Pham continued. Next, we have to... He instinctively glanced toward the door. Nin Pham straightforwardly exposes who was sneaking around outside the classroom door. Dongloi said, Don't hit me, it's me. He forced an awkward smile. It's me, Teacher Nin. I had to strike the wrongdoer without hesitation, that's why I had to act. Don't hit me more, Teacher Nin, I came to apologize. Dongloi added, The previous matter, I almost caused a big mistake. I have become deeply aware of my shortcomings and will dedicate myself to intense training from now on. Training my mind and body. Nin Pham replied, Knowing your mistakes and correcting them is a good thing. He was stunned and said, So Teacher Nin agrees to forgive me. You emphasized each word. Did I mention the 2 words forgiveness? Moreover, the person the teacher wants to forgive is the student he injured. Nin Pham concluded that the price the teacher has to pay needs to be a little higher. At the same time, inside the school's conference room, Yang Hua and Tala sat facing each other. With him speaking first, the principal had agreed to Liu Guangvian's request. The next day, Class D would also participate in the S-rank competition. He closed the book, as he had planned. So next, they'll kidnap his students. A moment later, Xiao Xiao went to the nearby administrative office. She reports that her superiors suspect there may be a health issue with the students in Class D and requests a thorough check during the ranking competition. As soon as she finishes, Kai-san immediately responds clearly. He silently thought, once Jing returns, I wonder if the capable people in the Alliance can still be so arrogant. Meanwhile, the classroom of Nin Pham is now very lively, and I will train the students further and give them additional guidance to improve. Each power begins to act in turn. This match will definitely be extraordinary. A sunny morning filled with sunlight at the training ground. Huaiquan, holding a comb, carefully arranges his hair while watching himself in the mirror and reminds the installation staff to be meticulous. This is the new training equipment we just bought. Nin Pham and his students are approaching from afar. It seems almost ready. Huaiquan nodded and moved closer, saying, That's right, the new training device is almost installed. Once you use it, ranking S-level competitions will be no problem, so I hurriedly stopped you. Don't come near here. Nin Pham angrily said, Today you practice on your own. Tomorrow I will give you some pointers. Then he turned and waved, saying, Keep practicing hard, I'm leaving now. Tin Nguyen looked bored and couldn't speak. This guy must have forgotten loyalty because of his obsession with beauty. Next to him, Tian Chuang asked, Tuit Wei, are your eyes okay? The girl, hearing that, shyly replied, Well, Sister Lam said it will heal in a few days, just in time for the competition, with a joyful tone. So today, take a rest and recover. Training can wait. Before Thien Trung finished speaking, Huaiquan smiled and put his arm around him. Kid, practicing boxing, right? Check this out. He introduces an A3000 robot that uses magic for training. The best companion for solo practice, equipped with artificial intelligence, capable of adjusting its abilities to match the opponent, making it the best choice for your martial arts training. After a while, Huaiquan patted the robot's head twice. Wake up, time to work. Did you see that? Class D is training over there. I see, they're really strong, and lately they've even been allowed to compete in S-rank tournaments. Deep Lam heard this and covered his mouth with his hand, smiling. The training class over there, Robot A3000, flies up high, issuing a warning and raising the difficulty to the maximum level. Below, Thien Trung clenches his fists and rushes forward, punching the stone wall until it shatters into many pieces. Then he dodged the shards of stone and landed on the ground. Thien Trung, exhausted and panting, suddenly heard a voice ring out. The voice belongs to Diep Lam. She speaks, long time no see. He looked confused, not recognizing who she was. Before he could finish his sentence, Diep Lam stepped behind Thien Trung and kicked him hard. Thien Trung was caught off guard and was knocked several meters away. Hung Diep Lam, he lands safely and raises his hands defensively, saying, Don't suddenly attack like that. She innocently and calmly said, Isn't that a greeting? I was just focusing on you after seeing you ruin the machine. Tien Chung frowned uncomfortably. I don't need to win against you. You just need a punching bag, right? Deep Lam widened his eyes and sincerely replied, No problem. I won't use my abilities or attack. Want to try? He felt slighted and nodded in agreement. It was because of you. At the same time, Nin Pham sat relaxedly drinking coffee with Ngoc Tweet, smiling brightly. Bang Tin Nguyen was also observing from afar with binoculars, clearly distracted by the scene. Ngoc Tweet smiled and congratulated him, saying, Nin Pham, I also received the notification that Lot D successfully entered the S-rank competition. Hearing this, he blushed and replied, The others worked hard, so this competition shouldn't be a problem. She modestly said, So you also have to try your best. Ngoc Tweet blushed and stood up, saying, I will wait for you in Class S. From afar, Su Feng kept asking what he saw. Li Kuang beside him was also eager, saying, Tell us quickly. Tin Nguyen Fuang Ha shouted, Don't be noisy. If you want to watch, buy your own binoculars. She blushed and smiled mischievously as if she had seen something very interesting. Thinking that, Tin Nuit secretly felt pleased, as it seemed she could catch her teacher off guard a bit. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nin Pham watched Nok Tuyet leave. Why did she run away? Time passes, and the next morning, early sunlight streams into the training room filled with equipment. Inside, the continuous noise of combat echoes as the robots clash, with no mercy even during training. Tin Nuit raises her hand to control the 9 strike. Isn't it just a ball? Cut it down. Hao Quan is full of confidence. Don't underestimate the abilities of this large training robot. With that, he loudly ordered and launched the attack. The laser sword form shatters into fragments, and the robot immediately enlarges, with its arms turning into 2 sharp flames. Seeing that, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she transformed, looking so cool. Thinking that, Tin Nuit turned to the side and said, Nin Pham, teach me some awesome summoning techniques too. He just smiled and replied, No need. Isn't a stone person also very cool? She grinned slyly, squinting her eyes with a smile. What did you do at the coffee shop yesterday? Why did you suddenly stand up and leave? Nin Pham was surprised, and Tin Nuit's voice grew more threatening. If she's upset, she might just slip up and say something she shouldn't. He sighed deeply in frustration to calm himself down. Fine, if you want to learn, I'll teach you. Suddenly, Nin Pham turned his face quickly like a pancake and shouted, The students summoning objects aren't cool, that's my fault. Come on, what kind of summoning beast do you want? I'll teach you everything. Tin Nuit shyly suggests with her eyes closed, like a soaring dragon. Nin Pham looks blank and indifferently explains, The creatures in this comic don't exist in reality, so no matter what, they can't be summoned. She was full of disappointment, as if suddenly Quang Li from nowhere intervened. Step aside. The young man enthusiastically suggested, What about the giant's leg? Tin Nuit coldly refuses, No need. It's ugly. What is this fat guy running for? Suddenly, a giant crashes through the wall and enters, muscular and loud. Sorry, please step aside. The giant is a bamboo. He continued, This king is looking for the woodcutter for a matter. When Thien Ka just entered and saw this, he exclaimed, Huh, and looked cool, standing in front of Lai Quang. Now he's under my protection, so if anything happens, you have to go through me first. Who do you think you are? Say his name. The kid behind Thien Ka, that scoundrel, is the one who bullied me. The mackerel is furious, its eyes glowing with a blue fire. Are you challenging me? Then take a good look to mind you this. As I said, he turned his back to show his tattoo. Here it is. The name of your king. The Nin Pham Association is whispering about it. That's a strange name. Triet Kamang points. Look at the words. The words are being written. Tian Ka frowned in suspicion. Dried fish. Li Kuang relaxed and then thought dried fish. It gets angry and explains. How do you learn to read like that? Spell it out with me. No ang mo ang mang. Behind, Suo Feng curiously approached the fish to try touching it, sneaking a feel. Suddenly it turns around, and behind me there are eyes too. What are you secretly trying to do? He jumped on the fish, pried its mouth open, revealing a fake fish head that looks like a demon or a god. I want to see what you look like. Seeing inside, Suo Feng's eyes widened in horror. His face turned pale. Dat Min fell to the ground. A voice sounded from behind. That's not a fish head mask, it turns out it's Kung Yen. The boy, with one hand in his pocket, proudly said, Mang is the strongest summoning beast. Earlier, Li Kuang secretly took out a bag of food and happily ate, thinking to himself, the strict manager's sister is too much, so I have to sneak and eat. Then Li Kuang was startled by a threat, scared and dropping his food. At the resort, the fish named Mang leans against the wall and laughs, You're scared of me, aren't you? Don't worry, little fat one, I'm just here waiting for someone. What is that? Why is there a guy with a fish mask? Could he be a fish fanatic? Li Kuang looked down sadly, accidentally spilling the dried fish on the ground. The boy's face darkened with anger as he glared at Kamang. Li Kuang, holding the dried fish in his hand, says, Fish head, please enjoy some delicious food. Do you want to eat? Hearing that, he happily accepts it. Offering a tribute to the king? Then I won't hold back anymore. Kamang took it and put it in his mouth, saying it was quite good and made him very happy. Kung Yen appears and says together, That's delicious. At this moment, the boy is suspicious, wondering why there's suddenly another person. The boy is happily eating. What is this delicious food? When asked, Li Kuang casually replied, Salted dried fish. At this moment, the mackerel and Gong Yen froze and dropped the salted dried fish. Back in the present, the boy angrily points and says, He dared to feed his own kind to the fish. I can't forgive him. Fight him! Facing him, Tian Cha glanced at Li Chang. Why are you still bothering the salted fish now? The kid shyly scratched his head. I didn't know either. It's just a misunderstanding. Hearing that, the saltfish emits a glow, forgiving and magnanimous. If it's just a misunderstanding, I forgive you. He squints and raises his hand. Why is this salted fish so bright? Below, the prince with a stern face said sharply, Don't let it be stunned. The boy turned his face away, crying in resentment. Mang, we can't just let them bully us like this. Let's teach that guy a lesson. Kamang saw that, crouched down to pat the bow and arrow, and advised, Ngai, Anghin, fighting is not good. Fighting will hurt you. The boy looked at it with clasped hands, crying sadly, but I couldn't accept it. This anger made it stiffen all over, and its resolve changed. The fish, squinting, turned away, feeling embarrassed. It kept a serious face and stood up. I really still have to teach you a lesson. Manhwa, standing at the podium holding a ruler, says, Open your books. Today we will learn about the new summoned beast called Mang. She teaches slowly. First, the characteristic is that both ends of the bamboo have eyes. The eye on the front is on the right side, and the eye on the back is on the left side. So you can judge the front and back of the bamboo based on the eye positions. Ong Nuan continued explaining, and moreover, the fish's field of vision is wider than that of humans, making it very difficult to ambush. The field of view. In the end, she calmly analyzed, but the fish's head couldn't turn, only shake side to side, so if they had to fight, it was best to attack from the side. All right, class is dismissed. Suddenly, An Nuang clenched her fist and broke the ruler, grinding her teeth as she asked, Why have you only appeared here after so long? Put me back into the main character role. Mang, with a commanding presence and a loud voice, said if Xiao Yi Ngin has spoken, then I have no choice but to fight. All right then, salted fish, go ahead. Once you finish him off, I'll deal with that kid. Come on, big brother, you can do it. Yen Gong ordered, Teach him a lesson. Suddenly he raised his hand to the sky and cast a spell. Here comes my deep water bomb. He faced serious and deduces, Do you summon beasts with an attack magic system? The giant water projectile flies toward Tian Ka inside the shield. The water projectile falls near him with a loud bang. Tian Ka inside the shield dismissively says, Just wait for me to handle such tricks. He raises his hand and conjures many giant swords, saying, Try out the new enhanced attack technique lately. Outside, Nin Pham quietly assesses, so he turned the boring leaf into a whole sword. The attack will become stronger, but doesn't that mean everything has been exposed and broken apart? Ta Thien Ka is too confident. Tian Ka points and shouts, turning the salted fish into dried fish. The mackerel jumps high, praising, Well done. His body swiftly dodged each flying weapon, and the mackerel transformed into a whirlpool that approached rapidly, making him cry out in panic. What is that? He spun around, wielding his weapon, and coldly said, Bring it on. Tian Ka was terrified and stepped back, ready to defend against the attack. At that moment, a giant fish appeared in the whirlpool. He couldn't dodge in time and was struck directly in the face by the fish. Tian Ka was knocked back several meters by the blow from the giant fish, and So Fong swiftly appeared behind him from outside. He caught Tian Ka and asked, Are you okay, Tian Ka? Without stopping, it continued to attack, with deep seashells compressed. So Fong, frowning seriously, said, Perfect timing, let me try out my new move. He quickly jumped away from the incoming sea fireballs. Su Feng gathers his strength and flies behind the coral. He calmly executes a defensive move, saying that the eyes of this king are not just for decoration, and that sneaky attacks are useless. Bula splashes water. So Fong raises his foot and lightly kicks the fireball, which was originally meant to be a surprise attack. The fireball passes through the water curtain and falls where Kiamang is standing. Looking at him, Ning Fan wondered silently, Has this kid learned offensive magic? So Fong smiled, sparks gently shooting from his feet as he stepped it down. Behind the fish, smoke billows from the person standing tall and motionless. So Fong turns his head back and smugly says, So, how was my most powerful attack? He was hit directly and panickingly admitted defeat. I'm so angry. You win. You win. Hisushu turned his head back, surprised that just one strike had taken down the fish. What? He instantly transformed into a tiny tilapia fish nestled in Kung Yen's hand. The boy squinted, glancing with an annoyed expression. Nin Pham stands still, a sly and smug smile on his face. Finally, Kung Yin clenched the fish tightly in his hand and shouted angrily, You guys are really too much. You're surprised too, thinking you can shrink yourself down? Kung Yin still couldn't hide her anger at the three of them, saying, Not only do you give dried salted fish to eat, but you also want to turn the bamboo into grilled fish. Nin Pham couldn't hold back any longer, biting his lip as he reminded, Calm down a bit, then you can use the respect for a master to deal with Nam Kung Ngien. Immediately, the boy's foot involuntarily lifted, and Kung Hien quickly knelt down, bowing his head forcefully to the ground. Ninfam leaned forward and whispered sarcastically, "Just tell the kid to be quiet. No need to apologize like that." The boy tremblingly said, "Master, please step back. It's just my leg losing strength." Suddenly, Kung Yen Ni snapped out of her daze and thought to herself, "Wait a minute. Standing firm but suddenly losing strength in my leg for no reason. Could it be?" But then the boy's mind spun in chaos, tears streaming down. Could there really be a ghost? Then Kung Yen stood up, tears in her eyes as she turned to leave, saying she would come back another day to settle the score. The boy kept running headlong, muttering to himself that he had to report this grudge no matter what. But in his anger, he didn't notice and bumped into someone. The boy fell flat on the ground, staring blankly at the figure before him. "Are you blind, brother?" "Oh, over there." So Fong is frowning and resting his chin in thought. Ninfam asked curiously, "What are you thinking?" Anne hesitated and said, "That guy feels like he's hiding his true strength." At that moment, Kung Yin appeared at the door with the mysterious person. The boy laughed heartily. "I'm back again," Kung Yin proudly said. "Sorry, it's too late now. This time, I brought a more formidable boss here." The boy pointed at Ninfam and said, "They are bullying me, Brother Thien Truong. Fight them." He scratched his head in confusion. "Huh?" Both So Fong and Ninfam also froze. Dong Then exclaimed, "Huh?" Tin Nguyen frowns, worried that the tiny dried fish might grow into a giant fish. Dudu looks around confused, not understanding what she's worried about. Tian Chang scratches his head and approaches respectfully. "Master Nin, I'm here to train." Ninfam asked with concern, "What happened to the scar on your face?" He hesitated and replied, "I got it from an accident during practice yesterday." Kung Yin froze in place, just staring with her mouth open at the two people being affectionate. Meanwhile, on another side, Li Kuang was holding a spicy stick in his hand, eyes closed in enjoyment, ready to put the spicy stick into his mouth. Suddenly, Tin Nguyen stepped forward from behind, mockingly saying loudly, "So lazy again." She burst out laughing. "I was just joking with you. Isn't it break time now?" Tuyet Wee, standing nearby, added, "We're here to rest for a while too." Li Kuang looked unhappy and glanced at the two of them. "Why do I feel so unlucky lately?" Then Tin Nguyen turned to ask, "What is Tuyet Wee practicing lately?" The girl smiled kindly and replied, "Want to see? Let me try it for everyone to see." Then Tuyet Wee lifts the bandage from her eyes and her pupils immediately glow with a blue light. But after a moment, the girl quickly pulled down her bandage, covering her eye, and softly asked, "What has Tin Nguyen been practicing lately, I wonder?" She looked puzzled and curious. "Wait, is your performance over already?" Tin Nguyen pointed and replied, "I am still practicing low-level summoning." Ninfam said, "As long as my summoning foundation improves, my main summon will also get stronger." Lai Kuang, hearing this, chuckled happily and said, "Still practicing the basics." She shyly asked again, "What have you been practicing?" Lai Kuang stood up confidently and said, "This is what you wanted to see. Don't say I didn't give you face. Stop losing patience and scolding. Get to it quickly." Li Kuang's hand clenched instantly, his fingers digging into his palm as the boy shouted loudly, a blazing green aura radiating around him. Lai Kuang squinted, smirking confidently, his skin's resilience visibly increased. "How is it?" "Pretty awesome."
It's shit.
Tin Nguyen's face turned pale with anger as she crushed the water bottle and shouted, "Are you making a fool of yourself?" Tuyet Wai calmly sipped her drink, as if used to this scene. The little girl asked, "Do everyone meet Thien Truong?" Tin Nguyen turned to reply he was taken away by Ninfam. "That's right. There must be some special training involved." Now in the martial arts room, Ninfam leads Thien Truong inside, speaking confidently so Thien Truong will have to rely on you. "All right, you're getting more and more despicable these days. Don't praise me like that." "Just in time, I have something to discuss with you. Do you remember the rules of the S-rank competition?" I calmly replied. "Of course I remember. It's about chaotic fights to earn points." Kwang Vien patiently explained, "But this year's rules are different. The school will send several teachers to participate in the competition to eliminate students. If a student manages to eliminate a teacher, their points will double. The teacher eliminated by that student will be demoted." Ninfam raised his hand to his chin, pretending to be polite, and said, "I hope you will go easy on my students." He replied softly, "No, I won't participate. If I do, the contest will end very quickly." Suddenly, Kwang Vien's expression changed, his eyes narrowing with a sinister look. "You're the one who has to participate." He frowned in surprise, not expecting him to say that. Cut to the day of the competition, where in front of all the contestants, a plane was waiting. The crowd is pushing and shoving. The organizers announce, please line up neatly. The opening ceremony is about to begin. The contestants, impatient, hurriedly move forward. A girl who was bumped into warned, don't push anymore, don't push anymore. Then suddenly, someone behind stepped on her slipper. The girl fell forward, screaming in fear, but luckily a calm hand reached out. Tai Chi gently used magic to catch her and kindly reminded her, oh, be careful. The old man half opened an eye and asked softly, are you hurt? The girl stood up awkwardly and thanked him. It's okay, I'm sorry for the trouble. This is it. Watching the old man walk away, everyone was amazed. Isn't this Emperor Hong Taiji, one of the 6 elders? They're whispering and gossiping. Hey, don't you watch TV? The Nin family is in trouble, and now there are only 5 left. Is that how it is? Otherwise, why was Teacher Nin transferred to a lower class? It's because he has no backing. Nin fam stood there, annoyed as everyone whispered about him, and the organizer announced, please welcome the school's chairman, Mr. Huang Tai-kuk, to give a speech. The old man stepped onto the podium and solemnly explained the rules of the competition. Each participating student starts with 2 points. Other types will earn points from their opponents, and the 20 students who stay until the end will become students of Class S. But this year we will have 5 teachers participating in the competition. If you can eliminate a teacher, your points will be doubled. Tai Chi sneers sarcastically. Of course, being defeated by a teacher also counts as being eliminated. May God bless you all. Everyone focused on listening to the announcement, while Nin Fam yawned repeatedly in boredom. The organizers continue the program, now inviting Ms. Onguin to speak on behalf of the 5 teachers participating in the competition. Isn't Tio Pham the one approaching Tai Kuk? Nin Pham respectfully bowed his head and replied, hello, Mr. Tai Chi. The old man cheerfully said, hey, you're a good kid. You've become more seasoned after not seeing you for a while. Are you one of the teachers participating in this competition? Nin Pham raised his head proudly and replied, yes, because Class D was given special permission to participate. So I was also chosen. An Nguyen holds the microphone, her gaze cold. That's how it is. I finished speaking. Teachers, please organize yourselves to prepare for the start of the competition. Tai Chi also didn't linger long, leaving behind words of encouragement as he walked away. Once this exam is over, you can go back to Class S, right? Keep going. God will bless you. Nin Pham smirked confidently and replied, yes, I will do my best. At that moment, Yang Hua seemed to deliberately bump into you. He sneered disdainfully, wanting to return to Class S. Dream on. Nin Pham clenched his fists in frustration. It was him who acted first. Before that, you used the gesture of paying respects to the master with Duang Hua. Immediately, his legs tangled together as he spun around. Then Duang Hua knelt down and bowed his head before Nin Pham. You burst out laughing and walked away, leaving Duang Hua stunned. What's going on? A helicopter flies overhead, observing everything as the match is about to begin. Wen Long holds the microphone and sticks his head out of the door. This match will be narrated live by me, Zhao Wenlong, covering the entire process and observing everyone's every move. The old man continued, now watching as students are dividing into groups to board the transporters, about to enter the arena ahead. This time the competition is about to begin. And like everyone else, I am looking forward to what will happen this year. Have you seen it? The helicopter has finally arrived at the target location, the enemy island. Van Long looked up and commented, our number 1 hang glider has arrived. The contestants are about to enter the arena. The heavy plane door slowly moved, gradually opening the way out. Duang Hua steps out and observes the island from above, clearly announcing that there is no time limit, with only 20 minutes remaining before the competition ends. Rescue workers are ready on the island. If you're eliminated or want to surrender, you've already signaled for help, right? All the contestants cheerfully and determinedly shout together, yes, understood. He ordered everyone to start, and then they all jumped down one after another. Nin Pham looked helpless. I never expected this situation at all. Li Kuang sobs, clutching the pole tightly. No, I'm not okay, Teacher Nin. I'm afraid of heights. Van Long quickly understood the situation. It seems a student from Class D was about to give up. He calmly glanced and thought, I really can't do anything with this student. Let me help. Immediately, Nin Pham stepped forward and kicked forcefully, sending Li Kuang flying. The kid screamed in fear, tears and snot streaming down his face. Even Van Long is stunned. Does Teacher Nin have a grudge against his students? Nin Pham reminded him not to forget to open the umbrella. Li Kuang heard that and immediately threw off his cloak, feeling there was nothing more to comment on. Van Long turned away and said, that's right, let me check plane number 2. It seems the race has already started. The 3 outsiders, Tan Ta, the princess, and the crown prince, immediately fell into the spotlight. Oh, these are the top contenders for this year's championship. The 3 students from Class S have formed a team. This time they are sure to achieve a high rank. They shouted in unison, ready to start. Van Fong continued commenting. So all the students from Plane 2 are in. Wait, there's still one person. The old man paused. This is Dieplam sitting quietly on the bench, expressionless as he gazes ahead. She sighs, her eyes passionate, and the commentary continues. Last year's champion, Diep Hong Lam, said, "It's so late, but she's still not on the field. I wonder if she's preparing something." The noisy surroundings made her tired. She yawned loudly, and the noise was too much. That comment made Van Long freeze, open-mouthed. Huh? Suddenly, Deep Lam grabbed the weapon beside her and quickly left the plane. Van Long excitedly comments, "So it seems they've finally entered the arena?" Wait a moment. The old man sensed something was wrong. She wasn't carrying a parachute and had already jumped. Was she dreaming? Overwhelmed with surprise, Van Long watched as Deep Lam swiftly darted past the chaos like a blazing red lightning. Immediately after, Ton Ta, then the princess, are left stunned and confused, not understanding what just happened. She swiftly escapes like a gust of wind, using the three people's umbrellas as stepping stones to jump down, taking down all three in the process. Somewhere else, Li Chong's eyes widened in shock as his spirit was shattered. The kid's umbrella got caught on a branch, and Li Chong quickly gathered his strength. Lai Kwang, the most dangerous place is the safest. Before that, the First Lady was confident this time she would definitely win. If I had to say why he shouted, it was because I had formed the strongest team. But very soon after, a shadow rushed towards me. That was Diep Lam. She just passed by quickly, even though her umbrella was already shattered into pieces. The princess looked up suspiciously without noticing Diep Lam passing by her. What was that sound? By the time he realized the situation, everyone's belongings were already torn apart. What's going on? The princess gritted her teeth, trying to stay calm, and used her summoning spell plan. Immediately, a blue eagle appeared, saving him just in time. The fly cam follows to record the entire event, so let's keep watching contestant Diep Hong Lam. Van Long comments live, saying that although many people have already been eliminated, if she can't land this time, she'll just have to be eliminated too. Deep Lam calmly rushes toward the thin ice, takes a deep breath, weapon already in hand with a determined look, her sharp sword slashes shattering the falling stones. With a flexible body, Deep Lam used the stones as stepping stones to land gradually. Van Long exclaimed in amazement, having used the flying debris to slow down and land safely. Just landing on the ground, she has already become the top scorer among everyone here. The old man continued commenting, curious about what kind of performance she will show next, which makes people look forward to it. All we see is Deep Lam lying sprawled on the ground, exhausted and complaining, forgetting to bring an umbrella, and feeling like dying. The screen shows Lim Deem, then she falls asleep, leaving everyone watching speechless. Van Long sweats and quickly shifts the camera angle elsewhere. Let's see if the other cameras have anything interesting. The fly cam flies to a cliff and finds three people chasing a teacher. When it becomes clear who is being chased, the old man suddenly shouts, "Nin Pham from Class D," because he is the lowest-ranked teacher, which is why he is being targeted. Tambak loudly discusses the plan. I think of a way to block our teacher. The two of them go to flank him. Both Nilam and Nyat Hugh shout out loudly. Understood. After the teammates disperse, he still puts strength into his palm, then explodes. Immediately, the cliff in front of Nin Pham exploded and shattered, large rocks falling down and blocking his only escape route. The Duang Kao Mui Jiao brand runs to the left to cover the head. Don't mess up. Nilam also blocked on the right side and saw they were surrounded. Show me the points. You feel helpless in this situation. Why is it like this? I just wanted to save a little trust points. Then Nin Pham turned to point directly at the three people, a small flame flickering on his fingertip. The ones surrounded are his younger siblings. All three were immediately surrounded by flames, screaming in fear. What's going on? Isn't my master still recovering his power? It seems the intelligence was mistaken. Tembok has given up, as if he has accepted defeat. Maybe we have no choice but to end it here. You still haven't stopped, so I snap my fingers and Lon burns away. The fire raged even more fiercely, swallowing the three contestants, while Nin Pham stood still, taking everything in with a watchful eye. His pupils constricted, eyes wide with shock. A wall of water surrounded them, saving all three. Nin Pham was surprised. A water barrier? Kung Yin sat on the back of the sarcastic fish. Mang, these people are so embarrassing. He sternly scolds. Little Ngin Yin, you can't speak ill of your classmates like that. The boy greeted cheerfully, Teacher Nin, it's been a long time. Nin Pham wiped his sweat, secretly thinking that 3 days without a beating, and this kid is acting up again. Yen solemnly said, Today I had bad luck, the three of us. If you don't want to be punished, cooperate with me to deal with Nin Pham. Sanbaku gritted his teeth and asked again, Yen, are you planning to act? First and second are full of fighting spirit. Let's go. That's right, there's also a chance to double the points. Mong timidly spoke up. Xiaonian Nian, with so many of us, it's not right to bully one person, Kung Nian said sharply. Mang, have you forgotten how they insulted us? This debt must be repaid. No need to be polite. Just come at me. I'm in a hurry. Hearing those words, the boy didn't hesitate and ordered, Go deal with my teacher. With backing from someone, the three quickly rushed towards Ninfam and entered my history teacher's classroom. He calmly raised his hand, ready to unleash his skill. Immediately, the legs of the three contestants froze, as if blocked by a stone. Before they could even touch a single strand of Ninfam's hair, all three fell to their knees. The system display has acknowledged the master. Bowing once, I was stunned and didn't understand what was happening. Tambak was terrified, his eyes vacant, not knowing what was happening to him. What? What kind of ability is this? He smugly held out his hand. You're too courteous. I accept your kindness. Kung Yen watched from the side, eyes seeming to see through something. Indeed, still using that strange move. The boy shouted angrily, telling them to attack, but questioning why they were kneeling before my master. Aren't you ashamed? Just as I regained my composure, Tambak stood up and spoke. We were careless earlier. Now we have to be serious. Ningfan won't hold back anymore, pointing to the sky. Are you still not giving up? Then there's no other way. You keep using the same tricks, relying on your previous respect for the master to continue. All three, Tambak, Nilam, and Nyathiu, look pale with fear as a loud noise echoes through the mountain pass. Van Long is tense and holding his breath. It looks like the result is about to be announced. The dust gradually settles, and the scene before the viewers leaves them stunned. The three contestants kneel so hard that the ground beneath their knees dents. They are so stunned they stammer, saying, My child's bones are gone. Van Long announces, the 301st Regiment, 2nd Platoon of Class A, has been eliminated. After dealing with everything, Nin Pham frowned and muttered, That kid took the chance to escape. On another side, around So Feng and Thien Ka, a group of people lay scattered, their condition unclear. He looked at the people on the ground, smugly saying, These guys are really trash. No one can match this young master, So Feng wondered, not knowing how the others were doing. At the same time, a flash of light appeared behind. Wen Ting was sitting on a branch, holding a brush in her hand, smiling cunningly. Her new inspiration for a fresh creation had just come. Then Van Tin put down her brush, her delicate and agile handwriting dancing across the paper. A few seconds later, a talisman was pasted onto the tree trunk. Then a branch appeared, with a talisman fluttering in the wind, even pasted behind the rock in the same way. Suddenly, So Feng froze, as if he had realized something. Tien Ka saw that, and he called out, So Feng, what are you just standing there for? He broke out in a sweat and turned to reply, We've entered someone else's barrier. A giant blazing red heart floats in the sky below. Colorful candies grow everywhere. Even the flowers on the grass have heart shapes, and the scenery around Thien Ka changes. So Feng bends down to pick a flower, looking around suspiciously, wondering if there's really a place like this on the island. Suo Feng replied in fear, It must be the power of the barrier. Looking around, all the shapes are hearts, Tian Ka exclaimed. This barrier is so cute and adorable. After a moment, he narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky. Thien Ka pointed in confusion. So the heart in the sky grew larger, right? Van Tin smirked slyly. That was a gift for you all. As soon as she finished speaking, the heart in the sky suddenly collapsed and fell onto where Thien Ka's group was standing. He smiled calmly, then raised his finger to point upward, and the giant heart immediately showed many cracks of various sizes. The illusion mimicked Thien Ka's hand piercing through the heart, and he looked up and laughed loudly, knowing it was just a useless guy. Tian Ta turns around, his face changing. Let's keep going. Suo Feng shouted out loud, What's wrong with your face? He looked to the side suspiciously. Who are you? So Feng looked confused. What? The confused students muttered to themselves. Xiangbanner, why are so many students coming after me? It's probably that Zhang Tianchang also got into trouble. I need to find him quickly. From behind, a student with wide eyes said, Shuangban Tre. Van Long's voice sounded from the helicopter camera. The mysterious magic used by Master Nin Pham had repeatedly shattered the bones of the students daring to challenge him. In the end, is there anyone who can break this spell? Suddenly, a roar echoes from behind the mountain in front of him. Nin Pham looked over curiously. What's that noise? At this moment, he saw Vuong Fi running out from behind Hot High Mountain, his face pale, shouting as he ran. Let's get out of here! Move aside! Seeing this, Nin Pham stepped forward and tripped Vuong Fi, causing him to fall face first to the ground. Vuong Fi angrily got up and asked, What are you doing? Nin! Before he could finish speaking, a bear charged down the mountain towards the two of them. Van Long excitedly comments, It seems the princess has provoked a wild beast. This is a fire-type beast, a high-level magical creature. The old man continued, Do you think Mr. Ninfam can break its leg bones? The hovering helicopter angers the bear, which raises its paw. It slashed with its claws, smashing the camera drone. Van Long was surprised. Huh? Ninfam frowned, losing patience. High-pressure water cannon. A powerful jet of water pierces through the giant body of the bear. It was hit and staggered, collapsing to the ground unconscious. The princess watched in horror and thought, Master Ninfam is even more terrifying than that wild beast. Just run. He hadn't had time to escape before hearing your warning. Don't rush to leave yet. I still have something I want to ask you. Ninfam smiled menacingly. I remember you once had a conflict with Truong Tien Truong. Are you looking for her? Tell me where she is and I will let you go. He avoided eye contact and responded with cold sweat. I didn't see Truong Tien Truong, but I saw the names Mai Rua and the Flying One. I didn't hurt any of your students. Wang Fi recalls and recounts that they were targeted by the A-class barrier students. He's too strong. I don't want to fight him either. Besides, Suo Feng is helpless inside the barrier. How can we break this barrier? You wonder what ability he has that makes you so afraid, and he explains he is also a strong candidate for this year's champion. Coincidentally, I investigated him, and a barrier needs someone inside to maintain it. Both the princess and Tianka concluded the same. To break the barrier, you must drive the creator out and find who made it. He said helplessly, but basically, within his barrier, they couldn't find his location. Does Ninfam not understand why? The princess stammered. That's the sinister smile of Van Tien appearing in her mind. Once the mental trap formation is in place, you're basically done. There used to be a country like this in the old days. In the vast forest, a castle was built. Inside the castle, the queen of this land had a magic mirror. She often asked the magic mirror, Mirror, who is the most beautiful woman in the world? Every day, the mirror would always say, the Empress, of course. Until one day, the mirror said her hair was as black as ebony. An image of a girl appears in the mirror. She has a slender collarbone, blood-red lips, snow-white skin, and gently brushes her hair back. The most beautiful woman is Princess Snow White. Actually, So Fong in disguise. The queen angrily reached out and shattered the mirror, causing it to panic. Time passed, and the queen turned into an old woman and arrived at the forest where Snow White was living. When Snow White opened the door, she was given an apple, which was poisoned. The tragedy struck, and Snow White only took a bite and died. To bring her back to life, the dwarfs quickly went to find the White Horse Prince after hearing the news. Only the prince's kiss could save the princess. The kind prince agreed immediately. The prince is none other than Thien Ka, who immediately goes to Snow White's bed, leaning down close to So Fong. He closed his eyes and puckered his lips, sharing a deep kiss. Suddenly, So Fong snapped awake and opened his eyes. Princess, are you awake? Before he could regain his senses, he hit Tian Ka on the head. Hey, is the princess awake now, Wig? The princess is a ghost. It was the collision that woke Thien Ka from the barrier. What is this pain? He shouted out loud, seeing So Fong lying unconscious on the ground. Suo Feng. Tien Ka approaches and shakes him. Why did you faint after hitting me? This person's head is so hard. Wake up quickly. Outside, Wen Jing continues to paint. Can they wake up? You do have some strength. Then let's start the next chapter. The brush once again painted a fairy tale scene of a girl with golden hair trapped in a tall tower by a wicked witch, and Tian Ka lost consciousness again. A prince passing through the forest heard the singing of the long-haired girl coming from the tower. Her beautiful voice captivated him. But this time he woke up holding his head. Not again. Tian Cha looked up at the top of the tower, the prince's long hair hanging down. Up high, Suo Feng was tightly wrapped by the long hair, looking uncomfortable. Maybe it's the prince, he wonders aloud. With so much hair, how is the princess going to handle it? Behind. So Feng, a hand reaches up and grips the wall tightly. It turns out to be Tian Cha, her face sunken from exhaustion, finally reaching the top. We must find the barrier master quickly. Outside, Wen Ting is still passionately painting, so why refuse such a perfect love story? It's hard to find inspiration like this. She sketches a romantic scene filled with roses. She smiles excitedly, and just as she is about to speak, Ninfam suddenly appears. What are you drawing? Van Tin shouted in surprise, falling off the branch she was sitting on. She lands safely, looking up at him and speaking. Teacher. My class teacher, right? Hey. Ta Thienka. Wasn't it you who fought the barrier master before? Don't embarrass me. Ninfam's voice comes from inside the barrier. Teacher Nin. It seems that Tian Ka has remembered, kneeling and muttering. Is that so? Immediately after, the barrier was broken. He cheered happily. I understand now. Ninfam turned back, proudly saying, Looks like I don't need to step in anymore. Van Tin, frightened, hugged the book and tried to run away. I can't let him see me now. Tian Cha quickly intervened. Yes, there was no need to find the location of the barrier envoy. Huh? Before Van Tin could understand, he shouted loudly, "Isn't it better to just blow everything up?" A surrounding gravitational field flung everything away. She stared in disbelief, unable to believe what she was seeing. Is that really allowed? The fly cam above is still recording live. The fight here looks intense, and the helicopter can't get any closer. Then Van Tin quickly jumped away and ran to escape. She gently landed on a nearby tree branch, still holding the book in her hand. Van Tin's eyes sharpened with suspicion, her hand clenched tightly. She had to quickly restore the world, or else. But before she could do anything, a streak of blue light flashed by. So Fong had awakened, holding the book in his hand, confidently saying, "Without an intermediary, you can't use the barrier." Van Tin didn't care, only worriedly searching around. "Where are my glasses? Where's my glasses?" Tien Ka slowly approached, smirking. "Finally got you. This time I'll make you pay off the entire debt from earlier properly." At the same time, Van Tin found his glasses again but could no longer run away. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, she pretended to be weak and burst into tears. "They are bullying me. I'm about to be beaten." Tien Ka tremblingly and awkwardly said, "Hey, don't cry. I won't hit you. Just surrender yourself." Van Tin immediately turned hostile, sticking out her tongue provocatively. "Ha ha. Who wants to surrender?" Before they could react, she quickly created a new barrier. Tien Ka stood there stunned, eyes empty. Not again. Just then, a hand pierced through from behind, breaking the barrier. Nin Pham gently waved his hand, destroying it instantly. When he looked again, Van Tin had disappeared, only the burning talisman remained. He softly turned and asked, where did he go?" Tien Ka nervously sweats and quickly makes an excuse, saying, "I was scared by your aura and disappeared into thin air." Nin Pham waves his hand and moves forward. "All right, let's quickly find the Heavenly School group." Suddenly, he raised his hand with full force for this strike. "Did you lie to the demon?" Finally, the three teachers and students set out together, with the fly cam curiously following along. Van Long squints and comments, "It seems that teacher Nin Pham plans to gather the students together." The audience laughs and looks up at the big screen happily. First, let's thank them for providing us with a very unique way to escape. The control panel shows the camera angles of all the ongoing battle locations. The old man points at the screen. Now, let's see if the other teachers are making any moves. What will the first exam involving teachers be like? Suddenly, Van Long realizes there is something special in the forest. This is definitely the trail. It's Teacher Joe's transformation system from Class A. The students who encounter him are really unlucky. All the students are lying scattered on the ground. On this side, Head Teacher Ma and Teacher Wu Yanghua have also eliminated many students. It seems the speed of the competition with teachers involved is really fast. Ma class monitor frowned and asked, "Mr. Ma, I want to find out more about do you know where Nin Pham is?" Hearing that, he glanced over and said seriously, "Oh, what a coincidence. I am also looking for him." In another place, Li Chang is still hanging in the air and at risk of being eliminated by the fire-type bear. "Keep going," Li Chang is about to finish. A short while later, Li Chang sighed, a bead of sweat rolling down his face, and while the bear was asleep, he slowly crawled down from the tree. But since it was sleeping right next to the trunk, he had no choice but to jump away. "Because of your carelessness, the clumsy kid lost balance and fell flat on his face." Lai Kwang turned pale with horror, afraid that the noise might have awakened the bear. When he saw that it was still sleeping soundly, he let out a sigh of relief. Li Kwang hurriedly ran away, but out of nowhere, the rubber chicken was lying on the ground. Unaware, the kid stepped on it. The loud cry of the chicken makes the kid freeze. Suddenly, a pair of blazing red eyes appeared behind Lai Kwang. The kid turned around and forced a smile. "Big brother, if there's anything, let's talk about it." The bear roars, and your piercing scream echoes through the forest. A set of gleaming teeth flashes as a sneer spreads across the face. Jing Jian is hiding behind the disguise. Just needs to let the fisherman gain from the situation this time. It turns out the chicken earlier belonged to him, and now Su Fong is holding a wooden stick, ready behind him. The bear raises its sharp claws, ready to attack, and slams a powerful blow directly at Lai Kwang, knocking the kid far away, crashing through dozens of large trees before finally pinning himself upright against a giant rock. Li Kwang fainted for a moment after that blow, while on the other side Su Fong had finished dealing with the last opponent, shouting loudly, "You fatso!" Li Kwang heard the call, suddenly woke up, and quickly dodged the next attack from the brown bear. "Su Fong, I'm so happy." Duong tears up and quickly runs over. "You big fatso!" Li Kwang also smiled brightly, eyes shining, skinny but overly excited. He and the other's heads collided straight into each other, both collapsing onto the grass, the swelling lump growing larger. But the bear still wouldn't give up, fiercely slashing with its claws. Suddenly, Lai Kuang clenched his fists tightly, surrounded by a purple energy stream, finally bravely responding, causing the brown bear's hand to recoil as Su Fong quickly used his mind control technique. You annoyedly scolded, clearly talking about the parachute. Yet you let me search for you to the point of death. Fatty Lai Kuang could only chuckle apologetically. He's not strong enough. I can still fight. Elsewhere, the snake glared fiercely, opening its mouth wide as if about to swallow everything. It's just a pity that it was caught in the stone person's hand, but the snake didn't give up, quickly whipping its tail like a whip. It coiled its tail around the stone figure multiple times, tightening around the opponent with a familiar figure calmly watching from above. Tin Nguyen smiled confidently and said, I'll show you the transformed giant statue I trained. As soon as she finished speaking, the stone figure immediately changed, transforming into a sharp claw that gently sliced the snake in half. Suddenly, Tin Hui's eyes widened in shock as she saw the snake turning into dust. She muttered, Is it transforming into dust? Is this in summon? I didn't realize the princess had been standing right behind me all along. He sneers. It's been a long time, but you're still only a low-level summon? A giant buffalo suddenly appears in front of Tin Nguyen. The princess consort dismissively remarks that the summon didn't hide, and is even standing on top of the summoned beast's head. Her weakness is obvious. She ignores his words and frowns in annoyance. Where did he run off to? Let's first capture his summoned beast and eliminate it. The blood-red-eyed buffalo moved closer, gripping its sword tightly, ready to draw it. Without hesitation, it swung its sharp blade fiercely forward. He decisively aimed straight at Tin Nguyen standing on the stone statue, but she quickly ordered her person to block, while the other hand was already in a stance, ready to attack, with sharp claws aiming directly at the bull's head. It also swiftly caught both in a tense struggle. Tin Nguyen smirked in satisfaction. Just a high-level summoning beast, nothing more. And it just so happened to be a test for her new secret weapon. Without hesitation, she pulled out 2 test tubes from her bag and threw them directly at her opponent. Go! The auxiliary troops burst into fierce explosions, emitting a stream of bright blue light. The buffalo froze for a moment without any reaction. Then its eyes suddenly flashed bright red, and 2 claws transformed into sharp blades, stabbing into its eyes, causing it to scream in pain. Reacting instinctively, it raised its hands to cover its eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Tin Nguyen immediately ordered, Now is the time. Everywhere is an opening. Cut it to pieces for Tao. The princess bares her teeth, her eyes shining brightly, and for him, it's all the same. He controls the summoned beast with his mind, facing directly at 12 o'clock, exploiting the opening, and strikes with all his might at Tao. Upon receiving the order, it immediately raised the sword in its hand and without hesitation, swung a powerful strike straight down from above. The place where Tin Nguyen stood collapsed instantly, and she fell freely from above. Everything happened so fast that Tin Nguyen couldn't even catch her breath. It's not good, all her hair containers have fallen. At this moment, Do Dao suddenly soared upward on her shoulder for no reason, causing the broken test tubes and stray hair strands to scatter everywhere. Do Dao is holding a strand of hair with a satisfied expression. Seeing this scene, she gapes. This broken chicken still wants to eat more. But as if she saw something, her eyes suddenly flashed. After swallowing the hair, Do Dao's whole body began to glow, radiating a brilliant aura. A huge beam of light shines in one direction, blinding the opponent. The princess witnesses everything, pursing her lips in doubt. Could it be not? He raised his hand to block, unable to believe what he was seeing. Is this evolution? Just as Tin Nguyen seemed about to fall, a chicken feather blanket caught her, wrapping her small body and occupying only a small space on it. The princess frowned and shouted, "Don't give it a chance. Cut it down for me." The buffalo, obeying the order, fiercely raised its sword again, slashing across the dazzling light without hesitation. But Dodu only needed to nibble lightly, and the sword shattered instantly. Its body was dozens of times larger than before, with a murderous glare. Tin Nguyen's face darkened in disappointment, thinking, what's the difference from before it transformed? But since the statue is gone, she can only go along with it. Fine then, Tin Nguyen stands firmly on the highest plane, determined to give the order, deal with it for me. The opponent also dared not slack off, with one eye blazing red fire, clutching a sword that was already broken in half, but suddenly the beam fell down, disappearing without a trace. The princess suspiciously looked around. Where did it go? With such a large body, is its ability to hide itself? The buffalo kept looking forward while Dodu had already circled behind unnoticed, taking the opportunity to kick the opponent hard in the back. The princess looked back suspiciously at the source of the sound. Huh? What was that? In front of him, the large body of the buffalo was collapsing down. Do quickly stomped the opponent to the ground. A notification sound rang out. The princess is out of luck. She leans on her hand and smirks. Tin Nguyen immediately warned him not to get cocky. They still haven't found the summoner yet. Don't let that person escape. At this moment, Nin Pham and his 3 disciples also flew by. Does Tian Ka suspect that this is not Bang Tin Nguyen's original summon? So Fong also suggests whether they should go there to help him. Nin Pham replied calmly, I don't need to get involved. They can handle it themselves. I'm more worried about the Celestial School. Maybe the teacher from Class S wants to pick a fight with him. Elsewhere, Duong Hua's group is going around killing and searching for someone. We are looking for Nin Pham. Do you see him? Kung Yen, having just finished dealing with someone, replied casually with his hands in his pockets. What a coincidence. The boy smirked with excitement. Count me in. At the ruined building, it seems a fierce battle has just taken place. Deep Lam walks slowly, sunlight filtering through the window frame, her eyes somewhat somber, lost in thought. Inside the same building, Thien Trong is hiding behind a wall. He signals Tuyet Ui to stay there as he mutters the ice shard technique. A block of ice suddenly appears behind Diep Lam. She seems to sense it and immediately reaches for her weapon. Even without turning around, a few strikes shattered the ice, and Thien Trong took the opportunity to jump forward, ready to ambush. His eyes were bloodshot, fists clenched, preparing to deliver a powerful punch. Unfortunately, Deep Lam smoothly jumped away to dodge the attack. Before Thien Trong could react, she turned around and casually drew her weapon. Luckily, Nin Pham arrived just in time, blocking the counterattack with his hand. Even though his arm was trembling, he still looked cool. Stop right there, Hong Diep Lam. Then Nin Pham grabbed his arm and shouted loudly, It hurts so much, how can old Liu block a knife with his body without changing his face? As soon as he saw him, Diep Lam blushed and softly said, Teacher Nin Pham. Immediately after, So Fong and Thien Ka descended and stood firmly on the building. The two moved inside. So Fong said, It seems that Teacher Nin has rushed in here. Tian Cha, full of energy, where is the enemy? Suddenly he frowned and looked back in confusion, only to see Diep Lam still staring intently at his teacher, both of them puzzled. What's going on? Where are the enemies? Where's the fight? Nin Pham spoke first. Just tell me if there's something. Don't keep looking at me like that. Diep Lam still kept a calm expression and continued to stare intently at him. Snow Y anxiously asked teammate Han, Are you okay? It's okay. Luckily, Mr. Nin arrived just in time. Tian Cha stepped beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder and questioning, You were also a student in Class S before. Who is that girl? I haven't been in Class S for long, but it seems Deep Hong Lam is a former student of Teacher Nin. Deep Lam suddenly said loudly, Teacher Nin, after you left, no one guides me anymore. But before he could finish, a voice interrupted. Hey, sorry to bother you. Why don't you have a teacher to guide you? Don't you know yourself? The weird teacher and the weird student really suit each other. Nin Pham glanced over and said, Looks like you've caught up. With me here, none of you can lay a finger on Thien Trong. Duong Hua squinted, pretending to look confused as he looked at him. He said while summoning an octopus tentacle, not sure what the teacher was talking about. Soon after, the tentacle stretched out straight toward Nin Pham, saying we came to find his teacher. Before you could act, Tian Cha activated his shield and stood in front of you. Don't even think about it. Is this tentacle corroding my magic power? He was immediately punched hard by Kaisen. Not stopping there, he clenched his hand, absorbed energy, and prepared to strike again. Nin Pham quickly stepped forward to block, shouting, So Fong, take Ta Thien Ka away first. He frowned, looking displeased. How dare you hurt my student? Get down on your knees and apologize. You used the system, and you have already used the salute to the master with Ma Kai-sun. He immediately knelt down, huh? Nin Pham points to the sky again and continues to give orders. Yang Hua, you also kneel down for me. At this moment, Duong Hua said something incomprehensible. Sure enough, at the same time, a series of red notifications sounded, leaving him stunned. The system is malfunctioning. The red notification messages continue to appear. The system is malfunctioning, it has been hacked, and the skill to bow before the master is locked. The master's eyes are repairing it. With just 1 day's time, it seems Nin Pham senses that someone is watching him from behind. Let me see what you can do without the system's help. Duong Hua Nyan, while you were still stunned, ordered the Shuktu to attack. What are you standing there for? Are you going to fight back? Countless tentacles rushed towards Nin Pham from behind at incredible speed. Suddenly, Deep Lam grabbed the weapon and drew it quickly. With just a few strikes, she finished off the swarm of Shuktu. Duong Hoa sweat and was surprised by Deep Lam's actions. You again attacked your own teacher. She calmly replied, The strange student just wants to cooperate with the strange teacher, right? At that moment, So Fong was taking Tienka out of the building and sighed, Your head is as hard as iron, so it should be fine, right? I don't know any healing magic, so I'll just find a place to hide. Suo Feng was flying and muttering to himself, noticing that lately he often transported the boy, when suddenly something flying in the air caught his eye. Upon closer look, it turned out to be a talisman creating a barrier from Wen Ting. So Feng narrowed his eyes, seeming to realize this was heading back to Dieplam, the prodigy student matching the eccentric teacher, right? Duanghua didn't care about the tone, only warning. If you want to help Ninfam, then I won't hold back anymore. She raised her weapon, confidently provoking, I just like it. Deep Lam rested his weapon on his shoulder, muttering, barrier finger skillfully adjusting the safety latch. Then she shouted to open, and 2 explosions also rang out. Duanghua was stunned, rooted to the spot, completely unable to react. When the bullets just grazed past him, he tilted his head with a sneer. Where are you aiming? This strange way of fighting. But when the 2 bullets collided, they quickly transformed into swords. While Duanghua was still stunned, Diep Lam had already blinked behind him. 2 sharp swords slash with incredible speed. Yang Hua is terrified, quickly crouches down and rushes forward recklessly. He stared angrily at her and sighed, so fast? Then, Duanghua summoned larger tentacles from beneath the ground. Come on. This time the tentacles change targets and rush straight at Diep Lam. The little tentacles are nothing in her eyes. She handles them all in just a few seconds. Director Ma, are you still not done? Wait until I finish and then I'll come help you. But right now Ninfam is still worried about those eyes that appeared. Could it be that someone else also has a similar system? Kai-san quickly seized the opportunity and charged straight ahead. He shouted, Ninfam, if you're brave, don't hide behind your students. Tweetwee reacted quickly, using her ice magic to freeze the approaching foot of Kai-san. As he hesitated and looked down at the girl, another foot kicked straight at him. Kai-san gritted his teeth and struggled to raise his arm to block, but the kick was too powerful, causing him to crash straight into the wall behind him. Thien Trong stomped his foot on the ground into a fighting stance. Kai-san snorted angrily. These students are a bit troublesome. Yang Hua calmly replied, Fortunately, I was prepared in advance. Deep Lum stands in front of Nin Pham and his students. Suddenly she opens her eyes in surprise. He doesn't care and happily shouts, Chao Tuyen, it's your turn. Outside, a beast with milky eyes bearing sharp teeth has run out of patience. It stands on the roof of the building, raising its bandaged arm high. As the arm drops, a tremendous surge of energy is unleashed. Immediately, the roof was pierced, hitting where Nin Pham and his students were standing. The powerful energy tore straight through the building, causing a deafening explosion and the ground to shake violently. The abyss is too fast. Thien Truong, Tuyet Ui, and Dieplam couldn't react in time and fell down. Nin Pham looked stunned, shouting down the large hole below, Are you guys okay? Then Nin Pham leapt down, needing to help the students quickly. Suddenly, 2 tentacles reached out from the white smoke. Immediately, the tentacles shot out lightning bolts attacking him. From the smoke, Nin Pham saw a giant octopus, and a voice rang out, still worried about his students, huh? The voice belongs to Kai-san, with Duong Hua smirking beside him. You should take care of yourself first. Your hand unleashes fire in response, worried about yourself. I'm afraid I can't control myself right now. Nin Pham thought to himself that the system's ability was broken, so he would use up his trust points here. Kai-san's face darkened and interrupted, no longer holding back. Then don't hold back anymore, give it your all. Duong Hua points upward and continues to speak. Van Long looked at the building. Teacher Chao Tuyen is a martial arts fanatic, and it's said that his abilities have reached the standard for a Class S teacher, but I didn't expect such destructive power. The old man pointed excitedly at the screen. I didn't expect the teachers to fight each other. It really makes people look forward to it. Van Long's face turned sinister, but teachers are supposed to evaluate students, so would a fight among teachers be considered a violation of the rules? Suddenly, the old man heard a voice. In theory, there was no problem at all. The voice belonged to Tai Chi, and he continued. Teachers are also participating in the competition for the first time, which truly isn't covered by the rules. Van Long was stunned. Old Hoang. The Tai Chi master from the West wields a staff, and the competition will be even more exciting. Van Long listened and obediently replied, Yes. The old man changed his gaze and looked down, saying, Don't disappoint my expectations. Nin Pham's spirit guardian protected him. Kai-san clenched his fist and charged at Nin Pham, who quickly activated his protective barrier. He punches hard against your defensive barrier. The clash of techniques causes the space to shake. A strike rushing toward him was immediately cut off by Nin Pham's defensive barrier, causing Kai-san to glance over and freeze in surprise. He smiles, clasping his hands together, transforming into a meat bun. As he finishes, the protective barrier expands and moves closer to his hand. Kai-san shouted defiantly, It's just a small matter. This little effort won't hurt me at all. Nin Pham smiled softly and threw a fiery punch. He's really tough too, so let's try this. He swung his fist directly at Kai-san's vulnerable spot. He was in so much pain he broke out in cold sweat, his face turning pale. Outside, a scream of agony echoed, and Nin Pham then looked at his hand with disgust. feeling a bit regretful about the fight and wanting to wash his hands. Kaisan, trembling with anger, said, "I will kill you, Nin. I will kill you." Duanghua beside him advised, "Captain Ma, you should rest first." He licked his lips, raised his hand to attack, and said, "Next, leave it to me." Suddenly, many tentacles sprouted from under Ninfam's feet, making him panic. "Back!" Ninfam quickly defended. "Shield, those tentacles just came back to life." Yang Hua happily said, "Stay inside the shield until the demon power is completely eroded." At that moment, a stream of black smoke shot toward him, instantly cutting the tentacles into many pieces. A figure standing on the high floor watched down at Ninfam. Nguyen smirked. "You've been too careless, Ninfam. An unexpected assistant appears, and the situation becomes chaotic." "In the forest?" Li Kong worriedly said. "Why haven't we seen any ghosts after going so far?" "I'm starving. Shufeng is ahead, and you still have fruit to eat. Just stay quiet." He looked at the road ahead and kept feeling like everything around was somehow familiar. They're lost, aren't they? Getting lost is just getting lost. In the end, someone will come to pick us up after the competition is over. Su Feng said disappointedly. "There's no one here either. I still want to test my strength. Wouldn't it be better to pass the competition easily? Anyway, when I get back, I'll treat myself to a nice meal." He walks ahead and explains, "The competition won't end until the number of contestants drops below 10. Maybe in 3 or 4 days or 10 days at most, you'll just be here gnawing on bark." Lai Kong was so shocked, he almost lost his voice. "Huh?" The kid shouted loudly and ran ahead. "The Y is fighting fiercely now. Hurry up and finish the competition." Su Feng quickly follows. "Hey, wait a minute." Li Kuang suddenly stopped, and he didn't have time to react before crashing into the kid. Kid points and says, "Look, there's an apple ahead. Su Feng, hurry up, don't stop so suddenly." Li Kuang picked it up in panic. "Isn't this the apple seed I just ate left over?" "We're lost." Your face is turning pale again. "I've already mentioned this issue from the beginning. The incredible adventure of the two chubby and skinny friends begins." After countless moments, loud noises echoed through the forest. "Don't run, brother-in-law. Let me go!" "This time I'm not coming back. Chase after him." Su Feng in the bushes wondered. "Brother-in-law?" Li Kuang interrupts. "Family dispute?" The kid jumps out of the bushes and shouts. "So, aren't we back to human society now? Help me!" He quickly grabbed Li Kuang to stop him. Hey, calm down. What if it's a wild beast?" The kid immediately wondered, do wild animals know how to speak human language? Su Feng adjusts his glasses. Could he have forgotten the familiar nickname? Everything must be handled carefully. The two of them hide behind the bushes again. At this moment, Li Kuang frowns. He's really troublesome. Hearing that, he lowered his voice to a whisper as the voice in the forest continued to echo. "Don't come over here. Stay back for now." One-Eyed Bear spoke. "Sorry, brother-in-law." Boss Bear collapses crying, saying, "I told you not to hit the face." One-Eyed Bear in a deep voice warns menacingly, "Brother-in-law, go home obediently to avoid suffering physical pain." Boss Bear remains resolute. "This time I'm not going back, no matter what anyone says." The kid is surprised and shouts, "Could it be a trick to lure him home, with the Bear King secretly hiding?" One-Eyed Bear, furious, "Brother-in-law, don't blame me for fighting back." It's slashed with its claws, breaking the face. The Boss Bear, terrified, covers his face and strikes himself. Li Qiang, hidden in the bushes, furious, rushes out and punches the One-Eyed Bear, ending the fight. "We are all family. Let's talk things through." One-Eyed Bear was hit and thrown far, hitting the rocks. It slowly fell to the ground, losing consciousness with its eyes closed. The two subordinate bears saw this and ran away with it. They shouted, "Relying on your brother-in-law to fight your eldest, you should go back and report. There's no justice in this, no regard for bears at all." The kid thinks the three bears are fighting too hard, right? Finish them off. "Hey, Fatso, look over there." The Boss Bear kneels and begs, "Please, two heroes, help me out." He sweat and said, "This isn't the bear we fought and injured, right?" The old Bear King recalled and said, "My family was very happy until that day our child was born." She sadly continued, "After that day, her personality changed a lot, becoming cold and hot-tempered. Every day I lived in a state of coldness and anger. I wanted to escape from that life." Su Feng looked confused. "Oh, really?" And Li Tong then cheered him on. "Keep going, we're supporting you." At this moment, the Boss Bear burst into tears and hugged both of them. "Don't talk about it as if it's someone else's story. Wasn't it my hand that got injured after being hit by both of you? And besides, everyone here is a man." So Feng reminded himself that first of all, he was not a human. Suddenly, it looked into the forest in fear. "That sound is gone. My brother-in-law's younger brothers have called my wife over, and suddenly the boss's bear is baring its teeth and causing trouble. You two hurt my hand, I can't do anything now. You two are responsible for helping me resolve the family conflict." Su Fong chuckled arrogantly after hearing that. Honestly, if only Ian Big Fatty had stepped in, those bears wouldn't stand a chance. But then he suddenly turned hostile. But I refused. Hearing that, it was stunned. Huh? Why? Ha ha. Su Fong just pointed at it and laughed. Don't even think about using morality to bind me. I won't do anything that's useless. The boss bear speaks sincerely. If you meet my demands, I might be able to help you too. Meanwhile, in his heart, he sneered at this person's minimum limit. After a while, several bears rushed out from the forest, glaring at the two of them, too. Boss bear shouted loudly from behind. For freedom, Su Fong laughed while controlling Li Kuang, remembering the promise he made. Wait, stop, hold on. Yes, that's the wife bear. I don't know why you two want to interfere in our family conflict, so I honestly answer that men should help their brothers settle their anger. My wife's bear got angry when she heard that. What does that guy have to be mad about? Sure enough, he's talking nonsense again. She glared and said that since getting married, he only knows how to eat and be lazy. Whenever something happens, it's always me who handles everything. Whose child is this? Things only get worse after having a kid. He asked him to watch the child but forgot the kid outside. In the end, it was also me who told the story about hunting. Su Fong gapes. Huh? This made Li Chuang look stunned. Huh? Unlike what I heard. At this moment, Gaovo's anger exploded. I should be the one angry. He even hit my sister-in-law. Today, no matter what, I must teach him a lesson. After hearing this, the two of them turned to look at the boss bear. Li Kuang's words didn't match what he had said before. Are you surprised? Shu Feng guesses. Is this guy planning to back down? It makes a cute face. If having a bear means being useless, then it shouldn't be me, right? Then the big bear was overwhelmed by the two of them. Li Kuang clenched his fist. All right, this can be considered as settling your family conflict. Su Fong sat on its back, remembering the promise he made to us. After hearing this, it muttered, Wrong, wrong, brother. Inside the building, Yang Hua frowned. What, on Nuan? Why did she help Nin Pham? Nin Pham also wondered, confused. Exactly, why is that? The group of On Nguyen stood there in silence without replying. She pointed and ordered, Why should I tell you? Go deal with them. Black Lotus replied, Yes, master. Kaisan below sternly reminds you, Pay attention. Duong Hua looked at him and snorted. He looked at her and spoke, but the summoned beast's head chain was no longer there. Duong Hua points and attacks, saying, So this isn't the best chance to attack Master Zhao then. At this moment, black smoke rises from the ground, quickly cutting off the tendrils he summoned. Duong Hua, furious, watched the summoned beast hide in the shadows, truly troublesome. Nearby, the bandages wrapped around teacups floated in the air. On the tangled hanging bandages, various objects float nearby, and the gauze wrapped around her is filled with items drifting toward Kai San. She stares with purple eyes at him. He stiffened in fear, his gaze piercing, as the bandages controlled the hanging ribbons to launch objects at him. Kai San raises his hand in surprise. Huh? On the ground, a band quickly slips around his leg, and the gauze immediately pulls the cord back toward her. Kai San couldn't react in time and fell, lifting his leg into the air. Your Majesty! He quickly got up, eyes wide as he looked at her, with a fierce face and wild eyes, rushing toward Bonjbuk. Kai San angrily swung his fist and shouted, Don't use these useless things to touch me! He wildly punched towards the bandages. Fall down! The punch left her body full of holes, looking terrifying. Suddenly Kai San stopped, wondering what was going on. It felt like hitting cotton. Suddenly she looked at him and smiled in a terrifying way, with bandages constantly laughing as body parts split into strips of bandages wrapping around Kai San. On Yu Yin covered her mouth with sarcasm. The guiding instructor was summoned by a beast and played with like that. Too weak, he immediately exploded in anger and unleashed lightning. Lightning envelops Kai San's arm. Damn it. I will show her the true strength of the guiding instructor. Ban Yuang looked up at the sky, frowning in confusion. Huh? The dark, cloudy sky, she asked suspiciously. Why is it so dark? Lightning from above pierced through the cloud layers, and the sky over the island was now filled with powerful flashes of lightning. Yang Hua looked up at the sky in shock and said, Could it be that Director Makai Shan is angry and accepting my anger? Summon the 5 thunderbolts to strike the peak. At this moment, lightning converges above and strikes the building with immense power, instantly destroying it. Ningfan raises his hand to activate his defenses, shielding himself from the falling rocks. Damn it, you saw it, right? Yang Hua stepped forward to praise. That's right, well done, Commander Ma. The system has exceeded the trust point limit and is entering rest mode. Freeze time is 30 minutes. Hearing the system's warning, Ningfan's face darkened. Not again. Without waiting for your reaction, Yang Hua's tentacle lunged forward. It didn't stop. An Yuan quickly rushed out of the pile of rocks towards Nin Pham. grinding her teeth as she bravely blocked the attack of the tentacle in place of him. A huge section of the roof has collapsed, sending a thick cloud of dust into the air. Tianchuang, panicked, desperately holds up the rubble and shouts, "Tweet Wee, are you okay?" Deep Lum's figure suddenly rushed from behind. Tweet Wee gasped, and Trong-un, holding the little girl, immediately became alert. Chao Tuyen suddenly rushed from behind Tianchuang. The ferocious beast swings its fist and roars loudly. "Where do you think you're going to run?" Deep Lam quickly drew his sword to block the attack, while Chao Tuyen continued to strike relentlessly at her. It concentrates all its energy into its injured arm, and in a flash, a blinding beam shoots straight at Deep Lam, causing the entire classroom to explode in a burst of earth and debris. Thick white smoke billows across the floor, blocking all sight. Chao Tuyen still stands proudly and says, "Is this the strongest person in Class S?" "I'm so disappointed." Diep Lam suddenly lunged from behind, wielding his weapon with quick agility. She poured all her strength into attacking the middle of the monster's head. Chao Tuyen roared in frustration, clearly using a barrier system, but not employing the barrier to fight me. "Are you looking down on me?" Without hesitation, it charged forward to take down Diep Lam. Suddenly a figure appeared, grabbing Chao Tuyen's arm and not letting go. Thien Truong arrived out of nowhere, standing right in front of the beast. Chao Tuyen, sweating profusely, struggled to escape. "Huh? No, I can't move." Seeing the scene before her, she was stunned. What are you doing?" He calmly replied, "I'm helping you. I can't hold on much longer. Quickly release your barrier." Deep Lam recalled the previous battle and replied, "If I could break it, I would have done so long ago. My magic was already depleted from fighting those tentacles." Deep Lam quickly made a decision. "All right, let's try." Tian Chang, still unmoving, was taken aback. "What? Get ready to face this guy in a blink of an eye." The beast immediately summoned a flame in its other hand, roaring. "So this style, are you a disciple of Liu Guangyuan?" Chao Tuyen didn't hesitate to punch him hard. Tian Chang's eyes shot like bullets, determined to use his small strength to overcome the larger force. He quickly moved around to the front and bent its arm. Chao Tuyen was lifted into the air, crying out in pain. "What?" Tian Chuang charged forward and slammed it against the opposite wall. A loud explosion echoed as Chao Tuyen was thrown out into the yard, rolling like a ball. It lost momentum and slammed straight into the tree trunk, lying sprawled on the ground. Everyone rushed outside. The pounding footsteps echo loudly. Deep Lam is determined to take that guy down in no time. Hearing this, Chao Tuyen stood up arrogantly and replied, "Just with you guys?" She Thuan-thuk gently pushed the two fingers gripping the sword's hilt, the sharp weapon gliding on her skin to cut through the outer ice layer. The demon sword sparks as it scrapes, surrounding the beast's hand with thousands of sparks. Chao Tuyen squints, watching the situation and forcing herself to hold on. Deep Lam swiftly and skillfully darted behind like lightning, clutching the piece of cloth in his hand in annoyance. "Huh? Why are you tearing my shirt? This was settled into the blink of an eye, and you're saying what?" She froze, speechless. This is also too hard. While everyone is distracted, Tuyet Ui quickly casts a spell. "It's not over yet, freeze." Chao Tuyen didn't have time to react and was frozen in half of her body. Tianchang took the opportunity to kick it hard in the back. "I'm still here too." Chao Tuyen only managed to cry out in pain before being kicked away, smashing into the shattered glass. Chao Tuyen's eyes gradually lost their light. "This one is weaker than the previous one." He looked at the situation and said, "Is it really impossible to hurt him? The girl standing nearby is helpless. Are we about to lose?" Deep Lam just muttered, "Why is it getting dark?" The beast, furious, channels all its energy and roars. "Now it's my turn." Suddenly, a blinding lightning bolt struck down from above, blowing everything up. She calmly put on her glasses. Tianchang and Tuet Ui are stunned with their mouths agape in amazement. Chao Tuyen is struck by lightning and collapses, gasping for breath. Does it mean that acting cool will get you struck by lightning? Is that what people usually say? A blue light hovers in the air between the lightning bolts, with Nine Fam creating a protective magic orb standing alongside, on Nuyen inside. Shu Xuan was struck by lightning and froze stiff. Tian Chong quickly covered his eyes with his hand. "Is that Miss On up there with Teacher Nain?" Tweet Wee stands nearby, urging, "We need to hurry and help." He quickly turns and says, "Deep Lam, let's go quickly." Deep Lam lazily rolled onto the ground. "What? I'm exhausted and want to rest." The little girl looked at the two people nervously. "Oh, the system is currently undergoing maintenance." Nin Fam is sweating and getting anxious. "Damn it, with the system constantly causing so many glitches, does it want to kill me?" Anna Nguyen shyly nestled in his arms. "If we keep going like this, it's not a good solution. I'm only causing trouble for everyone. You hold her and hide behind a large rock while Yang Hua is searching everywhere outside." "Nin Fam, you should hide well." He sneers arrogantly with a mischievous look in his eyes. "If I find it, you'll definitely die." Ninfam carried on Nguyen on his back, trembling. Huh. If that's the case, then let me broaden your horizons and see the real me lying on the ground, unable to accept defeat. Ninfam can handle it. While moving, he accidentally dropped a small stone nearby, heard the sound, and Duanghua turned around and signaled. Found it! A giant leg charged rapidly toward the wall on command. At the moment of danger, Dai Lian suddenly stepped forward and cut the leg in half. In an instant, Ninfam was stunned by her. Deep Lam saw Deep Lam and was surprised. Huh? Why are you here? Could it be Chao Tuyen? Duanghua was stunned. No way! How could Chao Tuyen let a student defeat him? Looking at the man lying on the stretcher, everyone whispered. This wound looks like it was struck by lightning. Kai-san pushed through the crowd, sighing. Well, Chao Tuyen is only at that level. Let me handle this. He was just reminding me. I haven't fully recovered yet. Immediately casts a spell in response. Oh, dealing with these students is no problem. Keep a close watch on Ninfam and don't let him escape. Seeing An Nguyen weak, Tuit Ui quickly casts a spell. Ms. An is injured, I will treat her wounds. You focus on watching carefully. Tuit Ui Tin Trung quickly urged them on. All right, you guys handle this side. He eagerly moved close behind Dieplam. Let's work together once again. She coldly retorted, It's better not to cause any obstacles. Dieplam jumped from behind and slashed his shoulder, causing Ta La to cry out in pain. Seeing the shallow tear on his shirt, Kai-san's attitude was somewhat disdainful. Is that all his skill? Dieplam said nothing, instinctively landing professionally, but she didn't miss a second. Quickly, a pointed heel shot toward him. Dieplam steadies himself with his foot and crosses his swords at his position, while Kai-san's face begins to show a hint of panic. Suddenly, Tian Chuang charged in from nowhere, delivering a kick that shattered his jaw, with such force that Kai-san was pushed backward, leaving clear skid marks on the ground. Seeing the situation was getting out of control, Yang Hua Lian La wanted to intervene. Teacher Ma? Or let me handle it, but he snapped irritably and refused right away. Step aside. Just watch over that Ninfam for me. Kai-san clenched his fist tighter. This time, he truly carried his own strength. I'm not like that useless teacher hiding behind those students. My fight, I can handle it myself. Hearing those insults, he angrily shouted back that Teacher Nin is not useless. Then, Thien Trung clenched his fist tightly, jumped high, and aimed directly at his opponent. But this time, his punch just missed Kai-san's position. Seizing Thien Trung's moment of distraction, he glared, and Duong Quyen was so straightforward that it was easy to see through. Kai-san delivers a powerful punch right into his stomach, causing Thien Trung to be sent flying into the sky. Seeing what just happened, Dieplam frowns in disapproval. What is my teacher so excited about? His hand is still covered with a bright gold layer. A student of an incompetent teacher will always be eliminated anyway. At the most dangerous moment, Dieplam rushed to protect Thien Trung, and a massive explosion appeared in the sky, causing a shockwave through the mountains. A prominent beam of light appears in the green forest. Kai-san's face slightly narrows with obvious disdain, and he quickly wishes to die. It's fine. Both obstacles are dealt with. As the dust clears, Ningfan suddenly appears behind him, his voice cold and his sharp gaze fixed on him. Who does the teacher call useless? Go ahead, I won't hide anymore. Meanwhile, Duong Hua suddenly noticed something unusual. But Kai-san is just focused on preparing to attack. Does he dare say that? Then, as he points to the sky to gather his power, he hurriedly shouts, "Win the car! Quickly stop the car!" He was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Yang Hua hurriedly warned, "Chief Ma, be careful!" As he finished speaking, a large, thin beast's claw reached toward Kai-san. A loud rumbling echoes as a cloud of dust appears in the forest, and a large boulder is shattered by a powerful force. Kai-san's body remains motionless, stuck to the edge of the rock. A notification sounds declaring Ma Kai-san eliminated. Then, a pair of slender legs slowly stepped onto the ground. Tin Ninguyet stood in surprise next to Dao Dao, anxiously watching what just happened. You hit someone again, right? Kai-san's entire body slid down and froze on the rock after the strong impact, while Dodo just stood there silently watching as if nothing happened. Did you hit someone again? Tin Nguyen turned to look at Duong Hua and assessed him. Is this the S-class teacher causing trouble with the master this time? His attitude suddenly made him speechless. Oh, seeing that, the contempt in her eyes is even clearer. It seems the teacher is in a pretty bad state. Ninfam, do you need my help? He was also a bit surprised by Tin Nguyet's appearance. Oh, then you should rest. Duong Hua is not as simple as you think. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud bang echoed out, smashing into the ground and causing rocks and debris to fly everywhere. Dudu soared into the air, heading straight for Duong Hua's position. Seeing this, he still maintained his cocky, teasing attitude. Then let me see just how not simple you really are. Du Dao Dao's huge foot was raised in front of Duong Hua. A muscular arm appeared to block it before it could land. The cat punched him once and then calmly said, "Huh, isn't it very simple?" At the same time, Yuan Bo appeared out of nowhere and also joined the scene. "That's right, you're not simple at all," Sister Bing said. Then the boy crossed his arms on the large rock and laughed triumphantly. Nin Pham still calmly encouraged Tin Nguyen. "Come on, Bang Tin Nguyen, I believe you're not that simple. But this time you were a little scared. Don't say the word simple anymore, you damn fool." Lu's sharp eyes glinted. "Isn't that the mackerel?" "Let me show you my new move." He let out a slight gasp of challenge, then said, "Well, Your Majesty, I must watch carefully." It hasn't even shown its power for a few seconds before it curled into a fiery wheel and charged at me. The fiery wind wheel, crush it for me. Kamang, standing naked, tries to hold a fireball, crying out that it's hot. Suddenly, Duong Hua calls out to Nin Pham. He looks very confident, as if he has everything under control. How do you think the teacher is feeling now? I have taken care of many students. It took me a long time to come up with this perfect plan. Now no student can protect the teacher anymore. This statement made him pause briefly, a suspicion rising in his mind. Wait a minute, could he have hacked his own system? And that's not all. Duong Hua continued to wave his hand, throwing out 2 more people to show the teacher some interesting things. When he saw them being thrown to the ground, Nin Pham shouted in panic, "So Fong Ta Thien Ka, at this moment, you suddenly felt a surge of power approaching. This barrier, around them, is protected by a layer of magic." Duong Hua revealed the truth, saying, "I told you I had devised a perfect plan. I investigated all of your students." Von Tin, not knowing where she appeared from, excitedly scribbled on the paper. "This time we caught Teacher Nin." Nin Pham, holding Thienka unconscious on the ground, questions Duong Hua. "Why did you go to such lengths to eliminate me?" His footsteps quickened, pressing forward as if to overpower. "You worthless!" Duong Hua roughly yanks your collar up. "Do I really need to wait this long for someone like you to get a chance?" He vents his long-standing dissatisfaction and frustration. "Look at how pathetic you are now. What exactly am I inferior to you in?" The more he spoke, the more annoyed Duong Hua became, trembling with suppressed anger. Lu Quang Vien, the principal, and even her. Why do they care about you so much? He lifts Nin Pham with one hand, his attitude clearly defiant. "I have to make them see that you're just a useless nobody." Then Duong Hua suddenly let go, releasing his collar. Facing Nin Pham, who was cornered, he arrogantly made a condition. "Nin Pham, you're beaten now. If you kneel and bow to me, I'll spare your students." On the other side, Kamang suddenly punched hard, causing Dodo to stumble backward. If not, Duong Hua's plan is extremely cowardly, targeting the school's juniors, and now he will start eliminating your students. His face becomes terrifying. His cold eyes carry an unsettling obsession with you. On the big screen, an image of Nin Pham kneeling on the ground is projected. What I do is for this moment, so everyone knows, you're just a worthless coward. At the same time, Van Long was extremely satisfied witnessing this result, broadcasting it live. This is a precious scene worth remembering. Faced with intense pressure, Yang Hua shouted loudly, "Quickly kowtow, Nin Pham, I want you to never lift your head again." Suddenly, at his kneeling position touching the ground, a few strands of hair lifted from beneath the broom. Then they rapidly extended and tore apart the current adversity. This type of shadow had appeared before, cutting off the pain. Each strip of cloth crossing the talisman is drawn with a series of special character symbols. Not just one, but 2. All similar pieces of paper are also like this. Duong Hua quickly stepped in front of Van Tin to protect him, nervously shouting, "My charm is torn. On Nguyen." The building was already in ruins and collapsed even further. Dust and smoke filled the air. Hach Lian appears with his hand extended, unleashing a burst of power forward. Immediately, Duong Hua's tentacles are cut off without hesitation, and the magic cord continues to curve through the air. It brushed past his head and then circled around behind, and the remaining tentacle near Duong Hua's face was also neatly destroyed. On Nguyen, seeing this, covered her mouth and spat out some sarcastic words. "You only know how to use those soft tentacles?" He pretends to be weak, holding his torn shoulder. On Nuong, why do you keep wanting to protect Ning Fan? Standing in the smoke, your cold and inscrutable attitude, why do you keep asking that? Could it be that at this point, On Nguyen reveals a knowing smile and turns the tables on the opponent? In his perfect plan, he never prepared for me, the one helping him. Are you worried now? Yang Hua also couldn't hold his patience anymore and started to summon his power. If he couldn't handle unexpected situations, how could his plan be considered perfect? I didn't want to fight at first. Seeing this, she was momentarily startled, and a suspicion arose in her mind that his magic power was increasing. Yun immediately ordered his subordinates to aim directly at the opponent and block him, but those cords had already been destroyed upon reaching his barrier. The tentacle is just a medium. Do you really think I would use it to fight? I am not a summoning teacher, but a mental type. Yanghua Yanwei is protected within the barrier, explaining her transformation. My magic power comes from corroding others, and my strongest spell is now complete. This time, one of his eyes turned black, so she still managed to protect Ninfam and show her the monster inside me. Nguyen quickly ordered the bandage. The white restraining threads shot out quickly, and Ninfam was suddenly wrapped around the waist from behind. Huh! The gak bandage pulled him forcefully back to their position, startling Ninfam. Huh? Why? After bringing the person back, Nguyen warned seriously, "The next match won't give you free time to meddle." The looming eyes appeared, and the giant body caused the ground to crack. Ninfam couldn't handle the intense shaking and muttered, "You're using too much force," before a powerful beam slammed into the helicopter flying overhead. Ninfam poked his head into Wenlong's space, looking playful. "Sorry to bother you." The old man was stunned, unable to believe that you could appear before him like that. Huh. Before Ninfam could do anything else, his eyeball shot out a beam that pierced straight through the helicopter's body. The black smoke gradually billowed out from inside the cabin, causing the helicopter to shake slightly. Ninfam frowned, still not understanding what had just happened. "What is this? It's blinding." When he looked again, he realized that Van Long had been unconscious for some time without him noticing. Seeing the old man with his mouth open and smoke coming out, Ninfam realized that this was a loss of magic power, causing temporary coma. Did that bright glow drain all my magic? Why am I not affected at all? Suddenly, the helicopter jolted violently, and you realized an important problem. Since no one was controlling the pilot, the helicopter lost control and crashed into the mountain wall. Over on the distant rooftop of the eyeball, Brother Yanghua Huin Huang smugly thought that running was useless. As long as it was on this island, everything was within my reach. It's over, it's over. Wasn't the result still that I won? He put his hands on his hips with a confident look. If it's already over, then it's time to get to the main event. A loud shout echoed back. Just say what you want to say. Immediately after, he just brushed his hair back and then adjusted his clothes. After finishing his preparations, Duanghua covered his mouth with his hand, cleared his throat softly, and steadied himself. The next second, he raised his hand to his mouth, forming a megaphone shape, and shouted loudly ahead, "Ding Nuet Tuye, I like you to be my girlfriend." The day before the competition, Nyok Tuyet was tidying up her things, getting ready to leave work. "I've finished work for today. I'm heading home now. Tomorrow is the competition." Suddenly, Duanghua walked past the department and called out, "Miss Du, you're a bit surprised." Teacher Ao Duang, is there something you want to see me about?" He shyly scratched his head and specially reminded you, "The important thing I want to tell you about the competition tomorrow is to watch the live broadcast." Thinking of the promise from yesterday, Duanghua took a deep breath and said, "Yes, now is the perfect moment to say this." Then he shouted loudly into the distance, "Ding Nuet Tuyet, I like you." Each word uttered made On Nguyen Tin Nuit and Tuyetui gasp in shock. "Please, be my girlfriend." However, Duanghua's confession didn't end there. "Your hair is beautiful, and your skin is very white and smooth." He seems to want to use all his strength to express how beautiful you are in his eyes. "The first time I met you, I was completely attracted to you." Not only that, Duanghua even patted her chest and assured me that I would definitely treat you well. As soon as he finished speaking, Hoilian and Wen Nian launched a sneak attack from above. She angrily criticized his insincere confession. "Are you done talking? And why do you keep talking about appearances? You're really just sleepwear." Before Duanghua could react, his magic cord looped in front of him, creating a dangerous situation, so he started to open the layer beneath his feet. As Heilian prepared to tighten fiercely and decisively, Duanghua had already fallen below, leaning his hands behind his head and mockingly looking up. "Oh, it's you again. Stop clinging to me like that. Isn't Ninfam already out of the competition?" Kuyen frowned in frustration, her face showing clear disgust. "Who would bother clinging to you? It's just because you want to get beaten." Hearing that, Yang Hua became even more teasing and challenged loudly. "Your behavior only makes me more curious. If I win against you, tell me why. You're not someone easy to bully, so immediately order Hak Lian to attack. You think I'm afraid of you?" But just as you let your guard down, a tentacle from the eyeball suddenly swung at you. Both of them were knocked down and continued to be struck by it. Seeing that the opponent had been defeated, he couldn't help but feel proud. So we've won. Tell me the real reason." A hacking cough sounded from the pile of dust and debris. "Damn it, I got provoked." I only helped Ninfam because Liu Guangyuan asked me to. But Yang Hua deliberately pretends not to understand. Lying convincingly, there's no way Liu Guangyuan would ask someone else for help. Are you just beating around the bush? Do you have feelings for me? Hearing that, she immediately bristled and snapped back firmly.
What about you? I'll kill you, you bastard.
Nguyen's strong reaction makes him very amused. Oh, just joking. Such a fierce reaction makes me think maybe I was right. Stung on a sensitive issue, she started confidently, but then stammered. Mouth full, he's still not the one. The person I like is overwhelmed by Nguyen's aura and mutters, the person I like is Ninfam. Just then, the person in question hobbles out from the cliffside. It hurts so much, I really am unlucky. Ninfam clutching his head in pain, his face scrunched up with a streak of blood on his cheek. Huh? Onengin, what did you just shout? Forget about that, I have a plan. On the contrary, when she saw Ninfam, she looked like she saw a ghost, trembling with panic. Hey, you haven't been eliminated yet? Am I supposed to be you just now? Then the white threads of the bandage flew over, wrapping around her wrist. On the other side, Hak Lian's magic threads did the same, so that half of Nguyen's face now had half of his attached. Finally, after a quick process, Black Lotus and the bandage officially merged into her body, forming a valve shape. Seeing that unusual appearance, Ningfan looked on with curiosity. Huh? Why did you suddenly change shape? As soon as she spoke, she snapped irritably, startled by her own reaction. Nguyen decisively struck hard and warned sternly, forget it for me. Are you still confused? A warning siren is ringing. It's best everyone stay still. Tweetwee is worried that my treatment can't fully cure everyone. So Fong replies, I am fine. Tianka sneered. What the hell is that pile? Tin Nguyen scoffed. Whatever it is, just smash it. He teases that even salted fish can't beat this and claims he won't lose. She angrily shouts, it's him who ran away. I didn't lose. Tiankai lowered his voice and said, it's because we've recovered that he ran away when he saw it wasn't safe. Seeing Yang Hua so relaxed, he immediately complained, it's really disgusting in such a good place and still so nonchalant. Tian Cao has a limited transformation range of my shield and can't reach his chi energy. I need to find a way to deal with him. Tweetwee said, my attack magic can reach that distance. Suofeng also added, I can fly. Tian Chang immediately objected. No, Tweetwee has already used a lot of magic on healing. It's better to hold off on attacking for now. He turned around. Oh, are you all right? Oh, he doesn't care about me. Thien Truong lowered his eyes, knowing that even with magic attacks, they would be blocked by the tentacles. Too many tentacles. If not for multiple people attacking at once, he would be able to approach by calculating carefully, but the tentacles block him. Attacking from afar also gets blocked. Tian Taru discovers this truth. So isn't my master invincible then? You're so silly. When I heard I was being teased, I turned around and said, what are you laughing at? Go find a way yourself. She held 2 pills. Isn't it simple to suppress our master's tentacles by using enough of them? Nin Pham said tiredly. That hurts. Why are you so forceful? Nguyen couldn't bring herself to look at him. Can you not mention it anymore? I thought someone was ambushing you. Aren't you looking for your students? Kautan Toy is lying on the rock. That's right. She screams. You don't look like that at all. Nin Pham replied indifferently. Wait a moment, and you'll know where they are. Among my students, one has a talent for revealing themselves. Tin Nguyen subtly curves her lips. This time it's perfect. A loud scream echoes out. Summoning so many is enough, right? Brother Tian is suspicious. Is this okay? She points straight ahead and orders, shooting arrows to form a hedgehog. A series of arrows are flying rapidly toward the eyeball. They rush towards it at full speed, carrying a chilling aura. Sensing something, he opens his eyes in surprise. Tin Nguyen smugly thought if she could block this many arrows, then try and do it. Countless arrows pierced straight into the eyeball. She's so proud of herself. Too surprised to even prepare properly. Its body has been hit and is surrounded by thick smoke. Seeing this, Yang Hua realizes that this is an object summoned from magic power, right? He sneered, useless. The magic power will only be corroded until it's gone. This is a fortress that magic cannot penetrate. The scream echoing out is an unbeatable and crucial point. What will happen if this eyeball's tentacle hits Tin Nguyen's next move? Are you ready to take the next step in the plan? Her eyes looked back, already beaded with sweat. It runs its tentacle again towards Tin Nguyen Dao Dao, who is extremely worried, and the eyeball strikes the tentacle to the ground with a loud, powerful sound. She pinched her nose, slightly opened her eyes, and suddenly heard a call. The alpha bear blocked that tentacle. Su Feng and Lai Kuang strike cool poses and say in unison, "Don't worry, we're here," Thuong Huyen shouts angrily. "What are you both showing off for? Hurry up and pull it out." Many of its clones are entangled in its tentacles, and this will corrode magic power, which is very disadvantageous for our magical beasts. Tianchong spoke with difficulty. I can't escape. What should we do? Suddenly, a shadow appeared from behind, and many purple arrows decisively cut through the tentacles. The tentacles in front of the eye were ruthlessly cut off. On Nuyin soared up, drawing her bow and shooting straight ahead. Many arrows cut through the tentacles around it. A beam of light shot straight from into her. The tentacles along the beam of light were cut into pieces. Yang Hua was annoyed like a swarm of flies. Indeed, it's troublesome. 3 sources of purple energy are emitted from its eye. Seeing that, she quickly dodged. Tin Wheat wondered who that could be. Su Feng also wondered. Is that person helping us attract attention? Ninfam steps out of the bushes and finally finds the kids. She and Su Feng are both very surprised. Ninfamon. Nguyen's eyes flash with a light before rushing forward. He is surprised that she avoided all the tentacle attacks. Suddenly, Anna Nguyen stops midair as the tentacles continue to advance. She spun around and threw out strips of white silk, caught in a trap. It was ensnared by the silk as Duong Hua panicked. What? He sneers. So what? I can still produce many more tentacles. The ice block is trying to cling to the tentacles to prevent the counterattack from the eyeball. Tweet Wee says, the ice only lasts for a moment. It erodes too quickly. Tian Chuang tightly hugs a tentacle and shouts, I'll help too. Li Kuang and Thuong Huyen grab the tentacle and shout together, we are coming. Duong Hua yells angrily, what if you grab the tentacle? You basically can't break through my wall. Are you all crazy? An Nguyen Nyam sneered, we can't, but someone else can. Gao! Suofeng is holding a giant bow, with Nin Pham watching from above. All right, this is the spot. You've been launched. I'll go destroy the fortress now. Ouyang Hua. He turned his head and looked over, then instinctively called out Nin Pham's name. There was a sudden scream. Isn't this approach supposed to be a live attack? A huge stream of purple energy shot out from the eye of the eyeball. Nin Pham passes through that light, but unfortunately, someone useless like me has no magic to corrode it. You have successfully infiltrated and are about to throw a punch at Duong Hua. Ninfam's fist was just an inch away from his face when it suddenly caused a tremor inside. Something burst out violently. The figure of the boy gradually appears from the thick smoke and dust. Stepping on Duong Hua's face. Wasn't that supposed to be very easy? Your unassailable fortress? Kung Yen Ha exclaimed in shock. The little fish looks at the boy sitting on his shoulder. The 5 of them want to deal with both of us. Everyone responded in unison to stop talking, and Gong Nung sneered, knowing Mang's strength so he wouldn't dare face each of them directly. What? Who's afraid of whom? Let me go ahead first. Li Kung was panicked, saying sister clearly was provoking. The arrogant fish said, It's okay, little Ingi in small matters not worth mentioning to a king. The boy hesitated before calling out to the bamboo. He continued, Being a king means knowing tolerance. Only then can you win and conquer, which will broaden your horizons. My name is Zhuo Wenlong, the live broadcast host. Sorry to all the viewers for the long wait. The old man is sitting on the helicopter observing from above. Now let's return to the match. Van Long looks down. Let's see the current situation of the game. In the distance, the old man is a raging tsunami rushing forward. The giant wave makes the helicopter appear tiny. In an instant, the tsunami collided and broke the helicopter's rotor blade. Seeing the scene before her, she simply raised her hand to cover her eyes, and indeed it was true. Kung In-hing laughed loudly, as expected. Mackerel is the strongest person in the universe. The boy looked down with a contemptuous gaze. The group of Pham Tin Nguyet frowned, truly admirable. Why can't I be as strong as that? The tsunami is getting stronger, and everything it touches turns into a power station. The tsunami is gradually approaching where Suo Feng, Tian Chuang, and Li Chong are fleeing, and in an instant, the waves rapidly surge forward. In the water, Thien Ka activated his protective shield. The kid drank a large amount of water, and he struggled to hold onto the tree. Tuit Yi also fell into the water, trying to puff out her cheeks to hold her breath. A hand tightly holding the girl's hand is Thien Truong desperately pulling Tuit Wee toward him. He opens his mouth, air rushing out. Tuit Wee was surprised and wide-eyed at that, while Thien Truong held her tightly in his arms to keep her from slipping away. In the crowded space, a deep snap echoed out, and a protective circle appeared, enveloping him and Tuyet Ui. Thien Ka and Li Kuang are also protected by that circular shield. This is Tin Nguyen covering her ears tightly. Behind, Su Feng stands dazed while Nin Pham sits leisurely on So Feng. The system notification says that the master craftsman is repairing Master Min's eyes. The estimated time is 23 hours 20 minutes and 11 seconds, and the repair will be completed using trust points. His sharp black eyes have been focused all day, and his luck has finally arrived. Seeing the powerful tentacles, Ninfam sighed. The arena has become like this. Next is the final battle. In front of you appears a giant mackerel, and coincidentally, there's something here that looks like the final boss. Kung Ian sneered. They're really a bunch of bastards. Mackerel, give those guys a seafood feast. Kung Ian glared maliciously downward. Come on, Ninfam, rub your neck. I never said I would do it. I just got a little carried away earlier. Ninfam nonchalantly let my students handle the kid. Li Kang trembled. Teacher Nin, are you serious? Tiantia is also sweating. We can't get close to him while flying. So Fong shouted, No, I'm afraid I'll fall. It's too high. The boy sneered. A bunch of idiots trying to take us down. The fish started surfacing following Kung Yen's words, as they are the king of the sea, able to control water and marine creatures. The boy is extremely proud, claiming to be the champion here. He lifts his head and admires himself, showing some skill indeed. Ninfam smiles mysteriously, but he's not the only one here who can strengthen their power. Tweet Ai spread her arms as droplets of water gradually gathered on them. Kung Yen, standing on top of him, looked surprised and spoke. This time, Kamang clenched her fists and threw a punch at the girl. Don't even think about casting spells on me. Thien Trung's expression grew urgent as he stepped in front of Tuyetwi and threw a counterattack punch at him, causing the boy to stumble. Thien Trung spoke fiercely to protect. If you want to hurt Tuyetwi, you have to go through me first. The girl squints one eye, a blue light appears in the other, and she shouts loudly, No absolute defense. Kung Yin pats his head and says, It hurts so much, I almost fell down. The boy looks confused, and Mang Kamang responds, I was wrong to call the sea. I didn't expect it to bring the rocks and hit my own leg. His whole body froze solid from the ice. Seeing that, Kung Hien shouted loudly, Meeting the water boy with tears in his eyes. Mong, get up and don't die. I looked down and said, Your little beast summon has been defeated. You can surrender now. Kung Hien shouted angrily, You bastards! You're bullying Mang. Don't even think about getting my points unless you step over my dead body. Tian Chang prepared to throw a punch, then I'm sorry. The boy opened his mouth in shock. Are you really going to fight? A gentle tap of the stick on the ground causes everything around to freeze instantly. A flash of golden light flickers before his and Kung Hien's eyes. Bu Mat and Kung. Tai Shi raised his staff and the water immediately split into two streams. Stop! He and Kung Ying turned around in surprise. The old man announced clearly, The contest is over. And the humorous scene that appeared was a mackerel turned into a Statue of Liberty. At the subway station, people come and go in a bustling scene that feels strangely peaceful. From inside the train car, a foot gradually steps out. Xiao Xiao's figure stands out among the crowd as a distant shout echoes loudly. Lam Sao Sao. Kai Sun said, You're late now. Kin is at school, we should be careful, or if we get caught. Zhao Xiao replied, Oh, isn't the post-competition treatment work really busy? This competition was truly intense. He retorted, Cut the chatter. This is the report card of the D-class student you need. What are the results? Kai Sun Kao has it just as you thought, all with low awakening levels, the kind of innate physique you want. Well done, you've worked hard. He said seriously, You want them to join your alliance, but now they are all S-class students that the school is paying attention to. This time it will be hard for you to intervene. Cao Cao opens the document in her hand. The alliance has its own arrangements, her face changes, and is Nin Pham also promoted to S-class teacher? Xiao Xiao doubts. Nin Pham, what choice will you make? Guo Yu responds, The students have worked hard, although there were some interruptions this time. The competition ended successfully. Next is the award ceremony. The old man announced, Unlike last year, only 10 lucky students this year. Please come up here to receive your awards. The students below the stands started whispering, Wasn't it 20 students? I heard that, at the end, a tsunami submerged the island, and the competition was stopped by the authorities, almost causing fatalities, and the broadcast signal was cut off so we couldn't see anything anymore. To maintain order, Guo Yu shouted loudly for silence. Kung Yin sneered, The tsunami was caused by my big brother. The top spot will be mine. The judge announced the results with Xu Fong in first place with 1,300 points and Lai Kuang in second with 1,290 points. The boy's eyes welled up with tears. Why is this guy also in first place? Kwok Nu spoke sternly. Be quiet. Student Nam Kung Yin's voice was serious, and the monsters on the island added points for these two students. They led the monsters to victory and continued to share the prize. Kwok Nu continued. Ranking third is Diep Hong Lem with 1,050 points, and whispers spread that he is still absent as before. The old man calmly announced, Fourth is Nam Kung Ngyen with 1,020 points. The boy looked sad, as his result was even lower than last time. Kwok Nu continued. Standing. 5th is Bang Tin Nguyet with 820 points. Then 6th is Truong Tin Truong with 800 points. Tied for 6th is Dung Tuyet Ui with 600 points. En Yan frowns. Do I also have to become classmates with him in the future? Thien Ka frowns. That's a pity. The old man said, 9th is Van Tin with 400 points. Kwok Ngu pointed towards the audience, and this outstanding student will also participate in the competition, invited by Lakan Academy in 3 months. The responsibility is extremely heavy, so our school has decided to give this student a ticket for a trip so they can rest well and enjoy a hot spring vacation. Next, I invite our representative to speak. Li Kung, raise the silver cup high. Look, Teacher Nin, I got 2nd place. Nin Fam's eyes flash with a red light and a technological effect as if he's seen something surprising, showing an expression of shock and amazement. The kid excitedly exclaims, "Are you so scared that you went crazy, Teacher Nin? Aren't you a little happy about this? You're just going along with it. Congratulations." Nin Fam scratched his head in confusion. Why is that? Activating the Master Eye, a voice from the system sounds, warning of an obstacle barrier, unable to proceed with the scan. You frowned and wondered why it had to be him, while Nin Fam was overwhelmed and silently called out Huang Tai Ku's name. The neighborhood is lively and bustling at night, full of energy. Ngok Tuit waves goodbye. It's getting late. The celebration ends here. Tomorrow, you'll be in Class S. You have to try your best, Lai Kwang replied happily, just like in a dream. Tomorrow I'll be a student in Class M. It's the first day of the 2nd-ranked person in the entire school. Su Sofang added, That's right, say goodbye to your past self. Tin Nguyen angrily grabs the kid's collar. Luck was the only reason they took the top 2 spots. Why do you look like that? Li Kwang retorted. Luck is also part of a strength. Why am I the only one being targeted? Tuet Wee smiled and said, We'll head back first and meet tomorrow. Goodbye. She raised her hand high. Goodbye, travel safely. Tin Huit also waved goodbye. Ngok Tweet leans forward and softly calls, Nin Pham, are you okay? You seem to lack energy after the competition. The younger one replied nervously. No, I just ate a little too much earlier. Ngok Tweet gently puts the candy into Nin Pham's mouth. Here, is this a silver candy? She smiled brightly. You need to regain your spirit. Your students rely on you a lot, Ngok Tweet explained further. Although they didn't say it out loud, they could definitely sense that his spirit was not good, so he had to quickly adjust to reassure them. He waved goodbye with a smile and said, So I'll head out first. Goodbye. While the two were talking, someone was watching from above, and he greeted back, Goodbye. Lam Lam sits on the balcony. The target is about to leave. The other end responds, Got it. She straightened up, realizing that watching like this was pointless, as she only ate all day. The recorder's voice reminded her, Don't act hastily. Lam Nam thinks maybe we should just go straight to them and argue right away. Trying it might not work. Nin Pham raised 2 fingers but couldn't move. She nonchalantly said, I didn't look for them. They came here on their own. He raised an eyebrow suspiciously and asked, Who are you and why are you following us? Lam Lam cautiously asked. It seems he doesn't know anything. Should I tell him? The person on the other end replied, It's up to you. It's not a big deal. Hearing that, Nin Pham looked confused. What? She sneered. Someone leaked the information about your low awakening levels. So what if that's the case? Lam Nan turned back to think, with a low awakening level but winning the S-class ranking competition. Isn't there any organization that wouldn't want to know the secret behind it? Nin Pham shouted loudly. She's the one who quickly and quietly jumped down. Goodbye. He pulled back his hand, wondering why this person looked so much like Deep Hong Lam. Nin Pham sighed. He's really fast. When he looked down the street, he could no longer see Lam Lam's figure. Nin Pham's face was grim. If she dares to come, let her try, no matter which organization she's from. The next day, Tin Nguyen kept sneezing uncontrollably while he complained about feeling cold, and a voice echoed. Look at that snowy mountain. It's freezing cold. Where's the hot spring? I want to soak in this hot spring. A car rushes over from afar, making someone suspicious. What is that? I don't know. Someone else responds. Are they coming closer? That car sped straight toward where Nin Pham was standing. Then the driver quickly turned the wheel to the side, sending a spray of snow all over them. The 2 people standing nearby are completely covered in snow with no gaps visible. The car door opens, and Van Quinn appears holding the steering wheel, striking a cool pose. He excitedly said, You guys are right? The students cheer and enjoy the transportation service. A white car is speeding down the road, followed closely by Ningfan's bus, which is continuously accelerating. Suddenly, Van Quen slammed the gas pedal and swerved past the sedan. Seeing his incredible driving skills, the driver in the car was stunned. Van Quen was still driving excitedly without slowing down at all. Inside the car, everyone was stunned by that sudden maneuver and could only curse. So Fong was confused, wondering if he was about to die. Why was he driving so fast? Lai Kuang was also annoyed. Even eating an apple couldn't calm his nerves. Hearing that, Van Quan turned around and shouted, "I was driving at the slowest speed possible, you fool!" Lai Kuang yelled back, "Who are you calling a fool?" Meanwhile, So Fong turned to Tianka and asked Han, "Are you okay? You've been looking out the window the whole time on the way here." Even though his face was covered in sweat, he endured and said, "Do you think I get carsick?" So Fong, annoyed by Tianka's stubbornness, shouted, "I didn't mention anything about the car. Isn't the car just swaying a little? Can't you stay calm for once? The noise is keeping me from sleeping." After saying that, she turned around and listened as Kung Yen reminded her, "Sister Bang, can't your summon beast get any smaller? This is so inconvenient." Tin Wit frowns and loudly protests. "What? Do you care, kid?" The boy returned to his seat, smiling brightly as he praised, as expected, still an amazing sprout. Just as she was praising, Kung Yen suddenly felt a sudden impact that could even turn into a keychain. Van Quan oversteered, causing the car to hit the barrier and nearly plunge into the abyss. Just as he regained control of the bike, he pressed the accelerator and sped off wildly. After the minor collision, Kung Yen looked at her hand in confusion. "Huh? Where is it?" Su Fong looked at Lai Kuang with confusion and asked, "Why are you wearing my hat?" The kid, more puzzled, asked back, "Why did my apple turn into dried fish?" Tiancheng hurriedly stood up and warned, "Driver, drive carefully. The others are car sick already." Van Ting froze, mumbling with drool. "I'm about to die." Kung Yin angrily stops shouting, "So you do know how to drive or not? What kind of driving is this so terrible? Could you be a bit more careful? I have no idea what kind of driver the school is looking for." Suddenly, a mischievous smile flashed in his eyes. "Don't dare say I don't know how to drive. So I let a few people see my real driving skills." Van Quan swerved to block the approaching car. From the driver's perspective, the faces of the students are pressed against the windows due to inertia. In a flash, Van Quan accelerates again, causing the driver to become furious and shout after him. "It's too dangerous." The bus is leaving the usual route and heading straight into the woods. He sped the car like flying through the forest and straight toward the edge of the mountain. Ngok Tuit, stunned, tried to shout to Nin Pham. "Nin Pham, quickly think of a way. Tell him to stop the car." Turning around, she saw you were still sleeping and shouted in panic, "Huh?" Seeing that everyone was losing control, Van Quinn finally spoke to reassure them. "Don't worry, I have assured the principal that I will take everyone to a safe place." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot straight off the cliff, leaving everyone stunned. Focusing on Van Quinn's steering, the characters inside the car lose their balance and are thrown around by the lightning. The scene shifts to Diep Lam still sleeping on the ground covered in snow. She lifts her eye mask with a confused expression. Diep Lam sat up like a coconut beetle, surrounded by white snow, with a house appearing before her and a blurry figure in front of the door. Tham Son approached, his eyes glowing with a terrifying, dark red light, and said, "Why is there only one person?" At this moment, everyone has arrived after experiencing the deadly journey. Nin Pham yawned and asked, "Are we there? Why don't I see the inn anywhere?" Tin Wit next to her still hasn't regained her composure and said luckily the teacher managed to sleep through it. The students hurriedly got off the bus to vomit, while Nin Pham, who had been sleeping throughout the trip and didn't see the driving, wondered about it. "Are you guys okay?" Tweet Y looks pale and mentions it. "You must be exhausted. Let's go to the inn and rest quickly." Thien Truong looked worried, feeling like he had forgotten something. Ngok Tweet, dizzy, held her head and said, "That was tough, Uncle Tai." Suddenly she asked confusedly again, "But you're sure we've arrived because I don't see any guest house at all?" Van Quan calmly pointed upward and said, "If it's a guest house, it's up there. If I drive up the stairs, an old lady will kill me." Looking in the direction of his hand, there is a long staircase with no end in sight. When enlarged, it reveals a terrifyingly long road stretching ahead, with the peak so close to the sky and the ground that everyone could only cry out to heaven. The scene shifts to the classroom, where Tuyet J is now marked by dozens of footprints of various sizes. Nin Pham's group arrives at the door and asks, "Is anyone there?" He kept knocking on the door but disappointedly said, "No one is watching it." Tin Wiet slumped down as if lost in thought. "You're not okay. What kind of trip is this? I'm exhausted to death." Van Tin, exhausted, lay motionless on the ground and shouted, "Why did I go through all this?" Su Fong, exhausted and face down without moving, said, "It's not okay anymore." Nin Pham, out of options, had to open the door to reassure them. "All right, you guys rest, let us go inside and check first." Li Kuang looked inside and asked, "It's a bit dark, right?" The kid asked nervously. "Is there something? What is it?" Tianxia teased, "Are you scared?" Li Kuang immediately retorted, "Not at all." When Ning Fan saw the two students arguing, he suddenly put their heads together and said, "If you're not afraid, You two go in first. What? Then it's not good. You didn't give the two of them a chance and pushed straight in. It's nothing serious, just go quickly. Before he could take a step, Lee Chung was caught in a trap and pinched his leg. The kid tumbled to the ground in Nin Fam's worry. As soon as he regained consciousness, Li Kuang rolled around in fear, shouting, "The ghost is grabbing my leg." Tian Ta, seeing the shy look of the kid, starts to act tough. "What are you talking about?" Nin Fam added, "It's just a mousetrap, but in reality I am sweating and worried." "That's right. How could there be ghosts?" Suddenly, Thomson appeared out of nowhere, placing a hand on Tian Ka's shoulder, and finally everyone arrived. He was so scared he jumped and shouted loudly. Nin Fam, annoyed by the shyness of the two students, reminded them not to worry and said he would handle the lighting later. The lights came on, and Deep Lam was already sitting inside drinking tea. "You're too noisy. Was that just now?" Li Kuang asked in surprise. "Why Hong Diep Lam are you?" Meanwhile, Tian Ka was still dazed, muttering, just now, I did." Ngok Tweet led everyone in, asking worriedly, "Are you all okay?" That was too loud. Shu Fong was surprised. "Isn't that Deep Lam?" Come to think of it, he was sleeping at the end and totally forgot to come here. Tian Ta kept worrying and trying to warn them. Just now, Ning Fan quickly sat down at the table and invited everyone. "Come on, take a seat." Everyone happily resumed their conversations. "It's warmer inside. Let's go in. I want to have some tea too." Meanwhile, Tian Ka was still anxious and trying to stop them. "Hey, wait a minute." His face hardened as he recounted. "Listen to me, this inn is haunted. I saw it with my own eyes. We have to leave here quickly." "Are you saying it's you and me?" Tian Ka was so frightened that he foamed at the mouth and fainted. The old lady left him behind, laughing as she said, "It's been many years since it was this lively here." Thamson stepped forward and said, "Let me introduce myself." Her image at this moment appeared gentle and tender beyond compare. "I am the owner of this inn. My name is Thamson. You can call me Grandma Thamson." Everyone simply followed Thamson into the inn. Nin Fiam looked around and asked, "Tits, Grandma, have you always been running this place?" "It's been tough," Thamson replied. "Yes, it's been over 30 years. Tian Ka said, "This inn definitely has a ghost. Something's wrong today." Van Tin was panic-stricken. "What, ghosts? I'm most afraid of ghosts." Tin Nguyen warns, "Stop talking nonsense, or you'll scare others." "I didn't say anything reckless. Someone as brave as me still gets scared." Thamson suddenly spoke up as Tian Ka was shouting in protest. "Where is the demon?" She laughed, just that, and she dares to be so bold. She patted his head and said, "Don't talk nonsense, or else how am I supposed to do business?" Tian Ka stammered, "Yes, there isn't one." Soon after, they finally arrived at room 101. Thong Sun introduces, "This is everyone's room." They excitedly say, "Wow, with the PS10, I like this room." She chuckled and said, "There's no need to fight over it. All rooms are the same, with a maximum of 3 people. Everyone can choose freely." Thong Sun briefly explained, "Zhang Tianchang, Suo Feng, and Ta Tian Ka will share one room." She added that Dep Lam, Bang Tin Nguyet, and Dung Tweet would share the second room. Thong Sun looked around and then said, "You share a room with Van Tin, and Teacher Nin can have a room to himself." In the end, she finalized it. "It's the 3 of you." They all agreed, and finally, it's time to rest. But before anyone could celebrate, Lai Kwang suddenly froze. "Huh?" The kid was speechless when faced with the scene in front of him. "Grandma, it seems like she can't stay here." Without waiting for Lai Kwang to say anything else, Tham Sun immediately closed the door, making Su Fong wonder why it was suddenly shut. Without making them wait even half a second, she threw open the door and pointed to the shiny room in front of her, saying, "All right, you guys stay in this room." Su Fong looked confused and said, "Grandma, just now Tham Sun was smiling in this room. There's no need to pay attention." Grandma said, "It's just that the old folks forgot to tidy up. Since the hot spring is open now, after you finish packing, let the others know so you can all soak and relax." Tham Son turns away to relieve the fatigue from the journey. "You hear that, Fat?" I just barely lift my lips. Li Chung is exhausted. "Is the hot spring really open?" Kung Hien suddenly became excited. "Then let's quickly go inform the others. I can't wait any longer." As soon as the boy finished speaking, they immediately blocked their way. "Wait a moment." Kung Yen frowned. "Huh? What do you two want to do?" Li Kung whispered. "Don't rush. There's something important I want to tell you," Su Fong added. "That's right. Hurry." "So what did you do?" Not long after, Tin Ngui stepped out of the public bath at the inn and sighed. "This hot spring is so relaxing." After soaking for a while, she said, "Everyone come in quickly." Tin Nguyen glanced at Tuyet Ui with a hint of surprise. "Your face is too pale," little girl quickly denies it. "No way." Deep Lam looked at the water level and analyzed. "What's the point of coming here if it's this shallow?" Suddenly, the voices of the male students softly echoed, "It's Dung Tuyetwi and Hong Diep Lam. And we're missing Van Tin. I'm not lying to you, right?" Sufang laughed and said, "You're just like yourself, thinking I have a clever idea or just informing the girl." Li Kuang replied, "From now on, we will be brothers." Kung Yin had no choice but to go along. "You're so close now, kid. You didn't say a word, but suddenly jumped up high. You should be able to take off now." The boy hesitated for a moment. "Hey, we can't jump over. You're upset and want to eat alone. Didn't our family say we should eat together?" Li Kuang crossed the fence without hesitation. I described it vividly already. However, before the child could rejoice for long, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared, and Li Kuang's entire body seemed to freeze as if glued in place. At the same time, the kid was surprised to see Van Tin also trying to climb over, and she immediately forced a smile when she saw Li Kuang. "Too clever." Kid raises his voice. "What are you sneaking a peek at? Are you trying to spy?" Li Kuang hadn't even finished speaking when Van Tin stuck a talisman on his face. "Huh?" She said warningly, "Be quiet. Of course, my goal is different from yours." Kung Yin is worried sick. "Hurry up and think of a way to get up there." Sufang's glasses flicked a glance. "Aren't you a summoner?" "Summon something, lift us up," the boy explained. "I only know how to summon bamboo, but he wouldn't do these kinds of things." Kung Yin suddenly stopped speaking, and before the boy's eyes, the figure of Lei Kuang appeared briefly. The kid quickly landed safely on the water's surface, splashes of water flying everywhere, forcing Yen's bow to dodge. Even Shu Fang next to him got caught off guard. Lai Kuang panicked. "What's going on?" He reassures him. "Don't be afraid, this is an illusion." Shu Fang asks, "Is this the barrier of Van Tin?" I heard Ta Tien Ka say that he likes to be with boys, and as the kid heard this, his arm suddenly shot up. Li Kung decisively throws a punch at Shu Fang's face. "Huh? So that's what this is about?" He didn't have time to react and was quickly thrown off the beam. Van Tin's tone is disgusting. "That's a situation for the handsome lead. You guys are just a harmful element in the story." In the men's dressing room, Tian Ka complained, "You guys are no fun at all going to soak in the hot springs without inviting us." As he finished speaking, he couldn't bear to look at the scene before him. "This." Tian Ka furrowed his brow in confusion. "What are you guys doing?" His gaze swept over Li Chung's forehead, and it was Von Tin who immediately realized when Tian Ka appeared. "You're here?" It's like he just realized something. "I understand you guys now. Thanks to my brother for not calling." Over here, Thien Chuang is lost in enjoyment. So relaxed. "We wonder if you guys are not soaking anymore." They replied, "We went to eat before. Su Feng only started complaining after leaving the bathroom. It hurts." Li Kuang added that he was both in pain and hungry. Kung Yen was surprised and raised her voice. "What are you complaining about? At least you got to see it." The kid tries to explain. "I already said I don't remember. I forgot everything that happened after we entered the hot spring." The boy angrily said, "Does not remembering mean you didn't betray me? Come on, let's make peace. Let's go, it's time to eat." We're at the dining hall. As soon as the door opens, the whole person suddenly freezes. The sound of chopping boards clearly echoes in the kitchen now, and the cooking displays are incredibly eye-catching. Yet Dao waved his hands and legs for a while to select the most exquisite part of the fish. He then began the food preparation process, and soon after, Not Dao produced a dish that looked incredibly delicious. They laughed mockingly. The old man lifted the plate of food and said with a smile, "All right, the 3 guests are done. Please enjoy." After a while, Not Dao prepared another new dish, then quickly moved on to making sushi as well. Nyat Dao struck a pose and said, "Please enjoy." They marvel. "Oh, so delicious." Tin Nguyet watched this scene helplessly, her attention completely caught, acting so quickly. Ngok Tweet turned to smile. "Isn't it very adorable?" One slash says, "These are the new dishes. Just tasted. They're less talkative over here. Bring them here quickly." Meanwhile, Nin Pham was racking his brain, but he still couldn't figure it out. Why have I never seen this chef before? Just at this moment, Tom Son suddenly appeared. I just invited him over. Grandma sighed and said she's too old to do it alone. Thong Sun politely asked, "Do you want some tea, Teacher Nin?" He takes the cup of tea and says thank you. Nin Pham honestly admits I still prefer to eat the rice you cook. She rolled her eyes at them, already close after just dividing the class. He smiled, remembering that they used to be in the same class but only became close because they suffered disadvantages in Class D, and learned the importance of treating each other well. Thong Sun quietly looked at us, reminding me of the past. Nin Pham quickly said, "You're still young, don't keep thinking about the past." You add, "And if she wants, she can keep doing it." Thom Sun interrupted. She wasn't as eloquent before. She said that, Lately, just lifting a glass or chopsticks feels heavy, and after retiring to live in the mountains, she's fallen behind the times long ago. I'm no longer the one to be a teacher now, Ninfam affirmed, but she is the teacher of our teacher, Teacher Tamsun. The mealtime has also passed quite a while, and I'm sitting alone, watching the night sky. They must all be asleep now. Ninfam thought that earlier he had forced them to advance due to various situations, but now everything has turned out as he wished and they finally reached Class S. He looked up, hoping we could relax completely here. Suddenly, Ninfam's eyes lit up, but now he couldn't relax. He muttered, since there's no need to fight during this time, I can upgrade the awakening system by 1.8%. Current skills: 1 Master's Eye, 2 bows to the Master. Trust points: 1,987. Spending trust points can activate the third skill. Spending trust points can restore awakening level. Ninfam excitedly said, a rare opportunity, let me see what the third skill is. The system immediately asked, do you want to spend 1,000 trust points to activate the third skill? And he, without hesitation, pressed yes. Just then, suddenly a loud voice echoed. Huh? There was a cry outside the door. Ningfan hurriedly ran out and asked, what's wrong? At this moment, he only saw Tweetwee pointing to the nearby path. Here? Ninfam quickly approached the girl. Tweet-E heard the footsteps and turned around. Teacher Nin, you seem to be unable to believe your eyes. Ninfam was shocked when he saw this scene. Bang Tin Nguyen quickly grabbed the first aid kit to disinfect her. Ting Nguyen screams in pain. Didn't the teacher say Tweet-Wee could treat you? Ninfam, it's already so late. Aren't you embarrassed? I told him to go home and sleep. Did you tell him so you were walking down the hallway holding a glass of tomato juice and then slipped and fell? Falling like before was pretty good too. She immediately denied when she heard it. No, it's not. Tin Nguyen's memory starts to come back, and at that moment, something grabbed her ankle. She confidently claims that it was that thing that tripped her and caused her to fall. As soon as Tin Nguyen finished speaking, the atmosphere around suddenly became eerie. She seriously reads the line that says, do not leave the room at night. The evidence is this piece of paper because you didn't follow the instruction written here. After hearing this fantasy, Ninfam immediately gave Tin Nguyen a knock on the head. He waved his hand and said, all right, I won't mock you for falling. No need to make up ghost stories to fool me. I'm going back now. She struggles to confirm it's true. Ninfam sighs. He was about to study the T system tonight, but it's already 2 a.m. He yawned and took a break for now, since the holiday was still long. Suddenly, Ninfam's gaze fell on the paper in front of the door, which had the words, go out alone tonight, written on it. You froze when you saw this? This is Ninfam taking down the note, which wasn't there when he left. Did she just stick it up? Could what Bing Tin Nguyen said really be true? Someone is up to something. Early the next morning at the inn. You briefly summarized the situation like that. Tin Nguyen placed the paper on the table. This is the piece of paper I found. Tuyet doubts if there really is a ghost, right? Van Tin spoke up. No, maybe Tathian-ka is just joking. Didn't he say that having ghosts was just a joke? Maybe he wanted to prove ghosts exist, so he deliberately scared you and took revenge. The little girl honestly said, I also saw a paper like this morning. Tathian-ka and I have no grudge against each other. She hesitated. Isn't that Tathian-ka? Could there really be a ghost? Ngoc saw everyone was so agitated and tried to reassure them. Don't worry, it's probably just a prank. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Fong suddenly burst in. It's not good. He was so anxious he couldn't speak. It's not good, the cafeteria. Everyone go there quickly. Su Fong pointed in that direction. Ninfam was stunned. What happened? Kung Yin looked confused. What are they doing? 1/points right here. The kid was like this after finishing his bun. Li Kuang, clutching his stomach, says, Teacher Nin, don't let me eat breakfast. My stomach hurts so much I've been poisoned I'm about to die. He glances to the side and immediately sees the words, don't eat breakfast. Is that what it means? Ninfam knelt down and said, don't worry, I'll check for you. The kid cried out, Teacher Nin, I should have lied a bit cooler, right? He shouted, what are you denying? Isn't it just a stomach ache? Kung Yin asked, what happened? Tian Chuang explained it like this, and the boy understood. I see. Now I understand the situation clearly. Someone is definitely behind this. Kung Yin pointed at Nyat Dao and declared that he is the one responsible for this prank. Putting poison in those buns was the easiest. Besides, he was also at the scene earlier. The boy analyzed that your motive was Bang Tin Nguyen secretly taking tomato juice, and the fat guy secretly took 2 buns. The old man whispered, why would I hurt my own customers? The chef's favorite thing is seeing customers enjoy his food, and he's the happiest eater I've ever seen. Yandao added, moreover, the food is free. Usually everyone has already paid. Kung Yin frowned and said, is there also this side? Then the boy laughed loudly. What just happened was only a retreat to advance. Actually, the author is really her. this helpless old man. Kung Yin reasoned quickly, her speed in tidying the room so fast that she could trip Bang Tin Nwit, then herself. Before the boy could finish speaking, Tham Son interrupted. Huh? What did you say? I'm old and hard of hearing. I was wrong. I was just talking nonsense. She softly said, There is something about this situation that reminds me of a very old ghost story. It happened a long, long time ago. This situation is like telling a story. Yeah, Tham Son begins to tell a story. A long time ago, there was a demon. She said that the thing he liked to do most was to leave a note with an order on someone's pillow while they were sleeping, and if that person didn't follow the order, Tham Son would pause for a moment before punishing them. When it's just a joke, the punishment is light and dull. People will see it as nothing more than a teasing game. She added that the punishments would become more severe over time, potentially causing injuries or disabilities. Thong Sun lowered his voice. If you still don't obey the order, Thien Ka will be so scared he'll tremble. What will happen then? If it's not her whispering in your ear, then that will take your life. Tian Cha shouted, I knew it! Meanwhile, Kung Yin seemed to doubt Tom Sun's words. How could there be ghosts? It must be someone playing a prank, especially among you guys. Tin Nwit interrupted. So tell me, who do you think it is? Kung Yin hesitated. I don't know. Tian Ka quickly ran out of the room. No, I have to check if my pillow has any paper. I didn't notice this morning. Nin Pham, on the other hand, remained completely calm, as if nothing could scare him. There's no need to pay attention. Before he could finish speaking, he heard his brother's deafening scream. Everyone quickly rushed over and then shouted in shock at the scene before them. Ta Thien Ka was lying right in front of the bedroom door, injured by a heavy object falling on his head and feeling unwell. A moment later, Tuetwi arrived just in time to save him. The bandages are now on. Nin Pham picked up the paper and, indeed, found the note in her room. It had 3 big words written on it. Do not go back to the room. Kung Yin was pulling at her hair. Everyone was in the room earlier. Only Ta Thien Ka went outside. So who did it? Su Fong chuckled. So the little detective is at a loss? Yes, there is indeed something. Nin Pham begins to gather clues and the order paper, analyzing the meaning that disobedience will lead to punishment. Nin Pham realized the coincidence that the punishment would increase, and everything matched that story. He subtly smirked and said, Looks like there's a malicious imitation based on that story. I am sure I will catch that guy. Li Kang is confused, catch him, but right now we have no clues at all. Von Tin wondered. Catch the demon clan? Nin Pham thought to himself. Actually, there's a way without clues. That guy will follow the rules and play along. He became serious, so just turn the order paper inside out and he will appear. Just wait until night and don't go out alone. Nin Pham looked around, but the inn had too many hiding spots. Fighting would damage the inn, or it could violate the condition of going out alone. But who should he go with? Suddenly, Ngoc Tweet approached and told Nin Pham, You're trying to lure him out, right? Use this paper of mine. It'll be easier to catch him outside. You seem surprised, not going out? Nin Pham fell into deep thought. Just as tonight he can't go out alone. The two of them can go together. Kung Yin suddenly stepped forward. Wait, if you're going, take me too. I want to see what it really is. Tin Nguyen stopped her. Wait, you can't go. Come here for me. You start to feel that this chase is getting intense, so we'll set out tonight. Just as it gets dark, Nin Pham and Ngoc Tweet are already outside the inn. Will we really be able to lead him out? Yes, of course we can. You smiled, and even when leaving the hotel, it was always following you. She was confused. Huh? Ning Fan reminded. Come on, keep your voice down and come this way. Just as they pressed on, a figure suddenly appeared in the cold, snowy sky. That mysterious shadow keeps wandering around as if searching for something. So I took the chance to dive straight down and slam it. Nin Pham attacked mercilessly and caught you. Suddenly, cold snowballs rushed toward him. Nin Pham seems to have no idea what's happening. Everyone, they chuckled mischievously, as expected. They fell for it. The burial was successful. They fell for the trick. And now you just sigh. At this moment, he forgets that he is standing on Tian Ka's body. Ning Fan starts shaping the snow, yet he dares to deceive me. You quickly threw it back at them to show them my strength. A moment later, Nin Pham asked, So the paper with the story and the script, are they all your own creation? That's right. Are you wondering if you only came up with this plan to bury me? I'm exhausted, but not as the teacher thinks. I just wanted to come up with a way to boost your spirits. The chubby guy said that after the exam, you had no morale left. Tin Nguyen recounts that in the end, Ba Tam Sun overheard her and said she was worried about the teacher. With so many well-behaved students like this, I am truly touched. Then I have a plan. Thong Sun coughs dryly. How is my plan? Has teacher Nin regained some spirit yet? Nin Pham thought to himself, laughing out loud. If only he could hide himself. He quickly said, "Yes, thanks to everyone, I feel much better. Tinwheat is happy." He said he's feeling better. "Then it's a success. I told you we would invite you to eat cake. Don't forget," she agreed. "Don't worry, the cake has arrived," Ninfam muttered to himself. "Why are you eating outside at night?" She glanced at him. "Huh? Isn't it because you went out again so late at night? Are you helpless? Are you blaming me?" Lai Kwang suddenly raised his voice. "I forgot to bring the cake." Ninfam thought to himself. "No, on the paper it says, Ngok tweet teasing, you the fat one, actually forgot to eat. It's okay, we'll help you get it." His eyes suddenly became complicated. Wait a moment. Ninfam analyzed carefully, recalling that his note was on the door, not on the pillow, written vertically, not horizontally, and the handwriting was different. The other notes also said do nothing, but his did not. Could it be that the paper isn't written by them? You call Lan Tinguit over and ask, "Teacher Nin, did you call me?" "Yes, I'll come over for a bit and let's talk." She agreed. Ninfam took out a piece of paper and held it in front of Tin Nguyen. "This paper." Before he could finish speaking, a sharp sword suddenly sliced through the paper, and Than Kiem at Nguai Lai Hotel also brushed past Ninfam's face. You stare intently at the other person, and sure enough, she is not Lan Tin Nguyen. Who is she? "This paper is what you left behind, right?" The person in front slightly curled their lips. "I'm exposed. My transformation should have been perfect." She said, "My transformation is almost flawless. How could you see through it?" The system announces that Wang Diem, a student at Moonlight School with the ability to transform into creatures, has acquired a biological clone and can turn into that creature, demonstrating excellent transformation skills. You straightforwardly exposed that she doesn't call me Teacher Ninfam. Wang Diem suddenly realized, so that's how it is? Next time, I will pay attention. You quickly launched an attack without hesitation and then kicked towards the opponent as a warning. But as soon as Chan Ninfam touched her, she transformed her form. It seems she won't forgive me after all. The opponent transforms into a fierce demon fox and taunts me. "If you dare, come here." He thought to himself, his transformation speed is really fast, but this trap is also too obvious. Ninfam activated the system, so I might as well give it a try. Wang Dim watched from above, surprised to find himself actually following. The forest is my territory. Planning a scheme, using the fossil scorpion's poison needle to deal with him. Just need to get the poison needle into him and the magic power will turn to stone, leaving nothing to steep it. And finally, assassination technique. After following the Yot Prince for a while, you paused and then hinted at something. I also followed, so why are you still hiding? Ninfam also warned, if you don't come out, I'll go back then. As soon as Ninfam finished speaking, a bullet immediately appeared. You quickly dodged it and observed at the same time. The force of the bullet was so powerful that even the tree was heavily damaged. Wang Dim wondered if he hadn't realized his position yet. How can I escape now? He attacks all at once, without hesitation. Let's see how he escapes. Ninfam muttered, "Don't waste your strength, you can't beat us." His cold smile said, "I see through you now." The system activates simultaneously. Third ability, start the Master Challenge, which gradually consumes trust value, allowing him to predict the opponent's actions within 1 second. The bullets fired by Wang Diem kept hitting him continuously, but Ninfam, using his quick predictive ability, managed to dodge them. You quickly reached out and grabbed a nearby bullet, then threw it back at her, hitting Wang Diem before she could defend herself. Ninfam looked up and said, "Stop jumping around and come down. I'm getting impatient too." The woman frowned, and this time we're just testing the waters. "Don't be proud," you frown. "We?" Ninfam wondered if there was more than one person. Suddenly, Shu Feng's voice rang out, and teacher Nin Tin Huit also spoke. "Hey Ninfam, what are you running over here for? I've been looking for you all morning." He turned and said, "Quick, check if we're missing anyone." She looked confused. "We're missing someone. The master hasn't arrived. Li Kung said Trung Tien Trung and Dung Tweet Ui went to buy cakes, and everyone else is here." Meanwhile, the little girl was telling Trung Tien Trung that the gathering point was probably ahead, so let's go quickly. He smiled gently. Then let's go. Mock girl is probably fussing about wanting to eat. Tuyet Wai didn't think much and responded, "All right." After a while, the little girl looked at the box in front of her with confusion. Zhang Tianchuan suddenly appeared next to a branch and a bird's nest on a nearby cliff, and the bird spread its wings to fly through the air as Tianchuan somehow materialized there. By the time he realized the situation, it seemed to be too late. Tiantrong looked around and wondered if he hadn't been here just a moment ago. This is him looking at the scene before his eyes, unable to comprehend it. Tiantrong's gaze falls on the nearby cliff. He starts to clutch tightly as if trying to struggle free from the pain. Tiantrong's arms have already made their first impacts. His entire body kept appearing with serious wounds, and Thien Truong, now on a large branch, was stunned when he realized he was about to face danger once again. Thien Truong clung to the nearby cliff without hesitation, like a blazing spark cutting through the cold winter sky. Thien Truong finally returned safely to the original spot, while also hearing Tuyet Ui's voice. Little Truong quickly turned around when she heard the noise. Thien Truong struggled to speak. "Dung Tuyet Ui, I can't move my legs anymore." The girl was panicked. "What's going on? Why did I suddenly turn into a bird just now?" Tian Chang is confused. "A bird, I suddenly appeared on the mountainside earlier and then slid down here." Tuyet Ui reminds him not to move. "I will treat you. Do you think it might be some kind of magic?" Suddenly, a leaf appeared out of nowhere and fell right on Thien Truong's head. That leaf gradually fell to the snow-covered ground and then transformed into a snake. It suddenly turned and bit his hand, causing the girl to panic. "Snake?" Tuyet Ui glanced and asked, "What's wrong?" The ability to turn into a bird, or a leaf into a snake, is a mental magic. Does Tian Chang realize if there is poison involved? "Yes," he gasped for breath. "I turned into a bird. The bird turned into me, and the leaves into a snake. Their abilities probably also exchange. Be careful, the object nearby might turn into something dangerous. Even touching it could cause a change." Tian Chuang thought to himself. "It's not good. I'm starting to feel dizzy." The girl said, "The wind is picking up." "Be careful, you can't touch it. Get out of the way, I can't move." Tuyet Ui immediately used her ice blade technique, piercing the remaining leaf with sharp shards of ice. However, a lone leaf was still approaching the two of them. Tian Chuang quickly reached out to catch it carefully. Just at the critical moment, Nyat Dao appeared and used a series of specialized toothpick barriers to control the remaining leaves. He just kept watching as they were pinned down, then turned to listen to Nyat Dao say, "Someone dares to harm my beloved guest again." Old Tao struck a confident pose and reassured, "Don't worry, I'll handle the bad guys. Does magic change between objects? I can handle it. Leave this place to me." Old Man directly called her by name, "Young Lady Dung Tuyet Ui." The little girl blinked, and Nyat Dao stepped forward and said, "No need to go far. Take your friend with you first." Hearing that, Tuyet Ui immediately helped Thien Truong away. "Understood, you have to be careful." The old man replied, "Thank you for your concern." Nyat Dao has now taken off his apron, revealing sharp kitchen tools, and says, "Come on, come over here, ma." As Nyat Dao finished speaking, a stone suddenly appeared. He sensed something approaching and prepared to counter. Nyat Dao thought to himself that as long as he didn't make contact, nothing would happen. He analyzed that he could handle any kind of attack like this. At this moment, Nyat Dao sensed something was off and turned to look at the old man, only then realizing he had accidentally triggered the time bomb to explode. Before he could think of his next move, an explosion immediately erupted. Fortunately, he was quick and hid behind the tree. Nyat Dao glanced down at his feet, then he seemed too stunned to believe it and muttered, "So he used a bomb." Just Dao didn't have time to say anything else before hurriedly blocking a surprise attack from behind. The old man quickly grabbed a specialized kitchen tool as a weapon. Just as Nyat Dao was about to counterattack, the old man suddenly stopped. Nyat Dao watched the scene before him in astonishment. Too young, after a moment, the old man muttered, "Did they escape? I didn't expect someone so young to have this kind of skill." One Blade pondered, "If I encounter this ability again, it could be quite troublesome." At this moment, everyone inside the inn was worried. Dung Tuyet Ui and Truong Tin Truong, are they okay? Did they get ambushed? Tong Son spoke calmly. "Teacher Diao and Teacher Ning are treating them. There won't be any problem." Tin Nguyen retorted, "How could she stay calm?" Li Kuang agreed, saying, "Let's go after them." The old lady said young people are full of energy, but they shout and call out to an elderly hotel owner. She whispered, "I'm sorry." Tin Nguyen asked curiously, "Where are you taking us, ma'am?" Tham Sun stepped forward. "All right, follow me this way." The kid was stunned. "Isn't this my room?" Suo Feng asked, "So we can't just hide in the room?" She replied, "The arrangement was originally to wait until your holiday was over before taking you there. What are you planning? Aren't we here to rest?" She lowered her voice and said, "Maybe this is the place." Tongshan didn't rush to speak again, but tapped the floor 3 times with his staff, revealing a secret tunnel to everyone's amazement. Su Feng was surprised, saying, "There's a basement under my room. Call her in." "Because of this competition, huh?" The reward for this competition isn't ordinary, and these sneak attacks might just be the beginning. Anyway, your break will end sooner than you think. Thongsun approached a stone stele, then began training for the upcoming match. She said that to avoid further ambushes, starting tomorrow, your classes and lives will take place here. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Welcome to Tamsun Private School. Everyone was surprised to find such a space underground. That secret base is so cool, they wonder about it. Samsan Private School. So your grandmother was a teacher before? She replied, Yes, keep asking. What should we train here? No rush. We're almost there. Their first steps began to appear. Oh, Tom-sun saw them and smiled kindly. It's too soon. Engok Tweet said, I have brought them here. Duanghua smiled and said, Do you remember me after so long? Ninfam wondered, Why hasn't this person been expelled yet? He hurried to defend himself, saying, Don't hold a grudge because we'll need to work together again in the future. Tala, please help me say a few words too. He spoke, and all the students gathered in the council room to hold a meeting about the matters related to the Tala competition. A moment later, everyone quickly gathered in the conference room. Tala looked at them and asked, Are you all here yet? Then I will start by introducing myself. I am Tala, a S-rank defense instructor. I heard you were attacked, and I am truly worried. But Tin Nguyen frowned, still worried despite her cheerful smile. Su Feng added, Stop pretending and get to the main topic quickly. Tala had to admit defeat. All right, let's get started. You all know about the level of awakening, right? He said since the appearance of supernatural abilities, everyone awakens, and the level of awakening is used to judge and measure the strength of a supernatural user's abilities. Tala added, Those with a higher awakening level can wield more advanced magic, but postnatal training cannot increase the awakening level regardless of effort. When Tin Nguyen heard this, she immediately said she already knew this from the very first level. He shrugged and asked, So what if there is a way to increase the awakening level now? What would you think? Huh? If it's not a fake, then of course I want it, Tala whispered. This time, the prize for the competition is something Kin is giving to Lok-an, which can be used by Hao Tian to increase the level of awakening. Tweet A was stunned, saying, The prize for this competition can enhance the awakening level. Everyone buzzed, asking, What is that? Is it true? The girl muttered to herself, If the reward's details haven't been announced yet, then if you want to know, you have to win. Let's continue with the next topic. Tala looked up. I've been secretly gathering information on students from each school who might participate in this competition. Let's start with Yue Ying School. They always do some shameful and dishonorable things during competitions. He analyzed, saying, It's very likely that the attack on the students was carried out by this school. I've been paying close attention to these two brothers. Meanwhile, outside in the cold, Wang Mian asked anxiously, Are you okay? It looks like you're injured, Nyetnam replied. Do you think I will get hurt? Her voice gradually lowered. Of course, it's not. Nyetnam added, Of course I'm fine. But Nyetnam raised an eyebrow. How does it feel to face your opponent? What do you think our chances of winning are this time? Wang Diem frowned. They are very strong. I feel like we might fail this time. When he heard her say that, he laughed. Every time, you always say, we will lose. Wang Diem looked seriously at Nyetnam. This time, it's real. Listen carefully, Nyetnam continues. In the past, we also faced many strong opponents who didn't follow the rules, but we always won. Even the strongest have weaknesses, and as long as we find their flaws, no matter how powerful they are just a sheet of paper that can be torn apart with a single poke. He began to use his ultimate body-changing technique to exploit their weaknesses, and Vuong Diem was amazed. Hey, have you already obtained the body transfer of their teacher? Nyetnam chuckled. How about it? Athan really answered, just like in the footage. But what if we're exposed? He pondered. If we're seen through, isn't there still you, after all? As long as the two of us work together, there's no obstacle we can't overcome. Time passes amidst the bustling, chaotic city streets. Everything seems to have been turned upside down by Black Wolf. The police officers are starting to communicate with each other to complete the evacuation of the surrounding residents. They said we can start now. Leave it to us. Hulak understood the message. Van Ven looked into the distance. Was it a berserk monster again? She told them to go. We can't let it cause more chaos. So the two of them agreed to high-five and quickly finish the job. Of course. Hulak moved swiftly to approach Black Wolf and began to act. A battle passed and left many traces in the city. The police intern recorded 0 casualties, not bad at all. 6 times this month. Has there been too many recent monster rampages? You remember saying that you're about to compete, right? Good luck in winning first place. Hulak glances and says, Well then, lower the mission a bit. We don't have much time left for training and preparation. Van Van smiled and said, Defeating monsters can also be considered a kind of training. Back in the conference room, Xiao Shuiluo and Xiao Van Van are the elites of Movan Police School. Van and the police have a long-standing cooperative relationship. Both are currently training in the police academy, and their achievements are truly impressive. Tala added that they still haven't fully grasped the specifics of each of their magical skills, which is probably because this is a school working together with the police, taking security very seriously. Thien Ka looked at the wounds on Hei Lang, probably caused by magic attacks. Wen Zhen observed that some wounds were several times larger than others and would not disappear after hitting the body. He smiled, unable to confirm, but you really can try analyzing yourselves. Then, next, Tala took out some photos and the school organized this competition. La Un Academy has been winning the championship for several years, considered our old rival, so we need to keep an eye on these two students. He pointed directly at Lam Lam. The barrier can control gravity. Tin Nguyen was stunned. Could this really be Hong Diep Lam? Not just the blue hair. She turned to ask, are they someone you know? Twin sisters, do you know about that? Tala continued. This time our biggest enemy is probably this person. Dong Tio's intelligence score reaches 92% and knows how to use all kinds of magic. The scariest thing is, he said, in the past 2 years she has never lost a match. She's basically a monster. As soon as the bell rang, Dong Tio suddenly went up to the rooftop. She pushed the door open and slowly walked into the training room. Lam Lam lazily asked, did you come to school so early today? Is the sun rising from the north today? Tong Diao yawned and replied, don't be so sarcastic. I didn't want to come early either. Sometimes she would smile and say, do you want to come train with me? She firmly replied, no. Lam Lam frowned. So what are you here for? Tong Jiao replied, the power is out at home, and Lin Ji suddenly walks in. Good morning. I have obtained the information about the Moonlight School. Do you want to see or not? She said good morning to the teacher. I want to see. He was a bit surprised, saying, you actually came to school so early. Lindsay went into the kitchen, saying, all right, would you like to watch and have something to drink? Lam Lam said, I want to drink apple juice. The man asked, you can't even take 2 steps to get it yourself. Tong Tu said, orange-flavored soda. She smiled and said, sorry to bother you. A moment later, Lam Chi handed over the glass. Here, an apple juice. Lam Lam replied, thank you, sir. He approached her to get her soft drink. Sit up and drink. When Lam Chi looked closer, he saw Dong Tiu had fallen asleep. Tian Chang asked casually as he walked, where are we going, Teacher Liu? What do you want to do here? Quang Vian immediately responded without hesitation. Challenge me to a fight. He added, no need for words, just use all your strength. Hearing that, Tian Chuang froze for a moment, then immediately launched an attack. So, I guess I've offended you. But before Tian Chuang could act, Quang Vian already made him lose face. He was quickly thrown against the nearby pillar. Tian Chang gasped and asked, Teacher Liu, do you really need to use that much force? He replied, of course, this is your training for today. Suddenly, Quang Vian's memories flooded back. This is information about our students. Tala said, do you have any thoughts on how we should teach them? Duang Hua looked to the side and asked, An Yuan, what's wrong? She replied, I have a headache. An Yuan said, you all know that the level of awakening is related to the amount of magic power. And without a high level of awakening, learning advanced magic will be much more difficult. She hesitated, and even if they learned it, during battles they might not be able to use it because of insufficient magic power. Ananihaya looked at the datasheet and sighed. Half a month until the competition begins, and they are just starting to learn, so they will need even more time, maybe even unable to learn it. Ngoktuit said, Ninfam can teach them to reach S-class, so we should carefully consider a plan for them. Yang Hua immediately agreed upon hearing this. Yes, she is indeed impressive. Tala glanced at Teacher Liu, who seemed very composed. Has he already come up with a plan? Quang Vian replied, no. The awakening level and physical training are not closely related. Normal physical training doesn't require a large amount of magic power, and training it is very simple. Back to reality, he said. Training in physical techniques must be done with someone stronger to sharpen oneself. This is not a child's game of just learning the basics. Quang Vian said seriously, this is the first time you've managed to hit me. If you understand, keep going. It's time for class, but Ninfam still hasn't arrived. I didn't expect him to be a master of formation. Suo Feng said, Master Nin knows all the systems. She asked, are you also waiting for Ninfam? He denied that there was a teacher named Yun Jun coming, not familiar. As soon as So Feng finished speaking, he raised his voice. Sorry for being a bit late. I am the speed system teacher. He looked towards the source of the sound. Senior brother. As soon as it's mentioned, it's there. Van Tin imagined the name Van Quen sounded just like a hero's name. The man who makes others feel dizzy just by looking has a good personality, mostly being a male student. So Feng asked, what are you thinking about? She hadn't had time to imagine further when he introduced himself, saying, I am Van Quan. He glanced, thinking whether he was drunk or not. Van Tin immediately felt disappointed. Seeing this, he reached out his hand and said, are you my student? Being so young and already knowing flight magic isn't bad at all. and then, slapping Sofong on the shoulder, say, "Let's talk a bit about our first lesson." He hesitated. That was quick. Yunjun excitedly runs around the world first. Let's go. Sufong was stunned. Van Tin stood there watching them, then wondered where Ninfam had gone. Over here, Sufong wandered around alone, feeling his way. This place is really big, almost like a maze. He was wandering around looking for his classroom. It should be nearby. Which one was it? Then Sufong stopped in front of a slightly open door, thinking to himself, maybe the teacher has arrived, so he decided to try this room to see if it belonged to the teacher. He immediately widened his eyes, and Dongtu recoiled in shock. Inside, Tala and Thien Ka were sitting under the waterfall. "Waterfall," Sufong said, unable to hold back, and the other responded with a growl. "Is something wrong?" Sufong startled and quickly closed the door to slip away. "Sorry to bother you, I'm still surprised. Why is there a waterfall?" "Forget it. Let's check the next room." In the next room, a man in a suit with arms crossed says seriously, "Step 1. Turn into a beast. Feel nature. Simulating a beast. This time it's a jungle. But who is this teacher?" Through the next room, only Tin Nguyet and Kung Nan are performing strange actions. Sufong watches suspiciously and asks Kukag, "What are they doing now? Is this a teaching ritual?" He continued moving, gently opened the door slightly, and looked inside. "Anyway, I have to stay in this room." It's surprising that Duonghua is secretly watching Nok Tuyet and Tuyet Ui's class through the door. Sufong turned away without a second thought and walked off, clearly indicating his teacher wasn't here. Seeing this, he hurried out and shouted, "You're obviously here. No need to pretend you don't see. Let me introduce myself first. I am U Duonghua, a mental health teacher." Then he broke out in a sweat, his face awkwardly grimacing as he asked, "Iktis." Then Duonghua finally couldn't hold back and said, "Can you stop making that face?" He was confused, touching his face. "I know you have a prejudice against me. After all, you have many unpleasant memories, so you look at me that way too." As soon as he finished speaking, Duonghua's expression suddenly turned serious, and his voice became firmer. But he continued, "I am now your teacher. Ninfam is also my colleague. I will no longer bully you. Moreover, I will compete fairly with Ninfam. Please forgive me." Su Feng involuntarily stepped back. "All right, I get it now. It's too scary. Let's talk about the study content first. So things like the competition don't need to be told to Teacher Diao either. I said it, so how could you misunderstand me? So, you were afraid we would reveal the secret?" Duonghua awkwardly covered his mouth and cleared his throat twice. "So before starting the first lesson, I will first check the basic theory of mental magic." Sufong asked with some doubt. "Basic theory?" Psychic magic influences others' senses by manipulating their magic power, then uses illusion spells to affect their perceptions. He nodded in satisfaction. "That's right. The core of mental magic is manipulating and controlling others' magic power. So the less magic power they have, the lower their awakening level, making them harder to control. Therefore, the first lesson is to find the one with the lowest awakening level for training." Sufong suddenly froze, a suspicion flashing through his mind. Could it be? Looking at the score table, he was surprised to realize that the person with the lowest awakening level in our class was the fat guy. No wonder Teacher Nin kept making me control him during training. Duonghua gritted his teeth and said, "That's not right. The lowest awakening level among the Esper is the fat guy. Actually, it's him." "Ninfam," those words made Sufong stammer in shock. "Huh?" Duonghua rolled up his sleeve, his eyes deep and intense. "Got it. So our first task is to control Ninfam." He sighed in disbelief at his words. Duonghua immediately defended himself. "What do you look so miserable for? I'm serious. I'm not lying to you. No, I came to find you. You keep talking. I heard you saved Tuyet Ui and Thien Trong. You're a chef. Your skills are pretty good." "No, Teacher Nin, what are you talking about? Besides being a chef, what else could I possibly do?" Ninfam forced a smile and hesitantly asked, "Are there any other identities you hold?" "Forget it. I just came to thank you." You politely say, "Thank you for protecting Tuyet Ui and Thien Trong." After finishing, Ninfam turns around and waves as he leaves. "I'm just here to say this. If you have no other connection to me, I'm heading to class now." Suddenly, Nut Dao called out, "I won't let you leave." "Wait a moment," the old man quietly admitted. "Looks like you already know, huh? I have nothing left to hold on to. I am Famnyat Dao, the leader of the Esper Alliance. My first task on this trip is to protect Lady Tuitui." Ninfam tilted his head, looking at the old man with a hint of awkwardness. "So you're Famnyat Dao?" "No, that's not it. I really have no interest." Nyat Dao said seriously, "I also have a second task to invite you to join our Esper Alliance to show my sincerity." The old man immediately shot a few sharp needles. "I will show you a bit of my strength." Ninfang swiftly dodged the attack and landed on a nearby table. Are you crazy? Fighting inside a hotel? What if the hotel gets damaged? I immediately activated the detection system and was surprised to find that the one blade is an incompetent person. The old man drew the knife at his waist, his eyes sharp, and said, "Don't let your guard down just because I am someone without ability." Nyat Dao struck in a flash, unleashing a series of sharp, swift blades. If you're not serious, you could die, but Ninfam uses his divine prediction to avoid everything. The red warning line appears, and trust points are being drained. You dodge while muttering, "Does this skill consume trust points?" The heavy blade strikes down fiercely, and with no other choice, Ninfam raises his hand to block the icy cold wind. You are holding 2 frozen knives in your hand. Your trust level has hit rock bottom. The first blade hesitates, glaring, then pulls out the next kitchen tool.
Not finished yet. Keep going.
Ninfam quickly raised his hand to signal to stop.
Wait a moment, you're coming closer and stammering, saying no.
Wait a moment, isn't it you who wants to invite me to join? Wouldn't it be better to talk things over calmly instead of acting directly like that? Yidao paused and smiled as he walked away. So, are you willing to join our supernatural alliance? Ninfam replied cautiously.
No, I don't know what you guys are trying to do. I can't join. The old man patiently explained. So that's how it is.
Let me explain so you understand. The awakening degree determines a lot of things. Some people are born geniuses, while others are born useless. Don't you think a person's value shouldn't be judged by their level of awakening? Our Supernatural Alliance is an organization that uses strength to help those with low awakening levels and no abilities, so they are not looked down upon. We want to create an equal world. Ninfam muttered to himself after hearing that. So many words. What do you want with me? Just tell me simply in 2 sentences. Yidao bowed sincerely and said, "Yes, our leader wants to invite you. Please help us." After some discussion, he was finally released. Walking along the stairs, Ninfam suddenly stopped when he heard a voice. Van Tin said, "Finally, we're here." Ninfam looked at her, confused and puzzled. "What are you guys doing?" Van Tin puffed up her feathers and scolded, "Have you forgotten you have to go to class?" "Teacher Ninfam." He rubbed his head and forced a smile. "How is that possible?" Ninfam hurriedly defended himself. "Sorry about that. I had some personal matters earlier, but now let's start studying. The lesson is to run down the snowy mountain and then run back up for physical training." Van Tin angrily shouted, "We're not a physical training class. Are you crazy?" Dieplam pulled his sleeve from beside him. "Let's go!" she snapped back angrily. "Do you really want to go?" Ninfam coldly said, "Hurry up and go. Anyone who delays will be punished with an extra lap." Van Tin felt it was unfair, clearly wanting to take revenge for the test, but punishing unfairly. Immediately after, he sneered with a smirk, as if he had a plan. So, it was not Nam pretending to be Ninfam. He was confident, surprised at how easily he infiltrated, and it seemed Ninfam wasn't here right now. Perfect opportunity. Victory was certain. Nyatnam muttered to himself as he walked, thinking that the 2 girls seemed to be waiting for Ninfam to say that. And since Ninfam wasn't here, he could wander freely, so he wandered through the building, unable to resist marveling. "This place is so big," as he started climbing the stairs, secretly thinking to give up since he had time and could find it gradually. Lost in his thoughts, he wondered if he could find the kitchen to poison without anyone noticing behind him. A shadow appeared. Tongshan quickly approached and questioned sternly, "What are you doing here instead of training the students?" Natnam sweat and calmed himself, staying composed. "I am Ninfam now." I'm confused and reply, "I already handed out the homework to the kids. There's nothing else going on now." Thongsun kindly smiles and says, "Nothing's happening? Since the students are already tired, I plan to give them some food. Can you help me?" Nyatnam sneered to himself. Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? He just turned to reply and saw Tom Sun walking away very quickly. "Then I'll go prepare first. The distribution task is up to you." Nyatnam turns away, thinking to himself that this old lady's actions are strange, but who could catch up with her? "I'll go check somewhere else first." After walking a few steps, he stopped when he saw the water bottle beside him. Nyatnam sneered maliciously, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "A water bottle isn't bad either. Everyone has to drink water as long as a few people get poisoned and refuse to participate in the competition as invited." The thought hadn't even fully formed in his mind when Su Fong, with a purple energy swirling around him, appeared from behind, using mind control techniques. Yang Hua above also quickly descended. "How is it? Did you succeed in controlling it?" He replied, "It's successful. It doesn't feel too difficult." "Stop for a moment," Su Fong spoke again. "So, let's untie it." Duang Hua quickly stopped him and said, "You can't just keep it still. You have to prevent movement." "Is that what you call training?" He's a bit worried. What if the teacher gets angry? Duanghua turned to reassure him. No way. Isn't the person you're controlling going to lose consciousness? After he wakes up, he won't remember anything. No one will know. If you're worried about others seeing, he smiles slyly and walks through the training room. No one will see anymore. After some hesitation, Su Fong managed to lead Not Nam to the training room. Duanghua nodded in approval, saying, "Not bad, you can go now. You really can control him." He wondered what kind of training it really was. The door slammed shut, leaving only Duanghua and Su Fong's voices.
It's very simple. I tell you which move to do and you control him to do it. That's all, not those shameless moves, right?
You're not allowed to take pictures or record videos. He places his hand on Su Fong's shoulder. The first move, Dutch. He looked confused and asked again, "What? What are you dodging?" As soon as he finished speaking, a huge piece of wood came crashing towards Nat Nam. Su Fong turned around in horror as he saw Nat Nam being thrown far away. He was beaten and slammed face first into the drainage ditch on the stone bridge. Then, a steel ball fell straight down from above, rolling at a terrifying speed and crushing everything in its path. Su Fong stood frozen in place, only able to watch that terrifying scene. Tears welled up in his eyes, his face pale, sweat pouring.